Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Today is Wednesday, February 11th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February 2026. Before we get started, I would like to ask everybody to please silence their phones. And now may I ask that you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you very much. Today, we will be covering all items noted on our February agenda. And with that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So let's first go to Carson City. If there is anyone wishing to make a public comment in Carson City, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, is there anybody in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing none, I believe, oh, I'm sorry, miss. Very good, please have a seat, please. And you can turn on that microphone, please. And please state your name for the record.
For sure. Good morning. My name is Brianna Carbajal. That's BRIANA for the Culinary Union. My comments this morning are about the loss of housing, loss of security, and loss of health of the health of the Station Casinos employees. Station Casinos faces one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. This law enforcement case involves thousands of employees across 10 casinos. Here are some of the examples from public comments that this body has heard before about the perils faced by station employees, many of whom have spent years working their way up to secure a rank only to have it taken away. So the first example, an A-list banquet server's family lost their house after 4 years of dedicated service. 14 years. A dedicated A-lister lost their mortgage for a new home build after 14 years of dedicated service as well. Another lost a retirement plan when their layoff forced him to cash it out after 14 years of dedicated service. A full-time server lost the financial security that allowed her to care for her disabled mother after 14 years of dedicated service. A full-time cook's helper lost her higher wage and was demoted to a lower wage after 16 years of dedicated service. A full-time server lost her health and suffers from depression after 14 years of dedicated service as well. A dedicated server lost her job, was denied rehire, and was temporarily homeless after 20 years of dedicated service. These are the people that power the industry that you regulate. The Culinary Union will never let Station Casinos get away with what it did to the gaming industry, workers during a national crisis. So a Nevada gaming license holder like Station Casinos, we do not believe it's above state or federal law, and we believe that they will face the consequences of their actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please provide a copy of your statement to the agent. Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe Judge Assad has a public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. You know, I promised my kid that I would take a couple minutes during public comment to pay homage to all the great people that came before us. She's happens to be half Black, half Mexican, and she just wanted me to make sure that I spoke out and said something to recognize all those that came before us to pave the way that we're here today because of the hard work and the dedication that they implemented. We wouldn't be here today, and America would not be what it is today without their sacrifice. People like Harriet Tubman, her Underground Railroad freed hundreds, maybe even 1,000 or more enslaved people. Thurgood Marshall, Brown v. Board of Education, changed the course of public education and American history forever, and changed America forever. Dr. King, of course, Ralph Abernathy, Rosa Parks, who sat down so others could stand up, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, people from that era. More recently, people who helped promote the passing of the Civil Rights Act of '64 and the Voting Rights Act of '65, people like Bill Russell, Muhammad Ali, Jim Brown. We stand on the shoulders of those great folks so that we can appreciate where we are today. Look at us here. We have a majority board. That would have never happened when I got here in 1976. So I think we've come a long way. We still have some work to be done, but I just wanted to pay homage and respect to all those that came before us. Thank you.
Judge, thank you very much. And that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is approval of the prior month's disposition and meeting minutes.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for January 2026.
We all have had the opportunity to review the disposition and minutes. Would either of my colleagues therefore care to make a motion at this time?
Yes, thank you. I would. I move to recommend approval of the minutes from the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition of January 2026.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. With that, we'll move to our non-restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Brian Sandoval, Andrew George Burnett, Kyung Lim, and Kong Tan for licensure as a manager and director at Resorts World Las Vegas, LLC. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you very much. I would just like to disclose that back in, I think it was 2011, Governor Sandoval appointed me to the Nevada Transportation Authority. And given the passage of time, that being more than a decade, I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. And because this is not a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be voting on this matter and appreciate the governor being here. Governor, great to see you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am counsel to Resorts World Las Vegas. Here with me today, I have the 4 applicants. There are 2 with me here in person. I have Brian Sandoval to my right and A.G. Burnett to my left. And appearing via Zoom from Asia, we have Kohan Tan and we have Huey Lim. If it's acceptable with you, Mr. Chairman, what I would like to do is ask each of the individuals to share a little bit about themselves and their background, and then we would be able to answer any questions that you might have.
That sounds okay, but what I'd like to do, Ms. Okerberg, is have each individual applicant present as you suggest, and then we could take questions from the board and then move on to the next and so on.
Certainly, we'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Wonderful. In that case, I would like to start with the chair of the Resorts World Board, Governor Sandoval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, you may. And I know you're a first-time applicant, so you might not be familiar with our procedures, but we're very happy to have you here. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Brian Sandoval. It's truly extreme honor and privilege to be with you all today. And with your permission, I'd like to go to some of my background that has led me to today.
Absolutely, please.
So I was raised in Sparks and Fallon, Nevada, earned my bachelor's degree in English from the University of Nevada and my Juris Doctorate degree from the Ohio State University College of Law. That was my first, actually, during college was my first exposure to the gaming industry. I was actually a tour bus greeter for the El Dorado Casino. So that was an interesting experience. But after law school, I was an associate attorney at McDonald Carano Law Firm, had the privilege of working with Mr. Bud Hicks and had some tangential experience with gaming matters associated with that firm. In 1994, I was elected to the Nevada State Legislature and served as a member of the Judiciary, Taxation, Labor and Management, and Natural Resources Committee and sponsored 14 bills that became law. I also served on the Legislative Commission, the Advisory Commission on Sentencing, the Juvenile Justice Commission, as well as several other committees. In 1998, I had the privilege of being appointed to the Nevada Gaming Commission by then Governor Bob Miller, and soon thereafter was appointed by Governor Kenny Gwinn as the chairman of the Nevada Gaming Commission. During my experience on the Nevada Gaming Commission, we dealt with several matters in association with the Nevada Gaming Control Board, including federal legislation sponsored by John McCain to prohibit legal sports betting on college sports in Nevada. We handled child-themed slots, regulations, limits on neighborhood gaming. And with then Chairman Nylander, we worked on Assembly Bill 466, which was the first framework for the regulation of interactive or internet gaming. I also served during that time as a member of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Governing Board. Thereafter, I was elected to serve as Nevada's Attorney General, and obviously had the opportunity to work with the gaming division. And I will say, had the privilege of working with you, Mr. Chair, as well as Mr. Somps and Mr. Burnett. We represented the board and the commission in all legal matters. Thereafter, I was appointed by then President George W. Bush to serve as a federal judge, and served in that capacity for approximately 4 years. And during my time on the bench, presided over cases associated with intellectual property in the gaming industry, as well as criminal matters that had some tangential relation to the gaming industry. After that, I stepped down from the bench and was elected to serve as the 29th governor of the great state of Nevada, and served 2 terms. During my time as the governor, we called together for the first time the Gaming Policy Committee, working on issues such as esports, fantasy sports, and cannabis. We passed the first online poker bill, which was passed in 24 hours. I believe that's still a record for the Nevada legislature. And we also entered into the first compacts for online poker with the great states of Delaware and New Jersey. And also in my responsibilities as governor, I appointed the members of the Gaming Commission and the Gaming Control Board. But I did sign several pieces of legislation associated with the gaming industry. After serving as governor, I transitioned to the private sector and served as the president of global gaming development for MGM Resorts, and also taught law and leadership at the Boyd School of Law in 2020. In 2020, I accepted my current role, which is to serve as president of the University of Nevada in Reno. And soon thereafter, or recently, I was asked and accepted this appointment to serve as a member of the board of directors for Resorts World. As chair of the board, I'm responsible for supporting the board's work by advising and assisting in management matters as necessary, including corporate governance and compliance. As to other non-executive directorships, I currently serve as a director for Southwest Gas Corporation and the Scotts Miracle-Gro Corporation. And I also serve as a co-chairman of the Democracy Defense Project. And by way of charitable and community involvement, I currently serve as a special advisor to the Tahoe Fund, as president or the president-elect of the Association of Public Land Grant Universities. I serve as a director for the Mountain West Conference and the Economic Development Authority of Northern Nevada and the Davidson Academy, as well as Renown Health. And I also serve on the executive board of the NCAA. I'll close with this. I'm honored to be here with my wonderful wife, Laura Lynn Sandoval, who spent her career in the gaming industry. I also want to thank the agent and anyone else that was part of the board that was associated with my application today. And I appreciate their hard work and patience with me. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I would respectfully request your favorable consideration of my application. Thank you.
Governor, thank you very much. Of course, your history reads like the history of Nevada over the course of the last 25 years. So you've been central to so many important issues, both in gaming and certainly on behalf of the state. So we appreciate that. I wanted to ask you, with respect to your role now as chairman of the board. You came to the board at what was, by all accounts, a difficult time for Resorts World. And now I guess coming on May will make a whole year where you've been on the board, and obviously you recently ascended to the chairman position. Can you give some thoughts about how far things have come in such a short time, say the last 10 months, with respect to the board and with respect to the property and the challenges that they've overcome to continue to improve as a licensee in Nevada?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. I appreciate the question. So obviously, when I was first approached to serve on the board, it was a troubled time for the property. And I will say this, in a very short amount of time, they've brought on some of the greatest individuals to run the property. I think there is an absolute culture of compliance on the property, not only from the board's perspective, but from a property perspective. I think there was a very strong lesson to be learned, and I've been incredibly impressed with the amount of resources and investment that has been made in the compliance training as well. I think the property is in a much different and better place than it was when I arrived, not due to me, but due to the efforts of the executive team and what they have done there. And I think you can be completely confident with what is happening at that property. And as you've listened with regard to my background, it's very important to me to be compliant with all the rules and regulations associated with the state of Nevada, as well as the laws of the state, as well as the federal government. And you can be confident that now and moving forward, that we will strictly and humbly comply with everything that you require.
I appreciate that. It seems like from what we know about your board, it's fairly flat in how it's structured. You want to talk about how the board effectively governs the company within the current structure? Maybe give some examples of how that structure works and how it's effective for the role.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. So our board meets regularly, and as part of our board meetings, there are several items on how the property is running with fiscally and operationally, and with regard to compliance and legal matters. You know, I regularly have telephone calls with the COO of the property. I have regular phone calls with other members of the board. You'll be hearing from other members of the board. They have incredible experience with regard to the gaming industry. I do visit the property often. I do reside in Reno, but I'm here in Las Vegas often. I was here last night and over the weekend walking the property and asking questions with regard to how things are going. So there is a compliance officer who's actually in the audience today, and we have eminent legal counsel as well to work with. So I think Mr. Chair, we have covered all the bases and will continue to do so and do whatever it takes. I've also individually participated in compliance training and to be familiar with all the rules and regulations. So with regard to what you require, as well as other members of the board and employees of the company. And I believe we have checked every box that is necessary to ensure that you have complete confidence in what is happening on the property.
Very good. I know we had Mr. Tondo here last month, and she was very impressive, and we're happy to have her approved. And now, of course, the rest of the board moves through. Can you talk a little bit about the board dynamics with yourself as chair? Certainly, as with any good board, there's differences of opinion as matters come before the board. So how do you deal with that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. Fortunately for me, I know the other members of the board and have worked extremely well. And certainly, like anything else, there may be differences of opinion. I will say that in my experience, up until this point, there have not been any major issues where there's been any disagreement. And the singular focus is to ensure the compliance factor associated with the property. And the beauty of this board and the variety of it is they bring different experiences, life experiences, regulatory experiences, government experience, private sector experience. And when you bring that all together, it really is a force multiplier in terms of making sure all the bases are covered when it comes to compliance. But certainly there is some give and take, a particular board member, but as I said, we've all come together and reached agreement on every important factor that has come before the board.
Can you speak a little to the enhanced improvements you have already, certainly with respect to the individuals and procedures, but of course, one area of concern was the money laundering issue. Can you speak to that specifically as chairman of the board and the things that have happened under your leadership to make sure that that process in particular has been addressed even more?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. So first and foremost, there was a deep dive into how that happened. And as you know, we have a compliance committee that meets regularly. And now I meet when the compliance committee meets. And then, since my recent appointment as the chair of the board, I monitor or sit in on those compliance meetings. But again, there's been extensive training. There's been extensive discussion to ensure that everybody is familiar with the rules and regulations of the board, the state of Nevada, as well as the federal government. And, we are fortunate and blessed to have an individual who sat in your chair and is very familiar with the requirements. And I know the board is currently looking over its AML regulations and other issues, and we're monitoring that very closely as well. So we have subject matter experts in the area. The executive team is very familiar with the rules and regulations and requirements associated with compliance, and you can be completely confident that as we move forward, that the property and the individuals associated with it will continue to be compliant and work with you.
I appreciate that. And for the record, I'll note that Ms. Roberts, who, as you indicated, is in the audience, she has played a very good, important role in the discussions around revised AML regs. So we appreciate Resorts World offering her and the leadership she has shown on the issue. I wanted to ask about the relationship between your board and ownership of Genting. Could you speak to how that happens, how that communication happens, if you feel as though you have proper access to inform the Genting ownership, all of what's going on? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. So there is regular interaction, and you will be hearing from two of them. I call it the mothership, but the mothership they're in Singapore, but they are regularly engaged at all of the meetings. We have the opportunity to converse with them, whenever we want to. We have a great relationship with them. And frankly, I've been incredibly impressed with the two of them and the depth of their knowledge and participation in the activities on the property.
So you have regular communication, so they're fully aware of all of what's going on and what your view is on things that are happening and that sort of thing?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Brian Sandoval, yes. I mean, they attend all of the board meetings and are there and actively engage in the conversation and the debate that occur at the board meetings.
But you have private channels, so to speak, if you need to talk with them, and that's
yes.
Right.
No, I mean, if required, and I will say for the record, that has not been necessary for me to have an individual conversation with them, but that is always available.
I wanted to ask, with your certainly storied career and having leadership in multiple settings here, what's your leadership style now, and how do you use that as it pertains to Resorts World?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Brian Sandoval. I don't believe my leadership style has changed through the decades. I'm a consensus builder, and I'm somebody who does a lot of due diligence in homework before I present something. So before a board meeting, I'll study the agenda and make sure I'm very familiar with it. And if I do have questions, I will ask those questions. But I think it's very important that as a board, there can be respectful disagreement, but at the end of the day, we take in everybody's opinions, take everybody's input, and reach a conclusion.
Okay. Certainly you have a lot on your plate, to say the least. How do you manage to manage it all? You, of course, have a very important and extensive day job, which I want to talk about in a minute, but how do you manage that and this appointment, and then of course the other boards that you serve?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, for the record, Brian Sandoval, and I anticipated that question, and I don't know how else to answer it, but just to say my entire professional life, I've been extremely busy, but I've been extremely organized, and I've not missed a meeting. I don't miss meetings. It's very important to me that I be present, and I'm able to balance my schedule. I do take phone calls, for example. I had a meeting at 5 a.m. this morning. And so I've been able to manage it well and will continue to manage it well. If I felt in any way that it would undermine my ability to serve as chair or even a member of the board of this company, I would step away from it.
No, I appreciate that. And certainly you've acted in multiple capacities for many years. So I just appreciate you talking about that a little on the record. Can you talk a little bit about Resorts World's business prospects? I know there's overall concern about Las Vegas, say, with respect to whether, certainly visitor volumes down and those sorts of things, and in particular, the North Strip. Do you have some thoughts, having been there now a bit of time, about both Resorts World specifically and generally the prospects for the North Strip and for Las Vegas?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. And, I will say this, there are things you can control and things you cannot control. And certainly you've stated it that, Las Vegas, there are a lot of headwinds that are facing it, not at any fault of any of the properties or anybody here in Southern Nevada. What we can control is making sure that we have the best quality team on the ground that we can possibly have. And I will say that we've recruited and brought on incredible people that are managing the property. And, for me personally and with Laurelyn, as I said, we visit and come to the property often, and it is spotless. It is an amazing place. The employees are happy. They're working hard. You see them out there with smiles on their faces and very committed to the mission of the property. I think the prospects of the property are very bright and positive. And as I said before, things are moving in the right direction. But even last night we had dinner and spent 45 minutes with one of the chefs, and she described, how well things were going for them as a vendor on the property. On Sunday, we were on the property to walk all the venues where the Super Bowl events were going to happen. They were well organized. There is not a place that you can go anywhere on that property that is not spotless. I mean, it's just really impressive. So, I feel really good about, building the foundation for future success. Certainly we'd like to see more development, and those are things that we are looking at to happen on that property. But, I guess I'll say it's like polishing a diamond. It is a really good place to be. And, I'm very honored and privileged to be able to be a part of it.
Very good. I appreciate that. You've been now at UNR for 5 years, right? Approximately six. Okay. Could you speak a little bit about that and the process and what your vision is for the university? I know that's obviously a very important position, of course, and a very important university that we all care about so much. So why don't you, if you wouldn't mind, speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval, I feel like I'm in front of the Board of Regents now. But I do appreciate the question. And, I recently gave my State of the University. And one of the things that I've been saying loud and clear is that the University of Nevada in Reno is a national university. And recently, Time Magazine rated the top 500 universities on planet Earth, and the University of Nevada in Reno came in at 420. And if you took out the international universities, we'd be in the top 100 in the United States. We are a Carnegie R1 high research university, which means we're one of the top 100 research universities in the United States. We are Carnegie community engaged university, which means we're out in the community and doing incredible things. It's a university of over 20,000 students, including graduate students that come from all 50 states and over 100 countries. We have an amazing medical school, engineering school, College of Science, nursing school. I could go through many of that. We recently opened a $160 million business building, which is as nice as anything you'll find in the country. We just received a legislative appropriation for over $68 million for the construction of a new life sciences building. We have presidential scholars on our campus. We were rated by U.S. News and World Report as one of the top 200 universities in the country. So when you look at all these rankings, so things are going extremely well at the university. We want it to be a destination university, and as I said, a national university where students not only from all over Nevada, but throughout the country will come to be successful.
I appreciate that. And maybe talk a little bit about your current involvement with the NCAA.
Yes.
If you would. Obviously, it's fairly timely with a number of things going on. So perhaps give us that perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandoval. So through as a president, I serve as a member of the board of directors for the Mountain West Conference, and the Mountain West Conference nominated me to become a member of the board of directors for the NCAA. And once I received that appointment, and then I was nominated and was appointed to serve on the executive board of the NCAA. And so, as you know, there are the Power Four conferences, and then there are the Group of Six. And I am one of only two presidents to represent the Group of Six. So by virtue of that privilege in serving that capacity, I do have a direct line of communication with President Baker, who's the president of the NCAA, and also get to have those conversations with regard to policies and procedures associated with the NCAA. It's been, given the times that we're in with NIL and revenue sharing and the prediction markets and sports betting, and I bring a background and an experience and a skill set that they really haven't had at the NCAA level. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you being here this morning and going through these very important matters, particularly as to Resort World, but also generally for the state. And I know from my perspective, Resorts World is certainly very lucky, as is Genting, to have you as the chairman of the board. And I definitely have seen very tangible steps. I wasn't here in the earliest days of your joining the board, but I certainly have seen significant steps forward. So I appreciate you being here, and I am absolutely delighted to support your application.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Just a couple of points. The chairman has covered quite a bit of what I was concerned about as well. I just want to say that just by virtue of listening to you here this morning, it's not hard to figure out why they chose you to be chairman of the board. You have not only a distinguished career and a stellar background, but you're an excellent spokesperson for the property and for the state of Nevada. And we really appreciate your being on the board of the NC2A to help guide them, especially with respect to our fight with the prediction markets and so forth. So we can use all the help we get. We love what you've done so far with the NC2A and moving in that direction as well. So with regard to the AML issue that the chair mentioned, I think with the acquisition and the appointment of Carlos Castro and Ms. Jennifer Roberts and Lou Dorn, who are here in the audience as well, with AG Burnett being on the team and you chairing the board, I think the property's in really good hands. And I said this before during Ms. Detondo's license application hearing, that if this board was in place at that time, they would have eliminated, I know Jennifer would have said Matthew Boyer's gone. He's banned immediately because it was quite obvious he should have been banned right off the bat. And that's important going forward to note that the problem that I've seen over the last 3 years, from MGM to Caesars to Resorts World to the Wynn, all the properties that we've had to deal with regard to this AML issue, that there's been a structural issue, a void, a vacuum between the marketing department and the compliance department. And the third leg of that would be someone in authority, ultimate unfettered authority to say, we need to ban that person. And all these properties, there was kind of a confusing silo effect and cross current pointing the fingers at each other. And it's not my responsibility, it's their responsibility. This person should have done that. That person should have done this. And it just needs to come down to one person, or maybe two, I guess. But whoever the VP of compliance is would have the ultimate authority, or if you want to call him a director of compliance, that's fine. But somebody has to have the ultimate authority and not be overruled by the chairman of the board or the president of the property or anybody else to say, that's it. This person is banned because they're clearly violating Title 31, the BSA, all the AML regulations and so forth that are causing problems here at this property. We filed multiple SARs. It's time that that person has to go. And what I saw was that a lot of the properties would just file SARs and think that, well, we've done our part. That's it. We're covered. We're in the clear. We filed SARs. If you're filing that many SARs, that's an indication to me that that person should be gone. I mean, SARs means there's a suspicious activity report filed because there was suspicious activity. And if you're filing multiple SARs, then why in the hell are you leaving that person on the property? So going forward, I'm sure Ms. Roberts will ban anybody that has more than, say, 3 or 4 SARs. And then you tell that person, until you verify your source of income with documentation, with the W-2s, work statements, IRS statements, liquid assets, not just that you own $1 million properties in another state or you have multiple companies. It has to be a liquid form of cash available for you to come and put up front money or apply for credit. Unless that person comes within a week or so with those documents, you just simply say, sorry, sir, you are banned until you bring in those documents. We need to verify your source of wealth, your source of income. And that was kind of the overall problem that I saw, the central theme throughout all these cases that we've been handling. So that being said, I'm sure that moving forward with the assistance of Jennifer and yourself, and there'll be a direct line from marketing. And then whenever someone comes before the compliance committee and a SAR has to be filed, or 2 or 3, that they will be reporting to the board. And Mr. Burnett, yourself, and so forth, the rest of the board members can say, and you've already empowered, I'm sure, Jennifer, to be able to say, you can ban anybody that you think needs to be banned. You don't really have to worry about us overseeing or overruling you. And there was an inherent conflict that also appeared in all these cases between the marketing department and the compliance people. Marketing obviously wants to bring in the customers, a very important role, obviously. But the inherent conflict is because they have compensation and benefits and bonuses directly structured and tied to the average theoretical loss of a particular patron's play. So they're encouraged to want that particular patron to continue to play, regardless of how many SARs compliance may have filed on that person. So compliance needs to step up to the plate, overrule marketing and say, I'm sorry, but until your customer brings in the required documents to verify their source of wealth, source of income, we're going to have to ban that person. So that being said, I'm sure Jennifer will take heed of those suggestions. With regard to you personally, I wonder if you have any idea what an inspiration you are to a lot of young people. The background, you're coming forward and putting yourself out there to the general public, running for office, AG, governor, here today, so forth and so on. Just from your presence, you being a person from a minority background yourself, that is quite an inspiration. And I think a lot of young people will benefit just by you being here and putting yourself out there all these years. So I want to thank you and commend you for that. And I am honored to support your application.
Mr. Chair, to you, through you, to your honor, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here, Governor Sandoval. And I think some of the questions that the chairman and the judge raised, I think equally, Mr. Ton and Lim and Mr. Burnett, feel free when it's just because you're first. I feel like some of these questions are generalized and I might kind of add them in. And if the other gentlemen want to address anything during their turn proactively, that would be appreciated too, instead of re-asking. But we would like to hear everybody's thoughts on some of these, and don't feel that just because you're first, you're getting all the questions. So I'm going to throw on some more property questions too, along with your personal background. But first of all, with the board of directors, I know Mr. Murin is now chairman emeritus. Is there any future plans to expand the current board of directors, or is it kind of set in place as in its current role and size? And then also, I appreciate the information you provided us through questions and internal memos, and that was really helpful and answered a lot of my questions on kind of the substance of your meetings and what occurs. So I won't get into the details of that, but in that regard, it seems like you're meeting monthly. And so if you could also address maybe your future plans as the chair or the board of directors overall in your thoughts on continuing to meet monthly, or if you feel that might go down or enhance in the future, maybe those 2 points regarding the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to Member Sindel, Brian Sandoval, for the record. So with regard to the board, we haven't had no discussions about meeting less than monthly. And so we will continue to meet regularly. With regard to Chairman Emeritus Jim Murren, we're really proud and pleased that he was associated with the property, and he obviously has very important duties for what he is doing, and still is, you know, in a position where he can provide advice, but he is not regularly meeting with the board. In terms of the size of the board, there are no immediate plans to fill that vacancy, but if the right person comes at the right time, certainly we'd be open to considering them.
Okay, thanks. So kind of looking at your background, I was curious, why the Ohio State for law school, being a Northern Nevada guy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Member Sindel. I wasn't anticipating that question, but you know, the reason is my brother actually attended veterinary school there, and I'll admit it, I'm a big football fan, and it was a top 25 law school, and it was the most affordable law school that I was admitted to. And so when I finished at the University of Nevada and moved to Columbus, I went there sight unseen and didn't know a single person when I arrived, and got an amazing legal education there.
Oh, that's amazing. I was curious why people choose, you know, to go away for school, or if there's a connection there or whatnot. But and then also looking at, I reckon I saw in your materials that you're licensed in California and DC as well. So I was curious if you practice in California and DC, and in what role, and what did you practice?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, to Member Sindel, Brian Sandoval, for the record. So my licenses in California and DC are inactive. When I was in, my Nevada license is active, and I do my CLE and all the things I'm supposed to do. But when they were active, specifically in California, so when I was a member of a law firm, I was the only one barred in the state of California. So I would often be sent on the road to try cases, to do depositions, to do hearings, and those types of things. And that was actually a very good experience. And then for my license in DC, when I had passed the California bar, I had done well enough where I could wave straight in to the District of Columbia. And so I did handle one case in the District of Columbia, but was not active otherwise.
Okay, as I was curious, what people's previous practice is like, and then obviously your political service in Nevada and whatnot. Can you tell me a little bit about how you ended up at MGM for a little bit, and how that role transpired?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Member Sindel, Brian Sandoval, for the record. So when I had finished my second term as governor, I had several opportunities for employment, but MGM, and specifically Jim Murren, had approached me about a new position associated with global gaming development, and specifically Japan. And Japan had passed legislation to allow for 3 sites to possibly 3 prefectures to consider having, you know, a gaming property there. And so certainly there were several Nevada properties that were interested in that, and MGM being one of those. So I spent an extensive amount of time in Japan, helping, obtain that. And ultimately MGM was successful in accomplishing that in Osaka. Also, as part of my responsibilities at MGM, I was in several states throughout the country, because at the time the U.S. Supreme Court had ruled in favor of the states to allow them to have sports wagering. And so, I was in Georgia, Michigan, Ohio, a few other states, to have conversations with them about and helping them understand the regulation of sports betting. But that's how that happened.
Yeah, that's gotta be a great experience for you now.
Yes.
The chairman touched on your varying directorships and responsibilities, and at the university, kind of tongue in cheek, but are you seeking more roles? How do you deal with, I'm sure you get requests for additional, opportunities. How do you manage that? And kind of what's your level of, okay, that's enough? Because I would assume at some point you've had to maybe kind of turn things down or just weigh your options. And how do you deal with that and dealing with that moving forward?
Mr. Chair, Member Sindel, Brian Sandoval, for the record, it's enough. I will,
Okay.
I guess by nature, I'm a people pleaser and it's hard for me to say no, but it has reached the point where, one of the things I want to be sure that is if I'm going to accept an appointment that once I do it, I'm going to do a good job and I'm going to have the time to do it properly. And so that is my commitment when I accept these appointments, but it's, a lot of these, all of these are really incredible opportunities to serve, to be able to improve situations, to work with people that I know and respect. And so, but yes, I am not accepting any more responsibilities.
That you could put it on the record, let everyone know that
Yeah.
you're kind of capacity. Great. Well, thank you. And then getting back to the board of directors and your duties, you started as a board of director with Mr. Murin's kind of stepping down as chairman. How do you see your role and responsibilities change since now you're the chair and you kind of enhanced your amount of time that you spend in this role on the board of directors as the chair? And then if you could also just touch a little bit on kind of what I believe in your opening statement here from your presentation, you said you meet with Mr. Castro perhaps weekly, or you talk to him, or you could just clarify that too, please.
Mr. Chair, to Member Sindel, for the record, Brian Sandoval. So in terms of the transition, I have a lot more activity than I did before as a member of the board, but I do have regular phone calls with Mr. Castro. I have text messages. I just texted him last night, at least in the Reno paper, they rated Crockford's as one of the top 5 hotels in Nevada or in the country or Nevada. So, but I'll ask him, how did Super Bowl weekend go? If there's something that he needs to bring to my attention, he will text me. If I need to call him, I'll ask him if he's available, but we do have a specific regular scheduled phone call at least twice a month, but there's interaction between them.
I appreciate that clarification. I wanted to add that your internal audit chief, I think it's Mr. Robert Wheeler, him and I worked together at Caesar's internal audit. So I think he's a great internal auditor. I'm really happy to see that he's in that position, and I can at least personally say that I've worked with him, and you have a great auditor there in charge. And so I just thought I'd take the opportunity to give him a little shout out. But thank you. Those are all my specific questions that I have for Mr. Sandoval, Governor Sandoval right now.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sindel. Thank you, Governor Sandoval. Ms. Zuckerberg.
Thank you. With that, I would like to turn it over to a stranger of the Gaming Control Board, A.G. Burnett, to share a little bit about his background for the record.
Before he does that, Mr. Burnett, do we need to go over the procedures of how this happens?
Maybe we can take a bathroom break first, Mr. Chairman.
Why don't you go ahead?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Member Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett, for the record, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to appear before you today. I have the unfortunate task of following Mr. Sandoval, which I think my background is going to be a bit shorter than his. But nonetheless, it's an absolute honor to be in front of you here today. Brief background about myself. I was born in Reno. Like Mr. Sandoval, I was raised in Sparks. My dad was a veterinarian. My mom was a school teacher. My dad started a vet hospital when I was a young kid, and he ran that successfully for upwards of 40 years or so until he retired. And so my upbringing essentially centered around running a small business that grew into a medium-sized business of veterinarians in the veterinary practice. My mom ended up eventually helping him with that business, retiring as a school teacher. I graduated from Sparks High in 1987, went to the University of Nevada, Reno, graduating in 1992 with a degree in international affairs and political science. And I actually took a year off in between graduation from undergrad and going to law school, where I actually owned and operated a very small business that I was fortunate enough to sell when I became accepted to law school. And it actually helped pay for my first year of law school. I went to Gonzaga University School of Law, graduated in 1996, I returned back to Reno, to a Reno law firm where I began the practice of general, civil, and commercial litigation for a period of about 2 years. And after those 2 years, I left being a litigator to go to the Nevada Gaming Control Board, specifically the Corporate Securities Division. And you'll recall at that time, the Corporate Securities Division was its own separate division, much like the other divisions that exist now. It was not a unit then. And that's where I began my career of nearly 20 years of being a gaming regulator in one form or another. After 1 year in the Corporate Securities Division, I then was hired by the Nevada Attorney General's office, where I began a 4-year career, ultimately leaving as the Senior Deputy Attorney General, representing the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. I did that for 4 years and then went back to the Gaming Control Board, where I was invited to be the Deputy Chief of the Corporate Securities Division in the Gaming Control Board. And I served in that role as Deputy Chief for a period of 7 years. Then in 2011, Governor-elect Sandoval had a couple spots to fill on the board, and I was lucky enough and honored to be selected by him to be one of those Gaming Control Board members. Mr. Mark Lipparelli was the chairman of the Gaming Control Board at the time, and the other member that Mr. Sandoval selected was Sean Reed, a name that's very familiar to you and is one of my very best friends to this day. We worked together with that composition of the board, enacting some of the changes that Mr. Sandoval mentioned in his remarks, such as implementation of online gaming and other regulatory changes for a period of about a year and a half, whereupon Mr. Lipparelli decided to step down as chair. Mr. Sandoval interviewed me and selected me to be the chairman of the Gaming Control Board. Again, a huge honor, probably the greatest honor of my career. I was honored to serve 2 terms under Governor Sandoval and with Mr. Sean Reed and our fellow board member at the time, Mr. Terry Johnson. I think we had a great composition of the Gaming Control Board at that time. I did so for 5.5 years, roughly, from the period of 2012 to the very end of 2017. December 31st, 2017, I left state employment, where I joined a law practice at McDonald Carano. And I can unequivocally say that it was simultaneously the most challenging and yet most rewarding job that I've ever had, being a board member and being chairman of the Gaming Control Board. I was honored to work every day with the 400 people on staff here, give or take, in the 6 divisions. Such fine people and such a great job, such a great career, and I was very lucky to serve in that role. I've been at McDonald Carano ever since as a partner in the Gaming and Administrative Law Group. I'm also lucky enough to serve on another board, that of GBank, which is a bank here in Nevada that also has a fintech gaming product. And so that is an exciting project for me and a learning experience for me. And I'm also lucky enough to sit on several compliance committees where I view myself essentially as an extension of you all in the day-to-day activities of compliance in terms of regulating companies and ensuring that they're always doing the right thing and solving issues as they may arise, if they arise. I am extremely proud to serve on the Resorts World Las Vegas Board of Directors. It's a phenomenal group. Of course, having Mr. Sandoval as the chair is unbelievable. Having Mr. Murrin as chairman emeritus is unbelievable. You met Michelle DeTondo. She's an exemplary individual. And you're going to soon meet Kohan and Huey Lim, who are also incredible individuals that I'm very, very proud to work with. In addition, as Mr. Sandoval noted, we've assembled an incredible team, in my opinion. I think we're very fortunate to have folks like Jennifer Roberts and Lou Dorn. And I think going forward, we're positioned for success. I think if you ask anyone at the property, the tone from the top is compliance. Compliance is the name of the game, and that is the focus, in addition to successfully running a property that is, quite simply a beautiful property. Mr. Sandoval touched on it. So I won't elaborate, but it is absolutely phenomenal. It's spotless. The food and beverage is next to none. It's wonderful. The rooms are incredible. It's a beautiful property with tons of potential. And so I view my role on the board as doing my absolute best and working my absolute hardest, not just to ensure day-to-day compliance from a regulatory standpoint, but also to assist in the work of the property and making it as successful as it can possibly be. With that, I will thank the agent who helped work with me on my report. He was a great, I'll call him a kid because I'm kind of an old guy now, but he was a great kid and a great team, and you've got a great group of folks working underneath you. With that, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Burnett. I want to ask you questions in a couple of areas. It would seem by way of background, you have a board that is fairly diverse, right, in terms of skill sets and experience. What do you specifically bring to the board? I mean, certainly you've touched on that, but how do you view that in terms of what you bring that's maybe different and complementary to the rest of the board and the board's dynamics?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I bring the regulatory side in terms of how would regulators think about certain topics, how would regulators approach certain topics. And you've seen from your records that I served on the Resorts World Compliance Committee. Looking into your records, I hope you'll see that when the problems began, when the complaint was issued that we spoke about earlier, that compliance committee jumped on the situation immediately and also enacted its own internal investigation to determine what happened. And the remedial measures that you see as part of the stipulated settlement that was reached ultimately with the Gaming Control Board were all matters that the Gaming Compliance Committee came up with. So I think that is fairly reflective in terms of encountering, first off, trying to avoid any problems, but secondly, if and when a problem does occur, which they inevitably do and will, handling it appropriately. Much like the regulators do. I'm no longer on the Resorts World Las Vegas Compliance Committee. However, being on the board, it is very compliance oriented and very focused on compliance. In addition, I do have a history in running businesses, not this large, of course, with upwards of 5,000 people. But I think, Mr. Chairman, you may agree with me, running the Gaming Control Board with its 400 staff and $90 or so million budget does require a lot of fiscal research and fiscal understanding. In addition, I think—
I would agree.
Thank you. In addition, not to belabor the point, but sitting in your chair and the chair of the board members, every month you see the financials of every gaming company. You see how all those businesses are run. And so I have a fairly good perspective in terms of, and it's been 8 years, but I think I have a fairly good scope in terms of the gaming business and how it's run and the finances and how pro formas work and budgets work in terms of the gaming space and how gaming operations work in general. That said, I am certainly not a gaming expert by any means. And that's why, as a board member, I, along with my fellow board members, are fully intent on leaving it up to the experts that we have hired to handle the day-to-day gaming business. And that said, I cannot say enough about Mr. Carlos Castro. He's an incredible guy. He's extremely dynamic. I met with him last night, had a long conversation about his goals, his thoughts, his aspirations. He's got our full support. I mentioned some other members of our team, and I think that we are uniquely positioned to rise from some of the previous difficulties that have occurred and make it an incredibly successful property.
Thank you for that. And I do appreciate you and Ms. Okerberg provided some pretty detailed explanations through the RUM process. But I did want to ask you something about your existing role on the Compliance Committee, Genting Berhad, and how does that relate to your role on the board at Resorts World? There must be some interplay between the two, and I just wanted to understand how you manage those particular roles together.
Sure. Yeah, there is some interplay, but not as much as you might imagine. And it's sort of a unique creature that I suppose at the end of the day, I had a hand in creating when Genting Berhad came through for its original preliminary finding of suitability, its original licensing 8 years or so ago, 9 years or so ago. There were so many companies involved of such a magnitude that at that time, the composition of the board, Mr. Liparelli, myself, Member Reed, determined that it would be best if there were 3 compliance committees. Of course, one at the property level, to govern everything that occurs at the property and conduct due diligence on all vendors and suppliers, et cetera, at the property on a quarterly basis. And then there was another entity known as, Genting Nevada Interactive Gaming, which is an online arm and technology arm of Genting Berhad. And then we required that to have a compliance committee. Lastly, we required the parent company, the publicly traded larger company at the very, very top of the corporate chain, Genting Berhad, to have its own compliance committee. And each of those makes perfect sense. There is a little bit of discussion now about trying to synergize that and maybe streamline that at some point. After my year cooling off period was over, in 2018, around 2019, I was approached by Genting to chair all 3 of their compliance committees. The Resorts World Las Vegas Compliance Committee has more work, of course, than the other 2 committees. And so the other 2 committees, their meetings are fairly short compared to the property level committee. However, that said, each committee has its own governing compliance plan and compliance requirements. And so the Resorts World Las Vegas Compliance Committee sort of speaks for itself. You can imagine how that operates, just as every corporate compliance committee operates here in Nevada. The Genting Berhad parent company committee does review certain information and materials sent to it from the Resorts World level committee, but it doesn't find itself in the business of approving or second guessing or managing any of those decisions that have already been made at the Resorts World level committee. It has its own governing compliance plan and thus its own requirements in terms of vetting and reviewing things like material transactions, litigation, major shareholders. And I think if you review the minutes, you'll see that that's reflective of that. And same thing with Genting Nevada Interactive Gaming. It's got its own plan and reviews its own materials. Since joining the Resorts World level board, I've resigned my role at the Resorts World level compliance committee and have been replaced by Mr. Mark Clayton. And so that committee acts on its own. To go a step further, Mr. Sandoval touched on this. One of the things that we have made a practice of doing is sitting in as board members at our choice and at the Resorts World level's pleasure to sit in on those compliance committee meetings as a show of support, essentially. To be advised of what's going on, to see what problems or issues there may be, but also to show them support that we are here and that compliance is the number one topic for us right now.
So it's not as if it's a appeals court, if you will. It operates in their own within their own parameters.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
And their decisions are final, so to speak.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to ask you a question that may seem obvious in terms of the duties, but I really do think it's something I want to hear a little bit about. So you're certainly a busy individual. You have a lot going on as it pertains to board service, as it pertains to service on compliance committees. But you bring certainly an extensive skill set. How do you differentiate the lens that you look through the meetings where you sit in, where you're on the board versus where you sit in a compliance committee? Obviously, the roles and the charges are different, but how do you look at differentiating those roles?
Thank you for the question. I think I'm fairly lucky in terms of my experience. When I was the deputy chief of the corporate securities division, compliance committees were under my charge. I oversaw all the compliance committees and all of the compliance committee audits, so was familiar with virtually every compliance plan on the strip. and in the state of Nevada, and had sat in on a multitude of compliance committee meetings. Then when I was chairman of the Gaming Control Board, we decided that the audit cycle that we had for compliance reviews was taking too long. And so we wanted to shorten that, where we created a compliance unit made up of several dedicated Gaming Control Board staffers to essentially oversee and monitor compliance activities. In my role now, obviously, there's the role as gaming counsel to various companies, and generally that becomes very active when a company gets in trouble or where there's an issue and someone needs assistance. Vastly different, I guess, than the compliance committee roles. But as Mr. Sandoval sort of alluded to, and this is a habit that I developed when I was in your chair, Mr. Chairman. I get up at 4 a.m. every day, and my workday starts at about 4:30. And I work every day in one form or another, and don't stop. So in that light, I'm very fortunate in my mind to sit on the committees that I do. It gives me visibility into what companies are doing what, and what compliance issues they're encountering. And then also, I guess, a larger scope in terms of best practices in terms of compliance overall.
So when you're on the board, is it more what I would consider to be the business hat versus the compliance hat, or how do you balance those? Because the skill sets are very different. And you, as you indicated, you have experience in business, certainly, and vast experience in compliance as well. But it seems like the board, say here, would certainly you bring that experience, but it certainly seems like there has to be sort of a business lens as well. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lens for both for me. There's the business lens and the compliance lens. Fortunately, we haven't encountered any situations where it's sort of been problematic or creating conflicts between those two. But I find that they're both very synergistic, and they tend to go hand in hand day to day in the meetings that we have. Again, after being on the Gaming Control Board for so many years, I understand the numbers. I see the numbers. I am not an expert in running a casino operation. However, I'm perfectly happy in letting the experts take charge on that. But I do so with an eye towards keeping clear oversight over the audit functions and the compliance functions, and then the finances and business activities of the company.
Thank you. As Member Sandoval indicated, many of the topics are the same for each of you. And so I would like your perspective as it pertains to how far the company has come with respect to AML compliance.
I thank you.
Dive in that for a moment, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's come light years. There's been a complete overhaul. You can see that with the changes in management that have occurred, the creation and implementation of the board that you have before you today and had before you last month, there's more active day-to-day oversight. Again, I can't say enough about the team that we've brought in. Mr. Carlos Castro, Jennifer, Lou, these are some of the best and brightest. It leaves me with a great deal of comfort, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. However, we're not done. And so we do have a very active board, and one that is very engaged, and I think will remain engaged, not just, again, to ensure full compliance with all of the regulations and statutes, but to see the property through to being as successful as it possibly can be.
Thank you. I'm curious, having certainly been on both sides of the desk, so to speak, what's your perspective on the application process as an applicant versus as a board member or chairman?
It was very thorough, very professional. I know that you don't want us to name the agents, but Ben Stewart was a great kid. He's a great agent. His supervisor, his chief, I'm not sure about the chief now. I have my questions about him. But other than that, it was an incredibly easy, thorough process. And I'll say what other applicants have said, it is absolutely true. It's forced me to organize everything. My wife has done a tremendous job. God bless her. She's a saint for compiling everything. And it was a very thorough and a very professional process.
Very good. Well, I certainly appreciate where you've come from and what you've done. And you've answered my questions here today also in conjunction with the information that was provided. So I am absolutely delighted to support your application. I think you bring a wealth of experience and compliance and law in any number of areas. So I think the resorts world is very privileged to have you there. It certainly gives me comfort from the perspective of a comment you made earlier about how you see yourself as an extension of the board. I definitely think that the best regulatory environments are one where there's effectively a partnership between the board and licensees in that way, and that the individuals in particular at the licensees who are charged with, for lack of a better term, upholding the regulations see it that way. And I appreciate that. To me, that is at the heart of the what we say, this notion of compliance and culture of compliance. It's that extension. So I appreciate you saying that, and I'm absolutely delighted to support your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I might have a couple of questions as the discourse ensues, but more, maybe a couple of comments. First of all, the application was really thorough, very in-depth, very detailed. Shout out goes to Supervisor Chris Moyle and Deputy Chief Matt Doyle for doing an outstanding job. So it doesn't necessitate a lot of questions when you have a complete, accurate, detailed application like we have. So, and I will disagree with you though on the current chief of investigations is outstanding. He's phenomenal, except he's not a very good handicapper when it comes to following teams like the Buffalo Bills. I tried to warn him. Bills were going to go down, but he didn't listen to me. But other than his handicapping skills, I think he's doing an outstanding job in the role as chief of investigations.
Member Saad, if I can briefly, I can't say enough about Mr. Rippey. He's a phenomenal guy, and we hired him when I was in the corporate securities division. And fun fact, I don't think he was old enough to rent a car when we hired him. And look at him now. He did tell me before the meeting that I should think about withdrawing before we went forward. But
well, I'm glad you didn't. With regard to your presentation here, you have as the governor, a stellar background, overqualified, in my opinion, actually a pristine background and resume. The company did well. Mr. Tam, Mr. Lim, you did very, very good job in picking Mr. Burnett to be one of the leaders of your hotel. So good on you for doing that. We'll get to you in a little while. As we peel back the layers of the onion, the chair brought up AML again. I just wanted to be clear. So I understand the structure that you have in place, but ultimately, Ms. Roberts will have carte blanche, ultimate control and say so whether to ban or bar a patron?
Ms. Roberts has carte blanche, and I think she feels if she were testifying before you today, she would say that she's completely empowered to do everything that she needs to do in order to ensure full compliance with AML protocols. As you're aware, Member Saad, the property has its own AML committee of which Ms. Roberts will partake. There is the Gaming Regulatory Compliance Committee, which is separate. However, there will be some interplay between those two committees to add to some of the hopefully safety mechanisms that are being built in. This last couple of years has caused me to do an extremely deep dive into understanding everything I can about AML. And it's a very difficult subject. However, Ms. Roberts is an expert, and again, we're extremely lucky to have her doing what she does. So full trust is given her, and I think she feels that she's fully empowered to do whatever she needs to do, as is the entire AML team.
That's great to hear because, like I said earlier, I think the problem had been with a lot of these properties and Resorts World in particular is that the buck had to stop with somebody. And now the buck will stop with her. And I think it should be noted that this didn't get a lot of media attention, but people who are individually responsible for AML protocols and not doing the right thing and banning or barring a particular patron with regard to these other properties, a lot of them are no longer with that company. They've been separated. One way or another, they're separated. Either, the board's not satisfied with their performance and the company takes action, or the board can call them forward. But one way or another, I think the individuals have to be accountable and responsible for implementing and doing the right thing. I mean, this is not rocket science. It's not complicated, whether it's a vendor or a player, a patron, whatever. If you're filing multiple SARs on someone, red flags should go up, and someone needs to say, the buck stops with me. We're going to ban that person until we get the documentation we need to verify whether it's source of income or source of revenue or other verification of the companies they may own or not own, whether they're fraudulent companies or not. They need to do a deep dive into the information they're receiving from the host, the independent rep, and the patron himself. So it's good to hear that the buck will stop with Ms. Roberts. And I think other properties are probably going to hopefully follow suit. I believe we have succeeded somewhat in changing the culture up and down the strip with regard to the way things had been done since I got here in 1976. And even before I got here, nobody really cared where the money came from, what the source was, as long as it wasn't counterfeit. They said, roll the dice, deal the cards, let them play. And we dealt to people like Adnan Khashoggi, Jimmy Shagra, Tony Spilatro. The list goes on and on. Pimps, drug dealers, you name it, bookies, they didn't care. But now it's a new day, new sheriffs in town, new board, and the party's over. So I'm glad to see the Resorts World is on board with keeping taking care of our own dirty laundry, so to speak. And by doing that, hopefully there'll be no federal intervention, no federal gaming tax necessary to fund a federal gaming commission, and set the tone for other jurisdictions as well. That the past is the past, and today is a new day, and we have to do things differently. And like I said, the buck has to stop with someone. So, and it's usually the VP of compliance or the director of compliance, whatever the title that particular person has. So with regard to your application, like I said, it's you're overqualified. It's an exemplary application. You set the bar really high for future applicants. I don't think anyone could probably meet those standards, but we're honored and thrilled, at least I am, to have you before us and have you be a particular integral cog in running this company. And I think the company's in really good shape and good hands. And kudos to Mr. Lim and Mr. Tan for putting you in the spot you're in, along with Governor Sandoval as well. So I'm confident the company moving forward is going to do well. And you are doing well. We see the numbers, like you said, every month, despite some media reports that, numbers are down for Vegas and so forth and so on. The company's been doing very, very well and moving in the right direction since for the past year anyway, since the last episodes with Resorts World and the other properties. And the downturn is really in numbers of people coming through the airport. The gross gaming revenue numbers are phenomenal. And for whatever reason, maybe high rollers are coming in and the lower value players are not. Tourists, our numbers may be down, but the gross gaming revenues are phenomenal. And for many, many months, they're well over 1.2, 1.3 billion has been reported in some of the media outlets. So Vegas is on a good path, and I love it. I mean, I love this town. I love this country. This town has given me everything I was able to accomplish and have, and I want to see it continue to do well. And it really, I take it personally when I see negative press and people like Matthew Boyer or Wayne Nix coming in here and destroying the reputation and harming the reputation of Nevada and Nevada gaming in the state of Nevada. I love the fact that we have been the gold standard, and I'm hoping that we can continue to be the gold standard. And with the team that you have in place, I'm confident that that will be the case. So I'm honored also to support your application.
Well, thank you, Judge. And just a couple points on that, if I can. I agree with you in terms of the Las Vegas and Nevada economy. We see it go up and down. It's always going to come back. It's strong and things will change. You've got some of the best and brightest minds on the Strip right now and in Las Vegas and Reno making changes and doing what they can to ensure success. And then lastly, I'll add that we, as Chairman Dreitzer pointed out earlier, we do want to be partners with you on the Gaming Control Board. And to that end, we're keenly watching the new reg changes that you have and support those. And of course, are happy that our emissary, Ms. Roberts, is there along with you hand in hand, workshopping those regulations and those processes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Asad. And yes, if you'd like to follow that on, of course, we have a workshop at 3 p.m. But to your point, Mr. Burnett, that has been, a significant effort the last several months with a lot of input from a lot of stakeholders. So we're pretty pleased, as you'll see later this afternoon, we're close to the finish for that very important effort.
And congratulations to you.
Thank you. Well, we'll get there. So, Member Sendall, questions for Mr. Burnett?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your affirmative presentation. I just had a couple questions about your background, and then maybe I'll chime in on a couple more things on your board of director role. I noticed you're also from Northern Nevada, as you mentioned, but I noticed in your education background, you started your education down at UNLV, but then changed your mind and then came back up north. Can you expand on what happened there?
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. And so right when we graduated, me and a couple buddies said, where are we going to go to college? And we said, how about UNLV? So we did. And we went to UNLV for my freshman year and then just moved back after the summer. And I always worked during the summer and landed a pretty good job doing construction for a construction company in Reno, and essentially just never went back to UNLV. Stayed in Reno working part-time construction and then just continued at the University of Nevada, Reno.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I was just curious. And kind of similar to what I asked Governor Sandoval is why Gonzaga Law School?
That might be a funny story. My son is a newly minted lawyer, and I'm very proud of him and my daughter. But when my son was looking for law schools, I told him, look, it's going to be rare that any Burnett ever gets into Harvard or Yale. It's just not going to happen. So go by the basketball theory. And my theory is if the school is well known in the NC2A tournament, people are going to know about it when you're applying for jobs. And Gonzaga is a top basketball team. And so that's one of the main reasons I went there.
I'm seeing a theme here because I think I heard football earlier.
In addition, I had an aunt and uncle that lived in Seattle that were attorneys that encouraged me to go there.
That's great. Like I said earlier, I'm just always curious why people end up going where they go. And on that regard, I'm curious what brought you to the board originally. You mentioned you were practicing in Northern Nevada. Did you know somebody that worked at the board, or what kind of made you head in that direction even in the beginning?
This is a very interesting story. I mentioned that my dad is a veterinarian. And as he was growing his veterinary practice, one of the individuals that he hired as a veterinarian was a guy named Ron Sandoval, who happens to be Brian Sandoval's older brother. I did not know Brian, but gradually became to know him through that affiliation. My dad and Ron ran that vet hospital together for many, many years. In fact, Ron is still running the vet hospital, and he's set to retire in a couple months. But along the way, I realized when I was at the law firm that I was in, that one of the individuals who just left the law firm before me, and I may have taken his seat, was Brian Sandoval. So there were all these connections. And when it became time for me to try to look for a new career or a new job in the legal field, I interviewed at several law firms, interviewed at the DA's office. But one of the people that I called was Mr. Sandoval, and just wanted to pick his brain on what he thought. And of course, he was either serving or was finishing serving in the assembly. And he mentioned, the Gaming Control Board's kind of a cool place. You may want to apply there. And so I did. I interviewed with the Corporate Securities Division folks. The chairman at that time, or excuse me, the chief of the Corporate Securities Division was Dennis Nylander. And I thought, he's right. These are cool people. This seems like a really cool gig. I was a little hesitant to leave the full-time practice of law. Litigation was okay. I was learning a lot, but it wasn't, the be all and end all for me. But the thought of traveling around the world, investigating gaming companies, and then the financial aspect of the financial regulation of publicly traded companies was very interesting to me, along with just the aspect of working with a great group of people. And it turned out to be the best decision that I ever made. I'm lucky enough to say that I've been everywhere in the world that I have ever wanted to go because of those 20 years. And I'm very lucky to have worked with the people that I worked with.
That's interesting, and congratulations to Ron and his soon-to-be retirement. Maybe he can help take over some of those directorships, or maybe assist you in that role. But so then I am curious though, because then you did go work in the AG's office for a little bit and you left the board. Was that just you wanted to do some legal work? And in that regard too, it kind of goes to my current question is do you see yourself more as a regulator or a lawyer? Because in reading your file, it's kind of sounds like you're more of a regulator mindset overall is what I take away from a lawyer.
Yeah.
Good or bad, or how do you see that?
Yeah, to answer that piece first, many of my clients may feel that I'm too much of a regulator at the end of the day, but that is how I look at things. That's ingrained in me. That's what I did for 20 years. That's how I approach my work on compliance committees as a pseudo extension, an arm of the regulatory body, if you will. And that probably won't ever leave me. But it was very, I guess, interesting and enlightening to serve in the Attorney General's office. I did so for the experience and because it was higher pay, quite frankly, than what I was earning at the Gaming Control Board at the time. But when the opportunity to return back to the Gaming Control Board, sort of in-house in the Corporate Securities Division as the deputy chief, I jumped on it. My experience in the AG's office was wonderful, representing both the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. However, being in-house, not necessarily from a legal perspective, but day-to-day, boots on the ground, running the actual division and helping run the agency was an experience unlike any other.
Yeah, that's great. That you actually had both sides of that. I think as a regulator, having that legal background is helpful. I noticed you obtained your law license in Colorado, or can you tell me the story behind that? I thought I saw that you had some sort of legal license in Colorado.
No, I don't have any license in Colorado.
Okay.
I took the Nevada bar right after graduation.
Okay.
You may be referring to a licensure that I have in Colorado for one of my roles as chairman of a compliance committee. I do have a form of registration in Colorado.
Got it.
For that role, but I'm not licensed anywhere else other than Nevada.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then I meant to ask Governor Sandoval and also the other board members board of directors, when they come on, are any of your meetings so far been in person, your monthly board meetings? And do you anticipate having any moving forward? Or what is it? I understand with today's technology, having Teams and Zoom is so helpful and critical with everyone's busy schedules, but I also, think in person can provide a lot as well, and what your thoughts are and what the board's position is on that matter to the extent you can address that, then I'll ask,
Sure.
the other Mr. Hahn. And then-
Sure, I think the board would agree. We do have meetings in person. It's really what your schedule allows, what your travel abilities allow. Of course, we have colleagues in Malaysia, so oftentimes it's varying time zones have to be balanced. So you may have folks on Zoom or Teams, and you may have folks in person. However, I think I speak on behalf of all of us that if we are around and able to, we want to be in person. It's far more beneficial in my mind. And our Malaysian colleagues, whom you're going to speak to in a moment, do come over frequently to the U.S. And in fact, we have also been over to Kuala Lumpur for meetings, not just amongst ourselves, but amongst with the Genting Berhad board as well. So I would concur with you. It's very important, and it is something that we do. And like Mr. Sandoval, I come here every chance that I can, walk around the property, get to know the staff. We had meetings last night on the property, for example. One of them, Member Sendall, is your friend, Mr. Wheeler. I've taken to meeting with him monthly just to understand the audit procedure, the internal audit function, so that I can better get to know it myself. I want to become expert in that function, but also provide him with the support that he needs.
That's wonderful. And I will add to Ms. Roberts, your wonderful head of compliance, actually taught me alongside the late Bob Vess at UNLV Boyd, all my gaming law classes before there was a formal LLM program at Boyd. It just wasn't created at that time. But she was a wonderful, wonderful teacher and professor. And you're really lucky as well. You have very great qualified people. And I had an opportunity to meet Mr. Dorn, I think a few months back as well. And all wonderful, wonderful qualified people, and Mr. Castro as well. And I think he's still coming before us for licensure later. So my last question, and I know the answer, but I just wanted to hear from your perspective and the other board members, is this is the only Resorts World at the property level that has like a member manager board of directors, or do all the properties have a similar structure?
Within the Genting Berhad corporate ownership structure?
Yeah, at the other, properties throughout the world, here at Resorts World Las Vegas, you've implemented, right, this 4 or 5 person board of directors at the property level. Does that exist at the other properties as well? Or is this something new and unique to this Las Vegas property? Or do you see potentially that being implemented at others? If it's not, and just general comments from the board of directors on that.
Sure, yeah. Ms. Okerberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is unique, yes, amongst that family. And it is, of course, a creature of the company's desire to implement that high level of oversight at this particular property. How that may evolve or change is ultimately going to be up to the Genting Berhad folks, of course, but hopefully as the company can grow, we can see that also grow as well with that.
Well, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have one quick follow-up. Do you have a timing on when you're going to streamline and maybe reconstitute the compliance committees?
We're currently, again, and Ms. Okerberg can correct me, but we're currently in preliminary discussions with the compliance unit on that. So I'll say it's in the works. I don't know that there's a definitive timeline. However, I would be shocked if changes didn't occur within the year, though, in that regard.
Thank you for that. And if I'm doing my math right, I think it's 2:30 in the morning for Mr. Lim and Mr. Tan. So I appreciate your patience and your ability to stay awake. Sometimes we all struggle with that, much less at 2:30 in the morning. So thank you for that. So however you'd like to proceed from here, Ms. Okerberg.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to turn to the applicants via Zoom, both of whom have previously been licensed or found suitable by the board and commission and have appeared. So they're not going to give quite the full background, but they're going to give you an update since they haven't had an opportunity to meet each of you. And then, of course, talk with you about their role on the Resorts World Board. And if I could, I'd like to start with Mr. Tan.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, again, thank you for your patience, Mr. Tan. We appreciate you being here via Zoom today. Sir, I think we have some audio issues.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm muted. I hope everyone can hear me well now.
Yes, we're fine. Thank you.
So, very good morning to you, Chair Dresser, Member Assad, and as well as Member Sandal. My name is Kong Han Tan. As addressed by Ms. Okerberg, I have been previously been before the board with respect to my prior licensing. Therefore, what I'll hope to do now is basically provide a very brief update since my last appearance. A couple of things. One, I was recently promoted to be the CEO of Genting Berhad back in March 2025. With regards to my role with Resorts World, I was appointed to the board in December 2024. Really, I was with member Mr. Burnett. We were both serving in the compliance committee when the whole very terrible episode broke out. I think as Mr. Bernard had alluded to, we jumped into action. We spearheaded a lot of the so-called regulatory compliance exercises that needed to be done. We hired external counsel. We hired the Ms. Ockerberg's firm. We also hired a firm out of Washington to actually advise us on some of the best things, best practices that we ought to do. Together with Mr. Bernard, I think we actually did a very deep investigation as well. We also did a very deep dive into what needed to be done, and that really sort of started the ball rolling with regards to all the efforts that culminated in the subsequent settlement that we have with the board. Along with that, one of the few things we then realized, and this is with the concurrence of the parent board at Genting Berhad, the parent board was deeply shocked, and we took this very seriously, and we took the decision that, as what Judge Assad said correctly, there must be accountability at the property, and we are just too far away. So we decided that it's very important to have a board, a real board, live board down at the property that the management can actually work very closely with. And we wanted people with obviously highly impeccable integrity and reputation, as well as experiences. So I embarked on that adventure. I have jokingly spoke to the rest of my colleagues, whereby it was like setting up the Justice League, so to speak. I needed to hunt down Superman. I needed to find Wonder Woman, and so on and so forth. So I found, I know Jim Marvin. I've known him for years. I've known him in my corporate life. He was then the CFO of MGM, and I got to know him then. And over the years, I've got to know him well. I know him, and what he's capable of, his experience and his background and his integrity and so on. So I spoke to him, and he very, very gladly said, yes, let's try and sort this thing out. And Governor Sandoval, he may or may not remember, but back about 14 years ago, I also was the first guy to travel to Vegas to look at the site, did the deal to buy that site, and I actually called upon Governor Sandoval in his office, apart from also meeting the late Mr. Reid and so on and so forth. So obviously one of the few people that immediately came to mind is the governor, because he would bring along a huge, immense experience of governance, compliance, knowing what we need to do and how important it is to basically abide by the law. He sets the law. You know, he has been involved in the legislature and so on and so forth. So he was an obvious choice. And again, he very graciously accepted the position. And very clearly, AG was a very easy choice. He and I had served on the compliance committee, but more important than that, he was the chairman of the board that investigated me. And I met him when he was investigating me, and I had huge respect for him and what he had, the work he did, the people that worked for him, and so on and so forth, and the sort of diligence that they had undertaken on me. They hired Pinkerton, trailed me, and so on and so forth. It was an experience. When I visit my safe deposit box, for I myself have not visited for years. And so I had huge respect. So obviously AG was a very easy choice. Then it dawned on me that, you know, one of the few things that went wrong at RWLV was the people. So what do? We needed a HR practitioner. And in that, we found Michelle. Michelle is a huge asset in terms of HR practice and so on and so forth. So she's the so-called Wonder Woman in the Justice League that we sort of assembled together. So we started, we obviously we work with the lawyers. We managed to visit and make courtesy call to each of the individual members of the board, sat down, hear each of the boards, their views. I think we met Judge Assad and so on. And eventually that resulted in a good thing, which is the settlement. But more importantly, with the settlement, a whole long list of things that needed to be done. And I think we comply with each and every one of them, including the last one, which is the training for all of us, including myself here remotely, and my colleague, Mr. Lim, Mr. Hui Lim. And I think we all benefited from that. And I think this is a model that Genting Berhad want to roll to all the other properties across the world. That is so-called adopting the gold standard of Nevada into potentially even New York. And obviously Singapore has theirs. They have their GRA there. So it's not going to be different. We all want to aspire, and we want to ensure that consistency exists across the group's property, and each of the group's property will then be playing to the highest gold standard that obviously is pioneered by the state of Nevada. So that's something that I think we have been kept busy. We do meet on the board either in person or via Zoom monthly at the minimum. In fact, I will be over in Nevada in RWLB on the March 9. I intend to be there for the week. I'll be meeting with obviously Carlos, Lou, and everybody else, and also meeting with the board members because we'll be having a board meeting that week. So we do meet personally, and I will be bringing along with me my team from KL as well, from Kuala Lumpur, to go over and socialize and to meet with our colleagues in RWLB and share experiences and discuss whatever needs to be done and cross-pollinate and learn from each other, so to speak. Apart from my role on Resorts World, which obviously along with the other directors, we all discuss and we do provide strategic directions. We are now the one that makes decisions on all the key matters, particularly as it relates to financial results, if it's to do with major investments or with capital expenditure. I think we control the budgets. We also now are the guardian, and we also are basically the sponsors of good corporate governance, and ensuring a culture of compliance will continue to exist and continue to be upheld within the company throughout the ranks and file. Apart from my work in the company, for which I am responsible for ranging from the oil and gas, power generations, health, life sciences, and corporate banking stuff, and even and obviously Resorts World Las Vegas and so on. I do get pride myself that it's been something that of passion to me. I get involved in a bit of projects. So some of the things that I've done, apart from some of the things that I've did in the past, like setting up trusts for schools and so on, is I'm very happy that, we live in a world whereby a lot of food goes to waste. And it's such a shame. And some of this food are really good food. For instance, back here in Malaysia, what I've done is I've got all my colleagues and they all volunteer their time. Getting people to work together, coming together on a weekend to basically cook for the poor is something that I personally am very proud of, because we don't buy the materials. We actually source those materials from things that are actually being discarded for no better reason because it's just too much. And we then use all those things, cook a decent meal. We feed every weekend, we feed 500 to 800 folks out in various parts of Kuala Lumpur, the poor folks. And alongside with that, I'm running a dementia diagnosis center for free that actually houses and we take care for about 35 old folks around this very poor region in Kuala Lumpur. We bring them in, we take care of them during the day, we provide them 3 meals, we try to keep them active, we give them activities, and more importantly, what we're doing is we're starting courses for what we call pink ribbons caregivers. It's very important to realize that dementia patients are very different. They require very different skill sets to care for them. So training the caregivers becomes very, very important. And that's something that I think in our capacity, as well as with sponsorship from Genting, we are now spearheading some of the courses with colleagues from ours in the UK, from Aberdeen University, and so on and so forth. And we're doing that in Malaysia, working alongside some of the local clinics here and so on. And we are also, Genting also has a instrument for which you can download from Apple or Google, Android. I think it's like $1, for which you can test the old folks. It's called HiPal. You can test at home. You can test it to give you an indication of whether you are susceptible to issues with memories and so on and so forth. And we are doing a lot of that testing for free back here in Malaysia, in shopping centers, malls, and so on and so forth, in old folks' homes, and we're doing all that. So that's something I think that's equally important, apart from just the corporate work that we do. Why? I suppose you talk about culture of governance and compliance and all that. A lot of that shares a lot of similarity with your passion and drive to try and help the underserved communities. And I think these two can go hand in hand, and that's something that I seriously champion at the Genting Group. With that, I think I also would like to thank the agent. I don't know them personally, unlike AG, but I know they have put in a lot of hard work on my application, and I suppose I'll end by saying that I would be most delighted to answer any questions that any of you would have for me. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tan. We appreciate that presentation. Of course, I personally applaud your public service that you do, and appreciate that you prioritize that. Question for you. So you've been with Genting for approximately 18 and a half years. So you have a long-term stakeholder within Genting. Now you mentioned that many of the things that you're doing at the Resorts World level that you potentially will take to your other properties. How do you see that rolling out? It's interesting to me that you could maybe take some of this and with the lessons learned and with the manner in which you created this outstanding team, that you will then replicate that elsewhere to make your other organizations within your structure stronger. How do you see that?
No, exactly, Judge. Chair Dresser, I think that's exactly what we hope to do. We will try and now in each of the jurisdiction, for instance, the latest one being New York, we're in the midst of actually looking for the distinguished people to come, and we're going to empanel a board there. And that board will then be responsible when we open, hopefully sometime later this year. So they obviously have the benefit to learn from all the lessons that we've learned and in Nevada. So that's something that I think the Genting Group would actually be it's very grateful that with all that we've learned from the state of Nevada and can be replicated across to all the other properties.
Very good. Remember, the governor said he's full, though, with respect to a possible another board seat. But I appreciate that. I unfortunately was not on the board at the time of your initial licensing. Could you just briefly talk about your role and how it's evolved within Genting, very briefly?
Yes, sir. I was the president and chief operating officer. And in that capacity, I was tasked with primarily the corporate work, ranging from financing, banking, across the group. I was also tasked with regulatory compliance with regards to the stock exchange and so on and so forth. But I also have responsibility to roll out and build out the energy businesses. And in the energy businesses, we have two, which is the oil and gas, as well as the power generation. In respect of the oil and gas, we've expanded that business. We now are drilling and producing oil in two different parts of China. We are developing the 9th floating LNG vessel, which is going to be the first to be deployed in the waters of Indonesia. So that's also a first for the Indonesian folks. whereby we will be getting gas from the grounds, and basically cleaning up those gas onshore and then sending it off to this vessel for refrigeration and liquefaction. And then we are in the midst of actually talking to Shell for a 18-year offtake agreement whereby they will be taking this gas and selling it across Asia. We also run power plants. Our power plant spans, we have plants in Indonesia, we have a couple of plants in China, and also we have a wind farm in India. And we also have 2 solar farms in China, which sits on, we coexist with aquaculture, i.e. This solar panel sits on like 1.4 meters above the water, thereby allowing fishermen to actually rear fishes and prawns underneath the solar panel, which is great because the solar panel efficiency goes up because of the effects of the cooling of the water, as well as the fishes get some form of protection from direct sunlight, and they thrive. So that's something that we do well. We've been doing very well in the waters of a Fujian province in China. We've also developing 2 units of very advanced power generations, working with General Electric. In fact, I'll be seeing the CEO of General Electric next month. He's coming to Singapore. We are one of the first few in the world to use their Type H power turbines, for which it's 50% hydrogen ready, i.e. we can use hydrogen to actually fire up and supply energy to half the state of Indonesia, so to speak.
So all of that is quite a bit different from gaming then.
Yeah. I've my background is quite a bit on energy and oil and gas and so on and so forth. But I also run the life sciences. I am involved in the therapeutic drugs for Alzheimer's. I'm involved in the diagnostic tools for Alzheimer's, as you've heard. I also get involved in, we're building a medical center in Indonesia for the applications. We'll be importing stem cells from New Jersey. We have an investment in a company called Cellularity. That stem cells will be imported in Indonesia for treatment, sports injury, and so on and so forth. No different from what has been allowed in the state of Florida, Montana, and so on. So that's something that's also under my purview. And obviously now RWLV has come under my purview as well. Resorts World Las Vegas has come under my purview as well.
So last question for you. What's your view of how the investment has performed relative to Resorts World from when you started to now? What's your view of that?
Well, I think the early days, I don't know how to put it, but I think growing pains is one of the few words that comes to mind. We were new kid in town. We didn't really know people around. We were introduced to obviously people that is less than savory in under circumstances, and things didn't pan out well, so to speak. And but I think more importantly is we swung into action and remedy all that. We spent a lot of money, and Genting Berhad has continuously been the one that is funding for all the deficit that Resorts World is facing. We are the one that provided all the equity kiosks, and we continue to stand behind this project because we've always regarded Nevada to be a important and a core assets and a core center, and that paid off because, like I said, we've learned a lot from being in Nevada, and that's something that knowledge can now be easily replicated and will ensure all our other properties be in much better state of governance and compliance than ever before. So I don't see that as waste, so to speak. But obviously we are also very fortunate. We found the gentleman Carlos Castro. He's a hugely hardworking gentleman. I think the guy goes to bed. He stays at work until like 8 p.m. and he goes to bed very late. Sometimes he sleep over in the property. He gets up very early in the morning. I speak to him sometimes when he's awake in the morning. I was shocked because obviously I'm awake because it's daytime for me. And yeah, he's like pulling all the stops to try and make sure that holding the fort, holding the ship together, and keeping all our, most important is keeping the employees together. I think there's nothing more important than making sure that good people continue to feel a sense of belonging and property. And I think Carlos is doing a great job in doing that. And I think financial performance will come. I think eventually with a great asset, with a great team, I think those financial performance will come. And it's a blip. We all will accept that as a blip, and we look forward.
Appreciate that. And we certainly look forward to seeing Mr. Castro here in ordinary course. And we appreciate your continued commitment to your investment into the state of Nevada. Much has been made this morning about the team that's been assembled, so that's already been addressed. And kudos to you and your team for having the foresight to put this together and improve from where you were a short time ago, even less than a year ago. The improvement is vast. And given your background and the fact that certainly you've been licensed before, you're very well qualified, and I look forward to supporting your application, Mr. Tan.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I'll ask Judge Assad if he has any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Tan, so nice to see you again.
Yes, likewise.
We had a good meeting a couple of years back, and I look forward to having more meetings with you and the governor and Mr. Burnett and the rest of the team to try to have a symbiotic relationship and keep Resorts World on track. I think it's important sometimes for regulators and licensees to confer and discuss issues with one another so that we can all be on the same page. I want to commend you for your altruistic endeavors. I believe, like you, that to whom much is given, much is expected, and I want to commend you for that.
Thank you, sir.
You're eminently qualified. Just by way of the record before us, you have a bachelor and a master of law from the University of Cambridge back in 1988, barrister of law from Holborn College in '89 in the UK. And then you joined Genting in 2007, and you've had multiple licenses from the Nevada Gaming Commission. So you're eminently qualified. I want to commend you for putting together a tremendous team. You're like the general manager of a football team. Well, I guess over there it would be a soccer team.
Soccer team.
You have to have a great coach, and then you have to have some really good players and a good defenseman, and then you go out and you execute. And I'm sure that your company is on the right track. I see the numbers every month, and we compare them to the top 50 other licensees in the entire state. And I assure you that you're on the right path, and the numbers will be there. You just need to be a little patient. You have the right team in place. Commend you on Mr. Castro's position with the firm, and the governor and Mr. Burnett, and you're on your way to success. I have no doubt. So congratulations. I'm honored and happy to support your application as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank you, Member Assad. Member Sandal.
Thank you. Good morning, I guess, Mr. Tan. Thank you for staying awake. I've been at the board now just about over a year, and I think I had the privilege of having you come last March before us for your full licensure. And you had just been appointed CEO of Genting, I believe, at that time.
Yes.
It was very entertaining. I enjoyed reading your investigative report at that time, and it was a great meeting to hear about your background and the additional information that the chairman just asked you about the other areas that you oversee, and all the charity work and the philanthropic work that you do in your community is very, very commendable. And thank you for all that you do to make a difference, and that medical research too. I recall as you were talking, I was getting reminded of all the information that I read when I looked at your material last year. But I guess I wanted to ask, you're the CEO now of Genting, but I recall you saying that you were already at that point doing the work before, but now you are officially the CEO. So I have to ask, how has your role changed and essentially as well as now you're on the board of directors at Resorts World Las Vegas, I believe since December 2024. So those two roles kind of happened very close in time, being CEO and then joining here. And I guess just particularly, if you can share to the extent you haven't already addressed it from the chairman's questions, kind of what is work now in regard of having this high level of leadership role with the company in both, at the property level here at Resorts World on the board, and then also as the CEO of Genting. What do you see and what do you foresee moving forward for the company?
Well, thank you, madam. Actually, I got appointed to Resorts World's board and then got promoted to the
Right.
CEO role. And it was very humbling to be appointed to Resorts World board alongside all the eminent people before you. I've learned tremendously from all of them, and I've learned tremendously from all the days and nights we spent with the council about being educated about compliance, AMLA issues, the laws of the states, and so on and so forth. I think the one thing that I will bring to bear in now my role as the CEO is to make sure that this message of compliance will flow across to all the properties within the group. I think that's probably my biggest challenge. Alongside with that is obviously on the broader side, aside from gaming businesses, for which I'm also responsible for. I think whether it's gaming or whether it's power generation or whether it's life sciences and so on, I think the most important thing is integrity. I think nothing beats integrity. I think that's something that is equally important, and that's something that we can all, in all our other industries, can also take a leaf from the gaming side. People always think gaming is not regulated or less regulated. That's far from the truth. I think we all know that, being involved in the industry. And now it's for the other industry to catch up. I think banking is trying to catch up. Certainly now in terms of power generations, in terms of being responsible as how you source for your source material to fire up that turbines, the contractors that you deal with, all those things, I think we are learning from how some of the framework that's been put in place in Nevada. We can actually replicate some of this framework across some of the other business practices, businesses that we own across the globe. So that's something that I think is very important. Beyond that, obviously, I think the other thing that is equally important is organization structure. I think being able to respond and getting the right attitude, culture, whereby see something, say something. If it's something that's wrong, say it. Don't look the other way. Don't hide within a so-called, well, why should I be the one saying, why not him? Or, we all should be saying it, and nobody else is saying I shouldn't be saying it. So that sort of culture is probably something that got us wrong in Nevada. And I think, as an example, in the power plant, recently, one of the boilers, because of the rainy season, obviously, then the boilers went into what we call hyperflation. And again, the engineers saw it, but did nothing because they felt that that's not something that they need to be worried about, not their role, and so on and so forth. So I really got angry because you saw it, say it. And that's something that we've learned. We've learned from the experiences in Nevada and all that. So that's very important. The people, the mentality, they have to accept that, look, you're hired, you have a role to play. And beyond a role to play, you've got to use your own logic, your own rationality. You see something bad, say it, report up the chain of command, get it sorted out. Don't just leave it, And I think that's something that's very, very important. So apart from the laws and the rules and all that, I think this so-called mindset change that we also learned from Nevada, I think that's something that we also will be trying to implement. So we are having workshops in our power plant now. We're having workshops in our oil and gas divisions and so on and so forth to try and we're bringing in experts, bringing in teachers to try and educate and train the trainers, so to speak, So hopefully we can do better, Madam. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciate that. I think those are some great takeaways, and doesn't matter really what industry it is, right? And it applies to gaming and to your other areas that Genting is involved in. And I think integrity and, getting that messaging and training out to every employee matters. You have almost 5,000 employees here at Resorts World Las Vegas, and I think going around, walking the property and engaging with people and making them realize that they matter, and that if they see something, to say something, they need to have that connection, I think, with management. And I think I think this is a great move, and your implementation of a board at this property level, and hopefully implementing that at your other properties will bear successful and continued success for Genting moving forward. So thank you, and it's great to see you again, and more than happy to support your application and wish you all the continued success in your role. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Lim.
much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tan. I would like to now turn it over to Huey Lim, and he will share a little bit with you about his background, and then, of course, talk with you about his role on the Resorts World Board.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Lim, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your patience at, I think, what is 3 o'clock in the morning. So we appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear?
We are fine. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. A very good morning, Chair Draitser, Member Assad, and Member Sandel. It is a pleasure to be an honor to be in front of you today. My name is Huey Lim, and I'm pleased to provide several significant updates since my last appearance on the board in May 2021. Effective March 2025, I assumed the role of Chief Executive Officer at Genting Plantations following my tenure as Deputy CEO. Genting Plantations is a cornerstone of the Southeast Asian plantation sector, publicly listed on the Malaysian Stock Exchange. Our operations are strategically diversified across 4 core pillars. The plantations, where we manage a vast land bank of over 243,000 hectares across Malaysia and Indonesia. Downstream, where we are supported by 13 proprietary oil mills and oversee the production of crude palm oil to downstream manufacturing of biodiesel. Number 3, property, where we unlock land value through large-scale township developments, such as our 30,000 resident township in Johor, which is located south of Malaysia. We are in partnership also with our joint venture partners, Simon Property Group, and have brought successfully the Premier Outlet concept to Asia with 3 Premier Outlet malls currently spanning in Malaysia and Indonesia. And AgTech, where we have spent the last 2 decades transitioning palm oil production from a traditional farming to precision agriculture. Our partnership with the J. Craig Venter Institute to establish a world-class palm oil genomic research center led to the successful sequencing of the oil palm genome in 2008. This scientific breakthrough allowed us to leverage DNA-based solutions to achieve yields which are 30% higher than the industry standards. Additionally, since April 2025, I have served on the board of Resorts World Las Vegas. In this role, I collaborate with my fellow directors to steer the company's strategic directions, approve any major investments, and ensure our financial reporting and compliance frameworks meet the highest industry standards. We are deeply committed to reinforcing a culture of stringent corporate governance and regulatory compliance across the organization. I am also a member of Yayasan Lim, which is the Lim Family Foundation. It was established in 1978 by my grandfather, and it is a private family foundation dedicated to social welfare and community development. Our primary aim is to provide consistent financial support to educational institutions, medical centers, old folks' homes, and organizations for the physically handicapped. With that, I'd like to thank my agent for their hard work on this application, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. Certainly, it sounds like your organization is in any number of areas pretty extensive. But as it pertains to the gaming business, could you speak a little bit about your and your family's commitment to Resorts World Las Vegas and Nevada, and what your perspective has been now that you've been in this property now for a couple of years?
Yes. So the Genting Berhad, as Kong Han mentioned, is fully committed to the Resorts World Las Vegas project. Actually, I was actually involved in one of the right at the beginning at the conceptualization stages of Resorts World Las Vegas. So working along with the architect team to form a number of F&B and ideation as well and concepts throughout the property as to what you see it is right now. So yeah, and we truly believe that, you know, Resorts World Las Vegas is a cornerstone in terms of what we do in Genting Berhad in terms of entertainment.
Good. And then in view of the issues that have arisen over the last year and the way in which Resorts World Las Vegas and Genting have addressed these, do you have a perspective on that? And at this stage, learning what you have, and I believe it was Mr. Tan who said that there was growing pains in this process. Could you speak to that and where you feel you are and the company is with respect to the culture of compliance?
Yes. So there were definitely growing pains, you know, at the beginning of the foundation of Resorts World Las Vegas. However, we have instilled, and since I've joined the board as well, along with my fellow colleagues, reinforce a compliance first culture as well. As in terms of like the industry as well, and also Resorts World. Last year, there were definitely a lot of headwinds, not due to the property itself, but it was industry-wide where we found that occupancy and ADR were somewhat a little bit challenging. However, we do see that there's an encouraging resilience for our convention business as well. I believe that, you know, we are still in a phase of stabilization and have yet to mature into the full potential of where Resorts World Las Vegas can become.
I appreciate that. And with respect to the compliance aspects of this, it's been said that this really is, you know, a very unique effort and one that you will now replicate in other areas of your business. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, actually, the board of director role actually was rolled out at the beginning with Resorts World Sentosa, which was a subsidiary of Genting Singapore as well, where they are the main board which controls the operating entity of Resorts World Singapore. Then with that, actually in the US as well, the formation of the board itself was really a culmination, as Kong Han says, as a team of Avengers, where because obviously in Malaysia, due to time differences, it was very hard to be able to communicate effectively and on a real-time basis with the team. So because of this, then, you know, as Kong Han mentioned, we looked out to find most of the team with the most experience, and that's how we came onto Jim as well. My father, Mr. Lim, has a long-term relationship with Jim, and when we talked about that, that's when Jim felt that, you know, he would be able to lead the charge, and because of that, bring on his team, which is what you see beforehand. So we believe that with this current board as well, it is definitely set in place to be able to bring us into the future.
How much time would you say on a weekly basis you spend on Resorts World Las Vegas business?
Okay, I would say that about 30% of my time now is carved towards Resorts World Las Vegas. So my typical day itself would be from the morning to the afternoon. I spend my time on the Asian business, and then in the evenings and early mornings, usually not this early in the morning, but about 7 a.m. or 6:30, then I would talk to the operation team and management team as well.
Very good. I guess from my perspective, you know, the presentation today up and down the line has been very thorough. Certainly, there's been great advancements, it seems, in such a short period of time, sort of less than a year, not only from the outstanding individuals before us today and who will come before us in the next meeting, but it definitely seems like a very strong team, a very strong turnaround. And I'm very pleased with the commitment to compliance that exists across the board from all parts of Resorts World all the way up to you and to ownership. So I am happy to support your application, and we appreciate you and everybody here taking time to outline all of this. I know it's been a rather extensive hearing, but I think it's been an important one to hear directly from the individuals who will be, on the front line, so to speak, executing this. And I, for one, have great confidence that moving forward, you have a tremendous team in place, the right team, and a team that approaches these matters with the requisite level of expertise and seriousness and looking at it from a compliance first standpoint. So I'm fully comfortable with your application, Mr. Lim, as I am for the entire group presented here today. So thank you for being here and waiting out this at 3 o'clock in the morning, but it was important. So thank you for that. With that,
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreutzer. Thank you so much, Mr. Lim, for appearing by Zoom. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hopefully one day we can meet in person, and look forward to that taking place. You're eminently qualified, Master of Arts, International Marketing, after you received a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Sciences from the University of London. You got your master's from Regent's Business School in London in 2007. You joined Genting in 2009. You've been licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission multiple times. I want to commend you also for taking part and helping us way back when, 3 years ago, when we negotiated the settlement on the complaint and the fine amount. It was a pleasure meeting with Mr. Murrin and Mr. Burnett to resolve that matter. You, the company, and others, Mr. Tan, you accepted full responsibility. You acknowledged culpability. It was a pleasure negotiating that settlement with you, along with Ms. Okerberg. I want to commend you also for hiring Ms. Okerberg. It's very important that you have a good lawyer representing you, as well as putting together a great team on the board of directors. I have no doubt that the company moving forward will do very, very well financially. And I want to thank you again for appearing through Zoom. And I'm honored and pleasured to support your application as well.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lim. The benefit of going last is that you don't have as many questions and we're all tired and want a restroom break. But that said, I mean, I have not had a chance to meet you yet, but I know you've been licensed multiple times before our commission, and your colleagues have all said nothing but exemplary things about you and working with you. Mr. Tan seems like a wonderful, well-qualified, experienced person that you get to work with on a regular basis. I was curious how much the two of you and in your role that you two work together, if you wouldn't mind touching upon that a little bit. And then secondly, my only two questions really is, one is how much you work with Mr. Tan and what that looks like. And then two, how often are you in Las Vegas, at the Resorts World Las Vegas property and able to be here with your other duties? I was curious. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, I see Mr. Tan actually very regularly. In actual fact, I had a meeting with him yesterday. We actually meet on several times a week because his office is actually just 3 or 4 rooms from me, myself.
I was curious, if you were in the same spot. So okay.
Yes, exactly. So we're both on the main headquarters on the 25th floor as well. So it's very easy to be able to collaborate as well. But I do make it a commitment at least to sit down with him and have chats at least once a week, just to discuss about, group performance. And so as for Resorts World Las Vegas, I actually used to come over every quarter and up until actually just June last year, because I just had a newborn son as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. He's just turned 8 months. So now that, everything seems to have stabilized, I will continue making my trips over to Las Vegas. So actually, I can't wait to be back there because it's been a while since I've seen the team in person.
Yeah. Well, I'd love an opportunity to meet with you two at some point on one of your future trips as well. But yes, congratulations on your new addition to your family, and happy to support your application. And as everything the chairman and the judge mentioned, you have a great team here moving forward, and I wish you continued success.
Thank you very much, Member Sindall.
Very good. With that, I believe we are in order for a motion. Would one of my colleagues care to make a motion at this time?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'd be happy to do that. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sindall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to take a strict 5-minute break and reconvene at 11:23. Thank you.
You know, the judge is
I'm looking.
oh, he's not gonna come back until you. Erica's on the next one, so she's just.
Yep.
Pop right in.
Very good. We are on standby. We'll look to get started here in a moment, please. One moment. Okay, we are back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. From here on in, things should go maybe a little bit quicker. Madam Secretary, with that, please read in non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of JJVG Topco LLC to exercise convertible promissory notes as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of JJVG Holdings LLC to exercise convertible promissory notes as noted on the agenda and for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of JJVG Holdings LLC for a continuous approval to issue or redeem senior preferred non-voting membership interests to or from members found suitable by the Nevada Gaming Commission registered with the Nevada Gaming Control Board or that have received a waiver as an institutional investor. Lastly, you have the applications of JJVG Intermediate 2 LLC, JJVG Intermediate 3 LLC, JJVG Nevada Holdings LLC, J&J Ventures Gaming of Nevada LLC, Golden Route Operations LLC, and Sartini Gaming LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Okerberg, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the company's Chief Financial Officer, Ed Farrell. What I'd like to do for you, Mr. Chair, is provide an overview of the applications, and then I would turn it to Mr. Farrell to speak with you about how the company is doing and the financing.
Very well. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. We're before you today in connection with applications that are associated with the transaction. The company acquired the assets of the Kuro Group, which assets were in Nebraska, and in connection therewith, they entered into a financing. There are 3 primary buckets of applications before you today. The first relates to a request for approval for equity pledges. The second relates to a request for approval for conversion of promissory notes into non-voting preferred equity for approved LLC members. And the third is for approval for a continuous issuance or redemption of those units to and from the approved members. If I turn to that first category, the company has requested approval for equity pledges of the entities that are approved in Nevada pursuant to NRS 463.5733. The company is aware of the requirements under Regulation 8.030. However, the interests are currently uncertificated. As to the notes, the company acquired the Kuro Group's assets through 3 different categories. There was cash from the company, there was traditional financing, and they also received funds from the approved members. In exchange, the approved members received a note, which ultimately became convertible for the non-voting preferred equity that we're before you today requesting the approval for that conversion. Turning to the third category, the company is requesting approval for the continuous issuance or redemption of those non-voting preferred equity units. That would help to streamline the process for the issuance and redemption so that the company would not need to come back before the board and the commission in each instance. This would give the company more flexibility in order to obtain more funding from their approved members, who of course would include the categories of individuals who are registered, found suitable, licensed, or who hold an institutional investor waiver, and therefore remain under the jurisdiction of the board and the commission. It would also allow the company the flexibility to redeem those units where it may be appropriate. We understand the board and commission have considered similar applications for continuous issuances and the like, and have felt that there's been appropriate regulatory control, and we believe that would be the case here as well. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the applications, or I can turn it over to Mr. Farrell to speak with you about the company and the financing.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have Mr. Farrell speak, and then we can just ask questions about the whole matter.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, and Member Sendell. I'm Ed Farrell, Chief Financial Officer for J&J Gaming. We just completed a very good year. 2025 was a record performance in terms of both revenue and earnings. The company is now doing over $1.4 billion a year in gross gaming win across 30,000 slots and across multiple states, with the key 4 states though being Illinois, Nevada, Montana, and Nebraska. We're confident in our outlook for 2026. All 4 of our big markets have higher projections for this year, expect to be well over $1.5 billion in revenue going forward, and off to a good start. It's only 6 weeks, but off to a good start year over year. Critical to our 2025 results was the Curo acquisition that was just spoken about. It was critical. The assets were primarily in Nebraska because they had a regulated skill business that was going on in Nebraska. But a big chunk of it was they were a longtime sales partner of J&J in Illinois and participated from a commission standpoint in a lot of our accounts. And they were really critical accounts, big corporate, multi-location establishments, a lot of the major truck stops, a lot of the major convenience stores, big companies at Circle K that you've heard about and loves, and it really solidified us, did 3 really big things for us. Number one, it locked up a lot of corporate relationships for the company going forward as we continue to grow. Also gave us immediate growth, obviously, gave us immediate increase in earnings of over $30 million. And it strengthened our in-house sales team, really putting us in a better position across the country as we have other opportunities to grow. The impact of the transaction was immediately to leverage us up a little bit more, but cash flow came through, as we expected, and we've been able to deleverage below that level since August when we closed the transaction. So good financially, good and really good strategically as well. Since the acquisition of Golden Route here in Nevada, we've integrated the Nevada and Montana businesses that we picked up with Golden Route. We've started a new business in Nebraska, which became a regulated market, and we've quickly grown that into a leadership position in that state. We're the top terminal operator in the state of Nebraska now, and overall we've increased our run rate since picking up the Nevada business by over $50 million annually. We continue to explore new opportunities as they arise. There's multiple states that are looking for, potentially expanding into distributed gaming, and we're in a good position financially in terms of liquidity and in terms of equity owners that are willing to put more money into the business if they want to, if the opportunities make sense. So we expect to stay financially flexible and take opportunities as they come, and appreciate your time this morning, and happy to answer any questions that you have about J&J.
Thank you very much, Ms. Okerberg and Mr. Farrell. Ms. Farrell, I wanted to touch on a couple of points, maybe get some more information. So, as to the principal acquisition that we're discussing here, Curo. So in terms of what it is that you are acquiring, it's assets, and so I assume it's commission contracts, if you will?
Right. So in Nebraska, they own slot machines, and they actually operated games as a terminal operator in the state of Nebraska. So that's a pretty much straightforward sort of acquisition, very similar to the Golden Route acquisition here, where we went in and bought a business that was operating machines. In Illinois, we were partners with Curo at the very beginning when distributed gaming started in Illinois over 11 years ago. Curo was a partner that went out, sold accounts, and we essentially shared the revenue. And we basically bought their company. So we took a large number of accounts that we were already servicing, and we essentially got 100% of the revenue as opposed to 50 because of the share went away upon the acquisition.
So is it accretive to do it this way?
Yeah, it immediately gave us a big lift in earnings, and also, we took on their team and all those relationships that they had kind of like curated, fostered with these corporate clients, became really wholly owned by J&J.
So the contracts that were done that you acquired, and I understand the relations, for the contracts long-term?
Yeah, but in Illinois, you can go up to 8 years. So, prior to the acquisition, we re-upped all the contracts within the portfolio up to, I'd say a weighted average of about 6.5, 7 years. So they're long-term. They're very sticky contracts though. Once you're performing, there's not a lot of kind of churn on these contracts. We do about a 96% renewal rate on all of our contracts throughout the portfolio, and we've never lost one of the accounts with Curo.
And did you retain the entirety of the staff in the acquisition?
Virtually. Their staff was fairly small. It was strictly a sales team. There were like 17 employees, and we have like 13 of the 17. Some of them were like support staff and accounting and things like that, but we kept the entirety of the sales staff.
In addition to what you describe as the commissions and the sales aspect, can you describe the other assets that were acquired?
Yeah, the other assets are the Nebraska assets.
Okay.
They had about a $5 million a year business in Nebraska, machines mostly in Lincoln and Omaha area that they had accounts that they were servicing. And again, it was another corporate client. It was like Cubbies is a kind of a truck stop and convenience store chain that was there that they were servicing. With that, we also got a good kind of deal flow of future accounts, which you've already started to execute on because through their relationships, they had accounts for future build out of businesses that would be able to participate in distributed gaming. So we have a good deal flow that we actually purchased through that acquisition as well.
Was there any part of the acquisition that had to do with intellectual property or any type of games or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. Wanted to ask you, as it pertains to the continuous offering, the inference is that you may, as you indicate, may be doing more of these acquisitions. You'll be looking for those sorts of things.
Well, I think we don't have any other acquisition on the pipeline right now.
Okay.
I mean, to report. We did another small one since Curo. It was called Midwest Gaming it was a $10.5 million acquisition. We just did it through cash off the balance sheet. So we don't have any large one, but I think, what we'd like is just a flexibility because Curo came up fast and we had to finance it in a really a 90-day, 120-day period to really have the flexibility to allow us to have equity financing if a deal comes up that really is time sensitive.
Thank you. So this may be more of a question for Ms. Okerberg or however you want to split this up. Of course, you mentioned distributed gaming and distributed gaming opportunities. And that means very different things in all sorts of states. There's all sorts of concerns about gray gaming and illegal, and it's a very dynamic situation. So can you describe in detail the manner in which you evaluate these opportunities from a compliance lens?
Yeah, sure, I can. I mean, first of all, we don't participate in any gray markets. Unless there's a regulatory body that enacts it, we don't take, I guess, negative. Some of the states out there don't do anything about gray games and about illegal slot machines, and that's not J&J. We're licensed in Illinois, licensed here in Montana, and also now Nebraska. Now Nebraska, they call it a licensed skill market, but that's just the type of game. They've legalized these games, and they have a gaming authority that's over them, on a board that licenses and has restrictions. They have a central system that tracks the slot win. So we participate in Pennsylvania in the distributed gaming that is regulated by the Gaming Commission of Pennsylvania, but we don't have skill games in Pennsylvania. So we're essentially, we're active throughout the country where there's potential to have a new market, to work with them to establish a framework that we really can operate under. So that's the business strategy of the company going forward, and getting into a market that doesn't have a regulatory body that oversees it is not for us.
So effectively where there's a structure and a body, and not just where people are doing things and they're not getting in trouble.
Yeah, that negative assurance that's the way that the skills in Pennsylvania are, and games in Texas and Missouri there's 40,000 games in Missouri.
Sure.
You know, we've been active in trying to help Missouri to move along toward a regulated system, and then we'd be happy to participate. But until that happens, we just can't.
I appreciate that. And how many units did you say you have out there?
We're pushing 30,000 now.
Right.
So about half of those are, 14,000 or so in Illinois, and then about 16,000 throughout all the rest of the markets that we work in.
And what sort of, I know you use the term sticky, and I understand that, these are probably a lot of locals places where people come to play every day, or that sort of thing. What sort of growth prospect are you looking at over the course of the next year or two?
So we've got good growth from a same store sales standpoint. Nevada was kind of in a bit of a dip. From our side, the distributed world looks better. Like it's starting to trend up. Illinois, we've been seeing a 5 to 6% same store growth. Potentially, there'll be some other opportunities in the state of Illinois if the city of Chicago legalizes distributed gaming, because they've opted out thus far. And then, other states across the country that potentially could go. So there's 3 or 4 of them that are always in play, talking about adding a distributed gaming element to their gaming.
And specific to Nevada, how many employees do you have in the state?
There's about 500 here, probably 100 up in Reno, so it's roughly 600.
And could you speak to specifically that acquisition investment? How has that gone for you? I know you spoke to it a little bit, but could you speak to your thoughts about the activity in Nevada specifically?
Yeah, so Nevada, it's actually dropped a little bit from when we bought it. It was roughly a $20 million business. We expect to do that in 2026. Last year, we were more around 16, 17. But we've had a lot of, we've done a lot of integration in Nevada. The systems that were in place really weren't robust enough, up to speed. So we've been implementing a lot of system changes. We've been actually upgrading a lot of people. It's kind of similar to just what I've heard from the last group. We didn't necessarily have the right financial control people in place, and we've been doing a lot of work on making that business. And now we're in a position where we really have the team in place. The economy's getting better. The market's going to grow. We've been able to, hang on to most of our key accounts, and we expect to be back to similar to the level when we purchased the business.
You anticipate location growth in Nevada as well?
We anticipate location growth. The overall market is not growing, but we spend capital. We're fairly aggressive when it comes to sales and accounts, and we've got growth built into some of our multi location customers that work with us, that are building their businesses, which in turn builds ours.
Very good. Well, it's a complex application, but I certainly understand it, and I appreciate the documentation that's been provided, as well as the affirmative presentation today. I understand the need for flexibility should something arise, and this allows you to take action quicker should something come up. And so I appreciate your responses, particularly about your commitment to avoid gray gaming and negative gaming and things of that nature. Those tend to get companies in all sorts of trouble. And so we appreciate your commitment to the proper path there, and I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
So thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for your affirmative presentations. You answered most of my questions, especially through your quick responses you provided us yesterday. Some more detailed questions. Looks like you're moving forward well, and the company's doing well, as you just stated. The only kind of honestly outstanding thing I wanted to just quickly address is there's some conditions proposed with this matter, and I wanted to ensure on the record that you understand those conditions, and there's some requests, and if you wanted to just maybe quickly address those and the need for those.
Sure. Thank you very much, Member Sendall. We have reviewed both of the conditions that are proposed with staff, and we believe they're in proper form, and we have no comments.
Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Farrell.
Pleasure and thank you.
And like I said, I appreciate the responses we received through staff, and all my questions have been addressed, and the chairman's addressed everything else. And I wish you continued success with the company, and I'm happy to support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Member Sandal. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Good to see you. Thanks for being here
Thank you.
in person.
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly? You said 2025 gross gaming revenue was 1.4 billion?
Yes.
That's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's very nice. And if you could just touch a little bit more on Curo, their SRO, slot route operator, basically.
They were or are in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Or were in Nebraska. Now we've purchased that route.
Mhm.
In Illinois, they were a sales partner with us where we operated locations that they essentially brought to the company.
Okay.
This dates back 11 years.
Yeah.
And essentially we bought them out of their half of that business.
Got it.
Yes.
Cool. And thank you for employing 500 employees here in Nevada.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you so much. All my questions have been answered, and happy to support your application as well.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. I believe with that, a motion is in order.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'd be happy to make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. For JJVG Topco LLC, that JJVG Topco LLC shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of MIP units in JJVG Holdings LLC to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 15th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include each holder's date of birth and social security number. In the case of individuals, or employer identification numbers in the case of entities, and any additional personal identifying information as required by the board chair or the chair's designee. The board chair may require such unit holders to register with the board or to be found suitable by the commission. The list shall be accompanied by a summary of the outstanding ownership percentages in JJVG Holdings LLC held by the participants of J&J Management Incentive Plan. Now for JJVG Holdings LLC, JJVG Holdings LLC or an affiliate shall within 30 days of the end of each calendar quarter provide the Nevada Gaming Control Board a list of all senior preferred non-voting membership interests in JJVG Holdings LLC that have been issued or redeemed, including name of member, job title of member, and or affiliation, date of issuance, and number of senior non-voting preferred membership interests issued and or redeemed in connection with the approval granted in February 2026.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Yes. We'll turn then, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Poker Palace Investments LLC doing business as Club Fortune Casino North for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the application of GR Regency Gaming LLC for licensure as a member and manager. Lastly, you have the application of Truckee Gaming LLC to add, remove, or modify conditions.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Alonso, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Truckee Gaming LLC and Poker Palace Investments LLC, doing business as Club Fortune Casino North in North Las Vegas, formerly known as the Poker Palace Casino. With me today to my right is Farron Zoni, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Truckee Gaming LLC. And on my left is Pete McHugh, who is Chief Operating Officer for Truckee Gaming LLC. As you all know, we appeared in front of the board and commission in September of 2025 and received substantially all the same approvals we're requesting today to consummate the purchase of the Poker Palace Casino and to request a temporary closure. We requested the temporary closure because the company wanted to immediately do an extensive remodel of the property. The board and commission approved that transaction and the licenses with a 1-year limitation and a condition that upon activation of that limited license, we would immediately cease all gaming operations and we would not operate any form of gaming at the location while the limited license was active. That condition also provided that the limited license would be deemed to be active until such time as a subsequent license was issued by the commission. And we did all those things because this is a grandfathered location and we wanted to make sure we were preserving those gaming rights. The transaction with the seller was consummated in October of 2025. We worked with your staff and the seller on the transition, the activation of the new license, and the temporary closure of the property. The remodel commenced shortly thereafter. At this point, we believe we can reopen the casino by the end of March or beginning of April. During the remodel, your staff continued with this investigation and completed it so we could be here today. Also, during that remodel, the company decided to change the name of the casino from the Poker Palace to Club Fortune Casino North. That's why it's on your agenda that way. And that was to complement the sister property and the brand at the Club Fortune Casino in Henderson. When we appeared before the board and commission in September, we walked through the purchase, the financing, the remodel, the employees, and other matters. And we're happy to do that again if you'd like us to, or we can answer questions and then we can move on to the warrant modifications, the conditions on the warrants, however you would like us to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that, Mr. Alonso. I believe we have the record for that. Perhaps what might be good is for Mrs. Zoni to maybe speak to what has happened between the last hearing and today and the prospects for opening. It looks like things are on track here for opening in relatively short order. So perhaps an update from the last meeting, I think would be best.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to. I'm happy to give you a little update for the record. Farron Soni, CEO of Truckee. If you looked at Poker Palace when we took it on, and Mickey Coleman, who had the property for over 50 years, started as the Bunny Bar, I believe, when he got it going. It kind of had the look of if Circus and Excalibur had a baby. That was Poker Palace. So we said it really needed to have a dramatic change, something to make a change with the property. Taking the name of the property that we operate out in Henderson was the first step, and then giving it a far more contemporary look. As you get into these projects, it was as we call it, a total gut job on the interior, even to the point where finally we had to actually rip out part of the floor, which is extending to get the walker duct in there because we found it didn't have any. But from a construction project, the demolition work has been completed. We're in the process now of the rebuild and getting it going. The exterior facade is going to be completely changed. The interior is going to be opened up and a pretty dramatic change from what it was. Still hoping to, the target has been to get it open by April 1st. We're probably looking right now, maybe a week behind, maybe 2 as we go. But that's where I'll be spending my next couple of days, actually, while I'm down here. We're based in Reno, but we have 2 this is our second property now down here. So
appreciate that update. Will the entire remodel be done at the time of the reopen, or will there be some ongoing things?
Hope so.
Okay.
That's the intent. There may be, like, on any of these kind of things, it's like renovating a house. There's going to be a punch list and there's going to be a bunch of little things that need to do. But our intent is to get the employees hired, get as many of the employees that were with Poker Palace behind, which we have kept up to date on the project, invited them to come take a look at it. But hopefully we will be able to get as many of those employees back and kind of get it going again pretty quick. So the timeline is always important because you've got to bring those employees back, get them trained, and you don't want to do that too far before an actual open the door. So if we can get it open with 80% of the things going, we would do that. But that'll really be on how the construction gets finished.
That was my next question. We spoke at the last hearing, I believe, about employees.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like you're giving the employees that work for the location previously to have preference to come back.
Yes. When we shut the operation down, we let all the employees at the former Poker Palace know that they would have preferential to come back. They'd get first shot at it, and they'd retain their seniority. So, which is nice when you're looking at PTO and other benefits that go on. That's something that we hope to be able to do. So hopefully those that either found a temporary position with another operation or decided to take a little time off, we'll be able to get them back with us and get as many of them going as possible.
Can you talk a little bit about your intent for the parimutuel offering? Why is that important to have, and why are you doing it?
I was surprised originally that Poker Palace had the parimutuel side of it, our operations in Northern Nevada do not. We do not offer parimutuel horse racing, but Mickey spoke very highly of it. The former owner thought that it was an important part of what he had done at the property, and with that, we wanted to make sure that we did that. As you will see, we've partnered on this property with Boomers, who will be up shortly to talk some more to it. They agreed that they have Joe Asher and his group have a good history in understanding the operation of running horses and that side of it. So we wanted to give it a try and keep that going. We think that it's something new for us as far as having a horse betting in our operations, but let's see how it goes. Hopefully it'll work well.
And then with respect to the manufacturer and distributor license, what's your usage for that?
Mainly because we operate, this will be our 11th casino. We move machines from one place to another and want to be able within our own business. We're not in the business of truly manufacturing or distributing outside of our properties, any of our electronic devices. So.
Appreciate that. And then just a big picture question, Mr. Zoni, with respect to North Las Vegas, opportunities are where they are and you find them. What's your thought about the current level of service for gaming in North Las Vegas? You're obviously investing time and money into this property, so you sure believe in the location. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about your vision for it?
Yeah, I grew up in Las Vegas. North Las Vegas was always kind of a different section of town. I think that in the last 10, 15 years, as Las Vegas has seen great growth and renovation and all that, North Las Vegas, you didn't hear so much about. And in the last couple of years, you hear a lot more about North Las Vegas, and it's coming on, and we wanted to be a part of it. If you notice, we're in our property in Henderson is in Old Henderson, which has kind of come around and is growing. And that's what we see with North Las Vegas. It's an opportunity on the local side. That's the type of property we're looking for. We've been looking in the greater Las Vegas area for another property to add to our one for quite some time. And this one really kind of hit because of where it's at. So yeah, we're pretty optimistic on what's going, which is why I think when you see what it will become, it'll be a real credit to the community and to that area that's kind of renovating itself.
I appreciate that. And I know that staffing levels change from the open and then maybe go down or what have you. But what's your general sense of what the staff will look like?
We're probably going to be, because Mickey and Poker Palace operated table games prior, and we do not plan on having table games at opening, and don't know if that would be something that we would add back in time, but we will probably be operating at about 100 employees, where he was operating probably in the 125 range. So we'll be operating a little bit less.
Very good. And Mr. McHugh, can you describe your involvement with this project?
Yes, Pete McHugh, COO Truckee Gaming, for the record. Involvement of the property is putting the team and the staff together, laying out the slot floor, making the performance decisions, and really hands-on with the property itself as far as putting the management team together and then making sure that they're set up for the success of the property. So taking some of the team members that are at our current property at Club Fortune Henderson, our AGM there will become the general manager of this property and letting him build and be a part of that team to develop and put the right project together for us for the success. But we also think it's key for him to be able to understand how Truckee operates, to do it our way and our philosophy, to be able to bring that in, have my oversight to lay out the right strategic plan to get the fastest success possible.
How much time do you anticipate on this project for you personally?
Personally, I would say it's about, 25 to 35% of my time currently. Even though I live in Reno, I'm a very A-list preferred member and down here weekly to bi-weekly. I'm very much on boots on the ground type of person. So I'm very much on site and face to face.
And Mr. Zani, this will represent your 12th project?
This is our 11th.
11th.
Yeah.
And so how do you manage across all of these, especially now that you'll have more need or interest to come down south?
You drive a lot in the north, and we actually, as we call it, the lap. And if you look at where we're strategically laid out, it's a lap.
Yeah.
We do that. Pete does it weekly. I do it every other week, and then I'm down in Las Vegas here usually twice a month. So it's become our regular routine. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Obviously, you have been a longstanding licensee and very successful participant in Nevada gaming. So we welcome your involvement in North Las Vegas, and I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Zoni, nice to see you this afternoon. And you as well. I've read through the materials, very well prepared under the supervision of Matt Doyle, our deputy chief, and Jeff Zinn, our supervisor. Very straightforward. I don't have any questions, so I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Thank you. And you have, through the chairman and your affirmative presentation, addressed a lot of my questions. I just had a couple more. You mentioned, my understanding is we have a application on file for someone to serve as a key employee for this location. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Member Sindall, we don't have an application on file yet. The person has been chosen. The condition you're going to propose today gives us a period of time upon activation of the license to submit that application, and that is what we intend to do.
Okay. Do you have any idea who that is? That what?
Yeah, it's our current AGM
At the Henderson.
At the Henderson operation is going to be coming.
And what's that gentleman's name?
Actually, Corey's here. Corey, you want to stand up
Oh.
and introduce yourself?
How do you say your last name?
Ulisono?
Okay.
Very
Because
good.
it's almost like yes or no.
Yeah, that's how
Yeah.
it's spelled.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank
Sorry,
you.
for the court reporter, can we go ahead and spell out his
Oh, yeah,
name?
U-Y-
Sorry, can you approach
All right,
the,
C-O-R-Y is the first name, U-Y-E-S-O-N-O.
thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And actually on that, regarding the conditions, my other question that I had, and thank you, Mr. Corey, for coming up, introducing yourself. Don't want to pronounce that wrong. Hopefully we'll have a phonetic spelling when you come back, and I'll make sure I say it correctly then. But I noticed that we have some conditions on this, proposed conditions on this item to remove some warrants.
If the chair and the board is all right, I can go in a little bit of detail on the warrants and go through that very quickly, which is on this agenda for Truckee Gaming.
Yeah, Mr. Lenz, let me just make sure. Are there any other questions beyond this? In which case, yes, you could make the presentation.
Sure. The only other one, and I don't know if maybe I missed it, but you're introducing a new Players Club system or tracking. Is that a current system that you use at your other
Yes, I
properties?
can add that. Yeah, it's the same system we use at others, but also it'll allow us to have a one card between the Henderson property and the North Las Vegas property.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to clarify that. And then that was my last question, Mr. Alonso, if you wanted to address.
Yeah, so with that, please proceed.
Sure. Hopefully this will help to provide a little bit of background. when Truckee Gaming LLC was initially registered by the commission in 2013, the equity capital that they used was in the form of non-voting warrants that were issued to investors. And for the most part, those investors did not change. The warrants did not change. There were several conditions that were placed on the registration at that time by the commission. And in 2025, we came in and restructured the warrants to allow for some liquidity for the initial warrant holders that were there and to provide the company with some additional flexibility. Chair Dreitzer approved that warrant restructure because we were allowed to do it administratively. And so that was approved in November of last year. As part of that, staff put some conditions on the warrants, some additional conditions because of the new entities that were created to be warrant holders. And then we worked with staff. We knew we were going to have to come and remove some conditions and add some modifications to other conditions that are all related to the warrants. So that those are in addition to the conditions on the Club Fortune North license that's before you today. And I'm happy to go through those conditions. You have them all in front of you.
Yeah, just my understanding is there's a request to remove a couple of conditions and then, as you stated, to modify one condition is my understanding. If you've already gone through those with staff, I just wanted to make it clear on the record that you understand what's being proposed in those modifications as they're.
Yes, we understand and worked with your staff on those warrant conditions as well as the other conditions, and we're satisfied with all of them. Thank
Well,
you.
great. Well, good luck with the continuing renovations and gutting. And so what is the theme you're going for, if not circus and whatever you
Excalibur.
Excalibur.
That's no, if you see our operation in Henderson, it's more contemporary, clean lines, something that you'd see reflected today and not an older product. We think
80s or 70s.
North Las Vegas warrants it.
Great. Well, I wish you success and look forward to seeing the fully remodeled location, Club, what is it? Club Future Casino North.
There you go.
And that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman. I have no further questions. Happy to support the application.
Very good with that. I believe we are ready for motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll be happy to make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. For Truckee Gaming, these are the ones that will be removed. The warrants issued to GLC Investment Advisors, LLC, Thomas Benninger, Avin Shankar, Davidi, Revocable Trust dated May 26, 2015, and Martha K. Chan, Living Trust dated 5/26/99, shall not be exercised without the prior approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission and shall not be sold, assigned, transferred, pledged, or otherwise disposed of without the prior administrative approval of the chair of the board or the chair's designee. Second condition, the warrants issued to Renison Hotels, Inc., Morgan Combo Investors II, LLC, Scott Butera, Vendome Capital, LLC, Miller Equity Group, LC PJ Nora, trustee of the Nora Family Trust, UTD 121593, William C. Omeg, John S. Reinerston, Brian G. Wise, the Board of Trustees of the Leland Stanford Junior University, Daper II, Robert H. Swindell III, and Paul Thompson III shall not be exercised without the prior approval of the commission and shall not be sold, assigned, transferred, pledged, or otherwise disposed of without the prior administrative approval of the chairman of the board or his designee. The warrants issued to GLCDCF, Stanford, and Zoni shall not be exercised without the prior approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission and shall not be sold, assigned, transferred, pledged, or otherwise disposed of without the approval of the chair of the board or the chair's designee. These are the conditions that will be added. The warrants issued to GLC Trident Gaming, SPV LLC, shall not be exercised without the prior approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission and shall not be sold, assigned, transferred, pledged, or otherwise disposed of without the prior administrative approval of the chair of the board or the chair's designee. This one is for Club Fortune Casino North. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Next condition, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Next condition, the manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operation of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes, such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of that device. The distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in, or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. If those entities would be considered affiliated companies if located inside Nevada.
Very good. Thank you very much, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Anthony Russo II for licensure as a key employee at Gaming Entertainment Nevada LLC, doing business as Grand Lodge Casino.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right,
Yeah,
sir.
we turned
Member
the-
Assad, Member
turned the clock.
Sandal, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Full House Resorts, which is the owner of the Grand Lodge Casino. To my right is Tony Russo. This is his first licensing in Nevada, but he's been licensed in other jurisdictions. If it's acceptable, I thought I would turn it over to him to provide a bio, and then he could answer any questions you may have.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Madam Secretary, members, Chairman, I'm honored to be in front of you and very humbled for the first time to be here. My gaming entity started in the early 90s in Alton, Illinois on a privately owned vessel that traveled up and down the river at that time. And then it was purchased by Argosy Casino. Since then, I've held license in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Oklahoma, California, and hopefully Nevada.
Very good. So are we ready for questions?
Please.
Yes.
Very good. So how do you look at your career in terms of the different types of, is gaming, or are there differences market for market?
Well, for me, I'm very fortunate. I've started in the industry as a dice dealer, and I've hit about every level you can hit moving up in the industry. So I went from there to boxman, to floorman, to pit manager, assistant shift director, and now the opportunity to be in this position. As far as gaming, yeah, some of the things that Honorable Member Assad mentioned earlier, things important for me, the integrity aspect of the casino, and being here with Grand Lodge for 6 months. One of the things I will take back from this meeting immediately will ensure that my staff has not just been going through the motions of putting SARS in place, but actually making sure we are following through with the necessities that need to be put forward. So I feel like the gaming operations I've grown with and always have held that to a high standard.
Could you describe, Mr. Russo, your day-to-day activity and as you run the Grand Lodge property?
So for me, typically I will get up early in the morning around 6 a.m. I'm very fortunate that I can VPN from my home that is less than 2 miles away from the casino. I will have a coffee. I will look at my numbers. Then I will head in, meet with my staff. I have regular meetings with my directors, Tuesday meetings that I have with my directors. It's a very small, intimate casino in North Lake Tahoe. So it's very easy for me to see and interact with my staff. We're open 24/7, and my actual table game operations open at noon. So from that aspect, I have operations leader over slots and tables. I have a director of marketing, a director of finance. So I have people that are in place to handle the everyday operations, and then we keep in touch on a regular basis to ensure that we're doing what we need to do for the fiduciary to the gaming and to Full House.
So you manage 61 or so full-time employees and 20 part-time employees?
Yes, around 80, between 80 to 85 total, correct.
Well, how would we define part-time employees? Well, who would those be?
So because of where our property is located in North Lake Tahoe, we have on-call employees that are seasonal. And then we have the full-time employees that we utilize throughout the area. A lot of my employees are located in Carson City and Reno. And then they drive up to the mountain of North Lake Tahoe. That's the distinguish between the two.
So having been there now 6 months, what's your view of the market and the view of Grand Lodge's opportunity in the market?
Oh, I love the opportunity. I've never been to such a beautiful area. Obviously, we're a resort type area, so there's a lot of opportunity for us to grow the business from the outer markets as a destination. Not only one of the big things, I have a background in operational excellence and Lean Six Sigma, so I look for efficiencies and overall guest experience. So the gaming portion, though, that is what we operate. The experience of the gaming is what's going to bring our residual business back and forth and help me grow the industry there.
Where do you draw most of your customer base from?
So we have 60% of our locals are there 3 to 4 times a week. We draw a big portion of our higher end players from the Bay Area. So we're looking to market and expand outside of there. We just started some digital marketing. We're a resort area where we get everybody for skiing. We get everyone up there for boating, and it's seasonal. It's just so beautiful up there. But we're looking to expand into outer markets where we can bring people in for that experience from places maybe like Georgia. Texas is a big draw for us because they don't have gaming. So it's a great place where they come and have the opportunity to be in a great resort area and participate in gaming.
Can you maybe detail a little bit your floor slots versus tables and how you come to those numbers?
Yeah, so presently we have 263 slots on our floor. We have about 100 video poker and the rest slots. We're looking at opportunities there where we can upgrade and make it even more pleasurable as far as the slot aspect. We have a small table games that we operate 12 in the afternoon to 2 in the morning. So it's a smaller entity. So that's basically the floor layout. We have 6 table games. Actual, we have a craps, ultimate Texas Hold'em, and blackjack. And then our slot floor with video poker.
Very good. And then in terms of your personal background, so you've been in gaming a very long time, it looks like.
Yeah, I started in the early 90s. Like I said, I was very fortunate to move up and work in almost every aspect of the industry. So this is a new opportunity that the leaders of Full House have given me a chance to be the VP and GM of this property and expand my resume.
And you understand in Nevada what it means to hold a privilege license?
Yes.
Relative to personal conduct and all those sorts of things.
Absolutely. I think, once again, like everyone else, I thank the agents that I worked with, and hopefully it was extremely efficient with supplying every aspect that they needed from my background.
And of course, we expect from you, the highest level of personal conduct as we would from any licensee.
Absolutely.
Very good. Well, I appreciate the information and appreciate your experience and your approach to this opportunity. I think your enthusiasm and experience will bode well for this market, and I look forward to supporting your application. So with that, I'll ask Member Sendoff if she has any questions.
Yes, thank you for your affirmative presentation, and congratulations on this new role and getting to work in a very beautiful area. I did want to ask a couple more detailed questions about who do you report to, and then how many direct reports do you have?
So for me, I report to Louis Fenger, my president of the company, and Dan Lee, the CEO of the company. And then I work closely with all corporate controllers and other leaders in the property. But those are my direct reports.
And then you mentioned you walk the property and it's pretty intimate, so you're able to engage with your management and meet with them essentially almost daily, it sounds like.
Absolutely. And as some of the previous members that were up here explained, you have to have the intimate relationship with your team. You have to be a leader, but you have to be approachable and make sure you have the open door policy to ensure we know that everything, as Mr. I think Tan mentioned, see something, say something. So we're all part of the same team. Very easy to do with such a small, intimate property.
Yeah, that's great. How much time do you spend on property? Obviously, living 2 miles away is very convenient.
I'm there every day with the exception of Sunday, where I try to work from home and get a chance to watch football and golf.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm on property 6 days a week.
Gotcha. And then last, I have to ask, what position did you play in baseball?
Oh,
on
yeah.
Minors?
So I figured the UNLV thing may come up because I seen you ask before. I was a pitcher.
Okay.
I mean, through high school, I played shortstop and pitched. Then I actually went to UNLV on a fluoride scholarship, played with one of your local Carson City boys, Matt Williams, first round draft pick. I finished at the University of Missouri and Columbia, and then was drafted by Major League Baseball. Spent about 5 years there, a few months in the big leagues as a bench coach. But hopefully, I think that's what gives me the drive, the competitiveness. Not good at losing. I want to be successful, and I'm team oriented. So that's why I love the industry.
Oh, that's great. Well, they're lucky to have you. And thanks for sharing your athletic accomplishments, and what an achievement, and congratulations to you on that.
Thank you.
And happy to support your application.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Judge Assad, one quick question. Could you, jumping ahead a little because much of this agenda is intertwined, could you speak to your choice of boomers as the...
So yeah,
Going
the
forward.
choice of boomers.
While I have you here.
No, absolutely. We had William Hill when I arrived at the property. To be honest, I wasn't excited about the time that the team from William Hill would spend there, when we would have attendants that would come in just to pay jackpots and be tipped. They didn't have a regular schedule on property. And then with the relationship of boomers, I know I went to Fandango and seeing that they had an operation there, and bringing them in, we had an opportunity to not only increase from a business standpoint revenue and some sharing, but an opportunity to refresh and make it even though they are not run directly by me, it's still a reflection of our property. So we want to ensure that we have that good reflection.
Thank you for that. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. McGinnis, did you say you were with Greenberg Torg now?
Yes.
What
I was
happened to, what was it,
at
Butler
I
Snow?
was at Butler Snow on
Yeah,
January
when-
28th. On January 29th, I joined Greenberg Traurig as a
Okay.
shareholder.
Very good. So are you going to be based down here now? Are you still up in Colorado?
So I'll be in the Denver and Las Vegas offices.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
So, thank you.
You bet. Nice to see you, Mr. Russo.
Thank you.
I'm glad you could be here in person. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So Boomers will take over when?
The 1st of March is the schedule. We have given our 60-day notice to William Hill.
Oh, okay.
So they are to be out on the 28th. And hopefully with the approval here and everything goes well, we'll be able to hit the ground running by March 1st.
Just in time for March Madness.
Absolutely.
Good move.
Absolutely.
And there were no areas of concern. I read through the application. It's very well written. You're also licensed in 4 other jurisdictions, right?
I was California, I was Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois. Yeah. So I'm not presently licensed. I held license in all of those entities.
In the past, yeah.
Yes.
And then you said you dealt craps too?
Yeah, I started out as a dice dealer in
Where
the
at?
industry. So I started for Argosy, which was a privately owned at that time in Alton, Illinois.
Oh, Illinois. Okay.
Yeah. So I was young, 25, very cocky, arrogant young individual that they asked me to be a crap dealer, or they asked me to be a blackjack dealer. And then upon taking the math test, they said, would I be interested in performing and doing crap duties? And I said, what is the quickest way for me to move up in the industry? And they said, if you can deal dice in the casino industry, you can do anything in that aspect of it.
Still remember what a $25 11 pays at 16 for one?
It's 15. Oh, it's 15 to 1. Yeah. Oh, you got to put me on the spot on that. So $375. It's been a long time since I've
take them down, or 375 and leave them up.
Yeah, I haven't been on the stick in a while, but I still try to remember a lot of the keys and everything.
There you go. You were at stations in Lake Charles, Louisiana, St. Charles?
No, St. Charles. Yeah, we did have a Lake Charles property. Yeah, I started at stations there working for the Fertitas.
You were there about what, 10 years, huh?
Yes, 10 years and then Pinnacle Entertainment. So
excellent. Well, I have no qualms. Your report here is very good. You have a lot of great credentials, excellent experience. They're very happy to have you, I should say.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Very good. I believe a motion is in order.
Thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I'd be happy to make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in together non-restricted number 5 and 6. Thank you.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Full House Resorts, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Full House Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration.
Very good. Welcome back.
I'm
Good
back
afternoon.
again for the record. Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Full House Resorts. To my right is Louis Fenger, the president, CFO, and treasurer of Full House Resorts. The two applications you have in front of you are the first one is the shelf renewal, the 3-year shelf renewal. It comes due just for housekeeping purposes for Reg 16115. Full House is traded on the NASDAQ and they have a shareholders equity of 14 million approximately. So they satisfy Reg 16115 for that.
Thank you for putting that on the record.
Get that
That's
in
our
there.
understanding.
And the draft order is acceptable to us as well on that. And then as to the order of registration, that's a pretty simple change. Full House sold Stockman's Casino in Fallon last year, and it's just removing the references to Stockman's Casino from the order of registration. And again, the draft of the order of registration is acceptable as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. So with that, does Mr. Fenger have an affirmative presentation or is he ready to take questions?
No, we can take questions.
Well, welcome, Mr. Fenger. Please state your name for the record and your position.
Louis Fenger, President and CFO for Full House Resorts.
Very good. Could you speak to the financial situation of the company, how things have been going and what you view as the prospects for 26 and beyond?
Yeah, we're very excited for 2026. We spent the last couple of years opening 2 brand new casinos, spent about $400 million building those casinos. One is in Waukegan, Illinois, one is in Colorado. The one in Waukegan, which is a Chicago suburb, is doing extremely well. Expectation, well, I'll dance around it a little bit since we haven't reported earnings yet, but the public numbers as released by the state have shown us continuing to grow revenues by 20% in the fourth quarter. And so it's continuing to do very, very well. We have long thought that we can make 50 million a year of EBITDA out of that casino, and we are well on our way towards making that. 2026 will be another year of growth there, and so feeling very good. In Colorado, we have a casino there that is ramping slower than what I would have liked, but is ramping very nicely since we brought in a brand new management team about, oh my goodness, 9 months ago now. The very good news is we continue to grow revenues for that entire market. We built a property that is unparalleled in that market. Everything else that's there was built for a day when the maximum bet was $5 per hand. And so the quality of the product reflects the fact that you could only bet $5 a hand. What we built is the first kind of 4.5 star product for the market. And it's in a lot of ways similar to what I think happened when Beau Rivage opened in Mississippi. When Beau Rivage opened, it took a little bit of time for that ramp to happen, but fast forward to today, it is by far an extremely successful product. I fully believe that the same will happen here. We're expecting meaningful EBITDA contribution from that asset in 2026 on a trailing basis. It lost a little bit of money, but not a ton. And so in 2026 relative to 2025, we, as well as most analysts that cover us on Wall Street, are expecting 35-40% EBITDA growth, in large part because of Colorado and Illinois continuing to grow.
Okay, very good. Can you talk about your other properties as well?
Yep. Silver Slipper is what we have in Mississippi. It's down by Biloxi, halfway between Biloxi and New Orleans, closest casino to a lot of the residents in the northern shore of New Orleans. That has a new general manager. She's been doing a very good job just taking a fresh look at different costs. I think the old team they had their way. We have fresh eyes now, and so that's been nice. As an example, we have free breakfast for seniors that we would do once a week. And when the new GM came in, she said, "Well, wait a minute, let's make sure that they're actually gambling." And what we found out was there was a senior citizens home down the street that would bus a bus full of older guests to our casino for their weekly free breakfast. Lo and behold, we checked the accounts, and none of them actually gambled. They just came for their free breakfast and left. So, she's been very good at finding little things like that to make sure that our business is profitable and we're doing the right things. But it's been flat so far under her tenure, and we've targeted a few things like that where I think we're going to get some nice growth out of that asset in this current 2026 year. And then we have Grand Lodge, which you heard from Tony already. There is a renovation going on, and that has been a little more impactful than what I would like, but that's okay because the work that they're doing it's going to be a beautiful property when all is said and done. And so we look forward to, we're kind of gritting our teeth while we go through the renovation, or while the rest of the property goes through the renovation, but we're excited for when it's complete.
And when will that be done?
I'm being told another 2 years.
Okay, so you got some time on that.
Yeah.
And then can you speak to Rising Star?
Oh, yes, I forgot about Rising Star. That's an asset that for us has been very steady. It consistently makes $4 or $5 million of EBITDA a year. When it opened, it was the first casino in the region, and as time has gone by, 25 years later, it's now the least accessible casino. Gaming expanded around it. So you had gaming pop up in Kentucky, you had gaming pop up in Ohio, casinos popped up closer to our feeder markets in Indiana. And so it's now the most difficult casino to get to. And so right now in the legislature, the Indiana legislature is looking at a bill to allow us to, or somebody to move our gaming license elsewhere in the state. They have a cap on the number of gaming licenses in the state. So, and they're all in use. And so we will participate in that process should that bill get approved. I suspect it will get approved. It's in front of the Senate Public Policy Committee today. If we are fortunate enough to win that relocation, that's great for us. If we don't win it, then as currently envisioned in the bill, we would get paid a market price for what we have there. So in the meantime, we're running it, and it's doing what it should do. But if it were to move elsewhere in the state, it would make a lot more money in tax revenue for the state, as well as for whoever ends up having that license elsewhere.
Do you know timeframe wise when that will be established?
The current bill, as written, has an RFP process, I believe, in the first quarter of 2027.
Okay, so still a bit of a ways out.
Yes.
Okay, so the inference of this application is that you may be looking at other opportunities?
We're very much focused right now on the 2 assets that we just opened, making sure that those are operating quite well. We have no plans to use this shelf currently for what it's worth. I think it's a great program that you have in place. In fact, I don't think we used it in the current iteration that's expiring, but we have used it previously. And And we appreciate it. The markets can be very, very volatile. And so to be able to go out and access the markets quickly and efficiently is always appreciated.
That's understood.
Actually, the last time it was used was when we were here 3 years ago for the renewal. It was between the board meeting and the commission meeting. The previous shelf got used between those meetings.
Wow, interesting timing, but
yeah,
but as you say, it's dynamic. It happened at any time.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming before us, and we use this, of course, as an opportunity to get an update on the licensee and on what's on your activities in the various states. So thank you for that. I'm prepared to support your application.
Thank
Judge
you.
Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you in person. Good
Likewise.
Just had a quick question. There were no areas of concern, no issues, so it's pretty straightforward, 3-year shelf. Do you plan on utilizing it within the next 3 years?
Not currently, but
Never know.
but yeah, exactly. And that's why we appreciate the ability to have it in place.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
looks
right.
like interest rates might be coming down with the new Fed chair, so might be a good opportunity to borrow some money at a cheap price. And then the other matter is really just to clean up on the order of registration. So I don't have any other questions. I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you very much. Member Sendell.
Yes, I appreciate you going through the properties and providing an update, and sounds like things will hopefully turn around, and a few of them, you have quite a diverse kind of portfolio there of different properties in different locations throughout the country. I did have one item I just wanted to address is I saw in our file that there was a regulatory violation in Indiana. If you could just maybe briefly just address that and regarding a self-excluded patron program.
I think you're referring to Illinois.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm not sure.
Oh, we got an update. The agent reached out to me and asked
Oh,
for an
yeah.
update whether there was anything with that. And my understanding is that there is, the way it was described to me, and I'm not involved, so this is coming secondhand,
Yeah, no worries.
is that there has been some discussion that there could be some regulatory action that they would find that could be process that may be started, but that has not started. Nothing has happened. They've been communicating with the gaming board and having discussions. We can certainly provide updates as that moves along.
Yeah, I just noticed it was from a few years ago now, from
Yeah.
2023. So yeah, if you could just keep us updated on that as that moves forward.
I'll follow up and I can send Secretary Rupert an update for you
I
after the
appreciate
meeting,
it.
just so that all of you have that.
Great.
Just because I only know that little piece and I'm reporting something second.
Yeah, and I don't know if I did receive an update. I thought I reviewed it. I don't recall. So perhaps I'm just not remembering,
Okay.
but I appreciate it. Everything else was addressed. I appreciate it. And everything else was addressed in the materials that you provided yesterday as well, from what I recall reading. And so
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I'm happy to support both this item and your request for the amendment of the registration for order. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I wanted to give the members an opportunity to clarify what you just did. Number 6 is really just a housekeeping thing. And so I had no questions. I fully support that as well. If there's nothing further on 5 or 6, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Great. I'll be happy to do that. Thank you,
Start with-
Chairman
sorry.
Dreitzer.
Sorry, I apologize. Let's start with number 5.
Yes, number 5, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the shelf order draft number 1 dated January 16th, 2026.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sendall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And as to non-restricted number 6.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the 6th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated January 16, 2026.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sendall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll turn then to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Grand Lodge Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Grand Lodge Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only. and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Gaming Entertainment Nevada LLC doing business as Grand Lodge Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook doing business at Grand Lodge Casino, Racebook, and Sports Pool.
Very good. Thank you. How would you like to begin?
Yeah,
Mr.
good
Escher?
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomer Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. Our first application today is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at the Hyatt Grand Lodge in Lake Tahoe. Joining me here today is Louis Fanger, who you've already met, the President and CFO of Full House, along with, of course, Sean. I'd like to first thank the board's staff and in particular Agent Nick Molenkamp for their work on this matter. With your approval and that of the commission, this would be our first sports book in the Lake Tahoe area. The Hyatt, of course, is the premier property in Lake Tahoe in Incline Village, and it's a great place for us to be. This will be a staffed location with a betting kiosk adjacent to the counter. The plan is for Boomers to open on March 1st, right after William Hill departs. There will be some construction work done on the counter and a freshening of the area. As you know from our prior meetings, and Judge Assad scolds me if I don't say it, but Boomers offers a $250 mobile sign-up offer. In addition, we just have better value to our customers with the pricing strategy. Football season's over, so we don't have the -105 pricing on all NFL games and better paying parlay cards right now, but we still encourage everyone to check the price before wagering, compare our price and the parlay payoffs to what the competition offers, and then bet where you get the best value. And we're continuing our point spread insurance on select basketball games, and our backjack promotion on all Golden Knights games will return when the NHL does after the Olympic break. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Escher. It feels like we have our regular monthly conversation where I ask you, how's business been going since you opened last August, I believe?
Yes, we opened August the 1st in Elko. Similar to the answer I gave you at the last meeting, it's big picture. I think it's going reasonably well. It's brick by brick, customer by customer, and I'm real happy with the progress that we're making. I feel like starting to get a little bit of momentum. And these new applications and then the ones that are presently pending with the board certainly prove that there's an appetite, in the market. We just signed another contract yesterday, so we haven't filed that one with the board yet, but hopefully we'll soon. Looking forward to continuing to build the business. But it's as you know from your time in the industry, it's brick by brick and customer by customer, and you're pushing forward every day.
Are you seeing the split between in-person or in-person patrons versus mobile patrons? Is that unfolding as you would have expected?
Yes. I mean, certainly our locations are principally locals locations. Some visitation, obviously, certainly around major events, and there will be some in Lake Tahoe as well. So our business skews very heavily towards mobile. And of course, we're aggressively promoting mobile as well.
Okay, so that's and has anything surprised you about how the business has progressed over the course of the last 6 or 7 months?
Yeah, and probably the main thing is the item we've talked about regarding the competition in the marketplace. But beyond that, not really.
Okay. Well, I am prepared to support it. I know I had asked earlier, but maybe Mr. Fanger, if you have a perspective on the selection of Boomers at this property.
No, we're very excited. You heard part of Tony's thoughts there, and right. Ultimately, I appreciate more operators out there doing it, and Joe has a very good history of of running sports businesses and building them up very, very well. And so we're quite keen to have them in our doors.
Very good. And there'll be a lot of joint marketing as the opening happens.
We do plan on doing a lot together, yes.
Very good, very good. Well, again, I support it, and I wish you luck as to this and all locations. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Mr. Asher. I did have a couple questions as far as management and staffing. Who's going to be responsible for the staff in the sports book, and what kind of staff do you anticipate having on site?
We will be responsible as the licensee. We expect there to be 3 full-time employees at the property. The fellow who oversees the operation in Carson City will be traveling up as well and ultimately supervising those people on a daily basis.
So a separate one supervisor over multiple properties and then 3 full-time like ticket writers?
Yes.
And then how many kiosks, or there's kiosks as well?
There'll be at least 1 kiosk. It's a relatively small area. I don't know if you've been to the property, but it's
I have
relatively
not,
small.
but I
It's
think
a
I saw
beautiful
the
area, so
diagram.
you got to get up there as frequently as you can.
I will endeavor to do that this year. And then my understanding is you're not anticipating to take race bets at this time.
That's correct, other than we would plan to book the major racing events. So that's why we'll have the race license, but no pari-mutuel racing.
Is there any anticipated capital improvements at this point? Or I know you kind of touched upon, the chairman asked about marketing, but is there anything in that regard generally coming in?
Yes, there will be some capital improvements around the counter area in particular. It is certainly what we view as unappealing to the customer. So we want to make that more appealing to the customer, and some of the TVs and odds display boards behind the counter and off to the side.
Well, what are the potential operational hours, and then what's your plans for after hours as far as cashing up tickets?
The hours vary by the season for sure, but generally speaking, Sportsbook would open around 10 a.m. or so, other than on a football Sunday when obviously you would open, or football Saturday when you'd open earlier. But generally speaking, around 10 a.m. and then closing would also depend on the day of the week and the season. So somewhere in the 6 to 8 o'clock-ish range, I would say. You might stay open later on weekends, during football season, as an example.
The mobile app would be available for patrons to use.
The kiosk is open after hours, and of course the mobile app as well.
Great. And then you understand the conditions that are imposed on this application?
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to support your application, and I look forward to coming out to the property at some point in time and checking it out.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall. Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you again, Mr. Asher.
And you, Judge.
How many does this make, if we approve number 8, the Fallon property, how many altogether now will that be?
And then hopefully you'll approve number 9 as well. I think that's a good one too.
North Las Vegas, that's right.
Yeah. So that would be 10. There are 2 more pending with the board now, which would take us up to 12 if you and the commission approve them. And then we signed number 13 yesterday.
Great, congratulations. And then the opening projected for this one is March 1st, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe a motion as to non-restricted number 7 is in order.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, prior to the commencement of race, book, and sports pool and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Tax and License Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Reg 5.225 and 22.040. Number two, except as otherwise provided by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomers Sportsbook LLC. Number three, any change in the agreement or the creation of a new agreement between Boomers Sportsbook LLC and Gaming Entertainment Nevada LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Fourth and last condition, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomers Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll turn then quickly to non-restricted number 8. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business at Stockman's Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Stockman's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Clarity Game Opco LLC doing business as Stockman's Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business as Stockman's Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool.
Very good. Hello again, Mr. Asher.
Good morning again, or good afternoon. Sorry again, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, Joe Asher, President and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook. Our second application is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at Stockman's in Fallon. This will be a kiosk-only location, and joining me today is David Ross, who, along with Mike Gaughan Jr., is one of the controlling owners of the property. I'd first like to thank the board staff, and in particular, Agent Carlos Lopez, for their work on this matter. With your approval and that of the commission, this would be our first sportsbook in Fallon. I happen to know this property in a different way, as I am also a small owner of it, and I've seen firsthand all of the work that David and Mike are putting into the property. The plan is for Boomers to open this location on May the 1st, right after William Hill departs. I won't repeat the sign-up offers and promotions that I just mentioned in the last application, but we'll simply add that getting Boomers into as many of these smaller communities in Nevada as we can, in addition to the Las Vegas and Reno areas, has been part of the business plan from the start, and I'm looking forward to being in Fallon soon.
Thank you. Mr. Asher, can you speak to the opportunity in Fallon and what that looks like? It's obviously a smaller community compared to some of the other places you've been. Why don't you talk about that?
Well, it is a smaller community, obviously a military-oriented community with the Naval Air Station there. But I mean, and David could certainly speak to this better than I, but you know, there is a nice community of folks there right now. William Hill's got 100% of the market, and we're going to try to chip into it.
All right, very good. And Mr. Ross, you want to provide your perspective about going with Boomers at the property?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, David Ross. We're excited, as obviously when we bought the property, I think we were in front of the board and I said at the time we had the oldest slot floor in Nevada, and there was a lot of opportunity. I think, Judge, you were the one that issued that, why question. So we've changed out probably 35% of the slot machines, 40% of the slot machines. And then Joe, as a minority partner, when he said, hey, I want to launch this, Mike Gaughan and I said, we want to support you. And so we had a lengthier agreement than we initially anticipated with William Hill, but Joe's a great partner. And we see opportunity not just on the sports, but, you know, generally speaking, on the whole property. And so we're excited about it. We're excited to welcome Joe into the process.
Very good. I appreciate it, that information, and I am happy to support your application. Judge Assad, questions as to number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Dreiser. Mr. Ross, great to see you again, as always. Roughly, what's the population in Fallon?
It goes Churchill County, so I think it's somewhere around 25,000 MSA is what they say. But it fluctuates when the military contractors or CAGs come in, which is, remember, we are the original Top Gun, the only Top Gun in the state of Nevada. So, but those do fluctuate occasionally.
Great. All right. And you're looking for a May 1st opening, I think you said?
Yes.
Great. I'm in full support, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Member Sendell.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, how many employees do you have out there at Stockman's?
Currently 43.
And I appreciate the update on how the business is going. And my understanding, and I think Mr. Asher mentioned, this is just a kiosk only location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's dedicated surveillance or camera coverage over the kiosk, and Stockman's will be responsible for overseeing that.
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to accept race bets there, or just the major races similar to what you stated before?
Yeah, the plan now would be to book the Kentucky Derby, the Triple Crown races, and the Breeders' Cup.
Got it. Well, happy to support the application and wish you best of luck, and go Fallon, Nevada.
Very good. With that, I believe we are ready for motion.
Very well. Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, prior to the commencement of race, book, and sports pool and or parimutuel wagering, pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Tax and License Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Second condition, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomer Sportsbook LLC. Number 3, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomer Sportsbook LLC and Clarity Game Opco LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number 4, and final condition, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Ross, thank you. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Club Fortune Casino North Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Club Fortune Casino North for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Poker Palace Investments LLC doing business as Club Fortune Casino North to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business as Club Fortune Casino North Racebook and Sports Pool.
Very good, Madam Secretary. Thank you. Mr. Asher, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, Joe Asher, President and CEO of Boomer Sportsbook. Our third application is for Boomers to operate a race and sports book at the Club Fortune North in North Las Vegas. Joining me here today at the podium is Mike Alonso, of course, who's counsel For the owner, Ferenzoni is right behind me, and Pete McHugh is also here on behalf of Truckee Gaming. This will be a staff locations with, I think it's 4 kiosks currently planned, although we could increase that if business conditions warrant. This location, as Mr. Zoni mentioned earlier, will offer parimutuel horse race wagering, as it has for many, many years. I'd like to thank the board staff and in particular Agent Raul Reyes Oliver for their work on this matter. With your approval and that of the commission, we would plan to open when the property itself reopens in April. And I'm grateful to Ference and Pete for their confidence in us and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Escher. So this will look to open in April?
Yes.
At the time coinciding with the opening of the property, or the reopening, I should say.
Yes.
Very good. And could you talk specifically about the employees and how that will be handled?
Yes, it would be similar to the other properties that are staffed. Most likely there'd be 3 full-time employees there. And then there's a regional manager in that part of town, Dave Lichterman, who'd be ultimately responsible for supervising the staff at the property.
And were you part of the build out in terms of that was contemplated related to the reopening of the property?
Yes, that's something that we discussed with Ference and Pete when where what the angling of the counter should be, the layout, the TVs, the betting stations, and so forth.
Very good. Well, thank you. Mr. Alonso, anything on behalf of Mr. Zoni or?
Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, for the record, Michael Alonso on behalf of Poker Palace Investments LLC, doing business as Club Fortune Casino North. As Mr. Asher said, Mr. Zoni and Mr. McHugh are here to answer any questions. I don't have an affirmative presentation, just we have the application to receive a percentage of revenue and here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I am in support of the application. I have no further questions. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I don't have any questions. Thank you. Full support.
Thank you very much. Member Sendall.
So are you in support of getting rid of the Circus and Excalibur themed decor and making it more modern, or did you fight back against that? Your sports book maybe could retain some of that?
I've visited that property on many locations or many times over many years, and a refreshing of the property was certainly in order.
I'm assuming the sports book will be too. You're right.
And it's not fair to even call it a refreshing. Obviously, I mean I've been over there during the construction, and it was aptly described earlier during their presentation.
I was just joking, hopefully. But look forward to checking out the property when it's all revised and remodeled. And I'm happy to support this application. I don't have any further questions, Chairman.
Very good. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion with conditions.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. On number 9, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Number 2, prior to the commencement of racebook and sports pool and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Number 3, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomer Sportsbook LLC. Number 4, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomer Sportsbook LLC and Poker Palace Investments LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number 5 and last, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terrible's Gaming, doing business at Terrible's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. This item is going to be referred back to staff at the request of the applicant, and we shall then proceed with the next item, non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as William Hill Race and Sportsbook, doing business at Barton's Club 93 Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Barton's Club 93 for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Banu.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. I'm here on behalf of William Hill, Nevada 1, DBA William Hill Race and Sportsbook. With me this afternoon is Dan Shapiro, Senior Vice President, Chief Development Officer of Caesars Digital, and Lisa Rankin, Vice President, Compliance and Licensing of Caesars Digital. Appearing via Zoom, or I hope appearing via Zoom, is Christian Good, Majority Owner and Managing Member of GLM Gaming LLC, DBA Barton's Club 93. Looks like he's there. William Hill's application before you is for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, at Barton's Club 93 in Jackpot, Nevada. This is Barton's Club's first racebook and sports pool. This location will have 2 kiosks and will not be accepting pari-mutuel wagers. We received proposed standard conditions to be placed on William Hill's non-restricted license and have reviewed and approved those conditions. We would like to thank Senior Agent Mark Robertson, Supervisor Jeff Zinn, and Deputy Chief Matt Doyle for their thoroughness on this application and working with us on those proposed conditions. Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Good would like to briefly make some remarks on the record. If I may, I'll pass the mic first to Mr. Shapiro and then Mr. Good, and then we will open the floor to any questions you may have.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Banu. Chair Dreitzer, Member Sendall, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Dan Shapiro with Caesars and William Hill. I just wanted to say we're excited about the opportunity to partner with the folks at Barton's Club 93 and add a 24/7 sports wagering kiosk to their property. If approved, we're planning to add 2 kiosks to the property. And we're targeting a March 4th install if we're approved. That would be right before, of course, the college basketball tournament to take advantage of that. As you probably know, Jackpot is a border town, so we're expecting, with no illegal sports betting in Idaho, we're actually expecting folks to come down and bet with the kiosk there, and not having an option in Idaho. So it's a nice retail opportunity for us. Not so much we think of mobile, but really a nice retail opportunity to bring folks down from Idaho. I see Mr. Good on the video, so I know he wanted to add a few comments on the record, but I'll also answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Why don't we have Mr. Good make his statement, then we can do questions jointly. Mr. Good, good afternoon. I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before the board today with William Hill, our prospective partners. I want to thank Agent Robertson, who I was obviously in contact with during the licensing process, Supervisor Zinn and Deputy Chairman Doyle as well. Look, it's pretty simple. We took the property over a year ago. We've been doing ongoing changes. I think you approved our general manager a couple weeks ago. I think in the January meeting for a key license. This is just another step or iteration in our evolution, if you will. And, we're super excited to add another amenity. When you start thinking about how to draw people, how to attract and get people to come back and repeat business, it's about amenities. It's about giving them options. So when William Hill approached us, I don't know, last summer sometime, we had contemplating, going this road on our own. But when you start thinking about the process of sports betting, the complexity of it, the cost associated with it, and frankly, some of the underlying risk on a small property we would have, we just couldn't have it make any sense. So when we got in discussion with William Hill and their team, it creates a win-win for us. So we're super excited. We look forward to approval. We look forward to actually deploying it before March Madness. It would be a great marketing opportunity. We're going to include the William Hill Sportsbook if approved today. And we're going to tease it in our upcoming March mailer. And, we couldn't be more excited. And William Hill has been a great partner along the way. So happy to answer any questions.
Very good. I appreciate that. Maybe talk a little bit more about the opportunity relative to it being on the border. How many people are around the border? And I could see obviously they'll be geolocated so they can do it in Nevada, and then when they go home, they can't. But what does that opportunity look like for you, Mr. Good?
Sure. Look, the town of Jackpot's very small, so you're talking about 12 to 1,400 residents in the area. Going south, there's far more wildlife than there is humans, so that's probably not a great opportunity. But when you start to look north, you look at Twin Falls. Twin Falls population is about 52,000. You start going farther a little bit northwest, which is Boise. The MSA is starting to creep up to almost 1 million, right? So that region from Boise to Twin Falls, probably best estimates since COVID's grown, probably 30%, and it's continuing to grow all the way up through that I-84 corridor. So, the opportunity is tremendous. As I think the board's probably aware, there's no opportunity for sports gaming in Idaho currently. So whether it be retail operations or mobile. So this is truly an amenity that they can't get, and just gives them another reason to come to Jackpot, which we're super excited about.
Very good. Mr. Good, you want to talk a little bit more about your choice of William Hill and the reasons behind that?
Look, we wanted an operator that's stable, that's experienced. And, I, in my past lives, had some limited dealing with them. They've always acted professional. I know the folks at the Caesars company, so had respect for them. And it's a recognizable brand. It's already in Jackpot at our competition across the street. So they obviously know the market and they have an ability to grow it when they have another opportunity here with our database. So we thought it was just a natural kind of compliment. We didn't look for many other opportunities. At the time, there wasn't many other companies doing it. I know that you just had a applicant for a couple different licenses, but frankly, William Hill and what they can offer to our patrons, from diversity of betting opportunities to pools and other kind of marketing type opportunities, was just a good fit for us.
And it's my understanding, Mr. Shapiro, that if you sign up there, then they could have access to the app all over the state and any other kiosk that's William Hill?
Sure, that's true. Yes, of course, there'll be the opportunity to sign up for the mobile app there. We don't expect a lot of Idaho residents to be doing that, but certainly if they sign up there, they can play throughout the state of Nevada if they wish.
Very good. Well, I am pleased to support this application. I'm glad to see that this opportunity is available to you, Mr. Good, in the market. And I learned something today relative to the opportunity through Idaho. So I wish you luck with it, and I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you, Chairman Dritz.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And Mr. Good, I just wanted to clarify, I appreciate you thinking we have the ability to approve your license today, but we just recommend approval to the commission. So I just wanted you to know.
You're a key part of the process. So
Yeah, we're a
without
key
you
part of the
doing it,
process.
without your.
But if you're going to send a
endorsement.
mailer out, you might want to put a little asterisk on it. that,
We're saying coming soon.
pending
We have
commission
faith.
approval, next.
Yeah,
couple
we have
weeks.
faith. Coming soon is what it's going to say. So soon
Right,
is a
and so-
relative term.
Anyways, I just wanted to clarify that. But so Mr. Curtis, I think, came before us last month, and you're under new gaming ownership, and how's everything been going?
Very good. But we couldn't be more pleased. Operationally, we've spent the better part of the year energizing, rearranging, retooling our gaming floor and retooling our product from renovations in the hotel rooms to renovations of the restaurant. We added a Starbucks cafe, and that work continues today. So whether it's bringing in new products so that we can have the latest, greatest product on the floor for our patrons, whether it's expanding our reach and doing more digital advertising up into the Boise, Nampa, Caldwell, MSA, even going east up into the Pocatellos and that area. We're extremely pleased with progress, and we think that we're going to continue to make more progress. And frankly, getting a sportsbook and having another gaming type amenity, given all the national attention that goes with it, we think is just another opportunity for us, and we're super excited.
I'm happy to hear everything's going well there, and I'm happy to support the application. And I don't have any further questions for you either, Mr. Shapiro. So thank you, and Ms. Bonneau. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sandell. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Ms. Benu, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
You got Mr. Shapiro, always good to see you. And Ms. Rankin, same as you as well. And Mr. Good, great to see you on video nonetheless. How's it going up there?
It's going fantastic. It just as I told the chairman and board member Sandell, look, we're more than pleased with progress. We think that there's more to do, obviously, and we're super excited to keep doing that work. And like I said, this is another piece to that puzzle. So we want to keep growing. I think we're growing the market. You guys probably have more data on that than I do, but the sense is that we're working pretty collaboratively with our competition across the street about growing the market versus cannibalizing the market. That's never been our goal.
Right.
And we think providing another quality option for gaming to the Southern Nevada market has been well received in the market. So we continue to work very hard, and it's one thing when we work very hard and you see results. That's what makes it worth its while. It's when you work very hard and don't see results, you get a little bit frustrated. But thankfully, we haven't had that outcome. So we're very happy.
It's good to hear. Did you have a sports book in there before, or was this brand new?
This is brand new. So we bought the property from the Barton family that opened in, don't quote me, but I think 1957 was the first time they started offering gaming here. They never had a race and sports book to my knowledge. So it's something we considered. We didn't think about doing it up front. And, when you look at the economics of sports, it's about being able to diversify risk and kind of spread the costs out over lots of people, lots of bets to make it margin and efficient, if you will. So it was tough for us to kind of swallow that and do it. And then you start talking about the cost of the kiosk and everything that's involved. We just couldn't make an ROI on it. So, when we talked to William Hill, it was a pretty easy conversation for both sides. It went pretty quickly. So we're, again, we think it's a great ad for us.
Dan's a good salesman. So I'm not surprised.
Well, I was going to say, if you don't mind, Judge, we had actually been interested in a kiosk in this location for quite a few years. We had conversations with the former ownership group, just couldn't get there on working out a deal. But when Christian came in with his group, they saw the value of having a sports book there, and so we were able to get something together and agree to put some kiosk in there. So we're really excited about it. We think he serves a different clientele than perhaps the property we're in across the street. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's just another amenity to offer the general public. What's your take on? I was reading recently after the Super Bowl and the results that the so-called prediction markets and all the other folks out there have you noticed a significant cut into your handle?
I think it's difficult to say. I think, look, we've all looked at the Nevada results that were published publicly and studied them. And I think, a lot of us expected the handle to be down. The matchup and the star power kind of just wasn't there in previous years. But we were pretty pleased with it overall. Wasn't the best result for us, results wise, with the Seahawks winning and covering. But I think generally that was sort of the trend. We saw was kind of what we saw reported publicly. So there could be a lot of factors in there. Certainly, if you look at prediction markets, you can't say it was zero.
Yeah.
Just based on the advertising I see in the state. But hard to say exactly what was the true cause.
Yeah, I think they came up with the wrong line. Should have been 6.5 opening line. Let the betting public bring it down to 6 or take it up to 7. I think you'd have gotten more New England action.
If you went to some other places around the country, maybe Seattle, you might have got some, had to lay a little bit more. But
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious. They had just a totally dominant defense, and I tried to talk Luke Rippey in there into seeing it my way, but he was still crying about Buffalo, so I couldn't convince him that Seattle was going to walk away with it. But anyways, this is pretty standard, straightforward, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you for that, Judge Assad. With that, I think we're ready for a motion.
Very well, thank you. I'd like to move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number one, the licensee must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system and compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized racebook and sports pool. Number two, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between William Hill, Nevada, 1 and GLM Gaming LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number three, prior to the commencement of computerized racebook and sports pool and or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Number four, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for William Hill, Nevada 1 to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk. Number five, operating lease agreement between William Hill Nevada 1 and GLM Gaming LLC shall require adequate casino personnel be available to supervise kiosk betting and to restrict all minors under the age of 21.
Very good, Judge. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. We are going to take a very quick and strict 5-minute break. 1:24, we're going to take up the restricted agenda at 1:29. Thank you. Not 1:30, 1:29. All right, thank you, everybody, for their timeliness. Very good. We'll return now. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record for our 1 p.m. restricted agenda. Our first item of business this afternoon is the consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern or interest were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, with that, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Scoundrels SW LLC doing business as Scoundrels Tavern and Eatery for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Taylor Lilly, Blake Lilly, and Michael Michelin for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 4 is the application of Village Pub Cimarron LLC doing business as Village Pub Cimarron for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of the Gary E. Ellis Gaming Trust, James Holcomb II, and Gary Ellis for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 5 is the application for PTBAP LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 23759. You also have the application of PTBAP LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Amarjeet Maroke and Param Maroke for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application for M&92 LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 18382. It is also the application of M&92 LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Amarjeet Maroke and Param Maroke for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 7 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 224 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Grand Tiki Las Vegas for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Lucky Spot 2 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Winery Supermart for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Goodfellas for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Gambies for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 13 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations doing business at the Clubhouse for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there any discussion amongst the board on any of these items?
None by me. Thank you.
Happy to support them on consent. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of restricted items number 3 through 13 on the restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. With respect to restricted number 4, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For restricted number 8, the waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in September 2025 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in September 2026. For restricted number 9, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. For restricted number 11, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. For restricted number 13, a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you. So with that, we'll turn to restricted item number 1. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Battleborn Hospitality LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Reilly. Please make appearances.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Control Board, Madam Secretary, Tim O'Reilly of the O'Reilly Law Group. On behalf of the applicant here today, the applicant is Battleborn Hospitality. This is an application for transfer of interest. The transferor, Shell Capital, Addison Thorne, I believe is appearing remotely via Zoom. The transferee, there's 2 of them involved here. To my left is Lyle Savenka, and to my right is Brian Jane. Also appearing in person at your request is Clay Lake on behalf of Imbibe Investments. Mr. Lake is not involved in the entity, but he is appearing at your request, and it's my understanding due to the previous issued order to show cause. I know that order was responded to. It's my understanding the matter has been resolved, and the transferees are here to talk and discuss any lessons or any issues that you would like to discuss with them. Also appearing remotely is Milo Kostelecki as well. Milo Kostelecki is less than 5% owner of the property as well, and appreciate you accommodating them appearing remotely. With that, I do not have a formal presentation.
Very good. Well, first of all, I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Mr. O'Reilly. You correctly state why we're here, right? Obviously, it's to potentially move forward with the transfer of interest, but we do have to have a discussion on the record about things that have occurred. As you correctly point out, there was an order to show cause to which there was a full response that I believe Mr. O'Reilly orchestrated, but certainly on behalf of the applicant, and it was deemed acceptable by the board. But what I would like to do now, if you could, you don't have affirmative presentation, which is fine, but if you could go through with me the response, generally point by point related to the issues that we need to discuss, and I will call them out and then you can respond. Let's start with, in particular, the issue as to Imbibe and Clayton Lake and the formerly understood to be 1% ownership and the manner in which that was transferred back, and what the efforts were, and then what the efforts were to clean that up. And then I'd like to hear from each of the applicants about where we stand at this point.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Consistent with the correspondence of December 12th, in terms of which includes the response to the order to show cause as it relates to Imbibe Investments in Clay Lake, candidly, it was an error. It was an error in terms of on behalf of the applicants, on behalf of Battleborn. Mr. Lake previously invested approximately $10,000 into the entity before it was licensed in gaming. Subsequent to that, it was a continued payback in terms of his investments. The applicant themselves were trying to pay back in terms of his investments. He was not involved in terms of any gaming revenue share. And that's what candidly, as I believe, brought the issue in front of this control board at that point in time. Since that time, they've realized in terms of the error of their own tax returns, those have been amended as well. Mr. Lake is not a shareholder, and in the entity, it was a response to his investment. So amended tax returns have been filed as it relates to Mr. Lake.
Okay, and let's talk about the pathway to go from the last hearing to this hearing with respect to multiple attempts to explain it vis-a-vis the agreements that were set up, I guess in error or were set up sloppily. Do you want to talk a little bit about those, and for the record, again, refresh the board about how that happened and what was done to, make sure that that doesn't happen again? Certainly, it's not per se the issue that, you know, there was some misunderstanding about Mr. Lake and his 1%, but it's the manner in which that seemed to be attempted to be resolved. And there seemed to be some concerns about truthfulness, both to a prior board as well as vis-a-vis this board with respect to the two agreements which purported to address the issue.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the question, I believe, is prior to our firm's involvement, candidly, the applicants themselves tried to draft in terms of agreements, and they were wrong. They're not lawyers, and they're not sophisticated in terms of legal documents. They're two individuals from the industry, and we're trying to do the right thing to move forward. Having said that, since retention of counsel, our firm, O'Reilly Law Group, amended operating agreement has been put into place. That is the controlling document in terms of the transfer of interest that would be pivotal in terms of moving forward. So the short of it is they were wrong in terms of trying to draft something. They're not lawyers. They're not sophisticated businessmen. And since that point in time, I think they've acknowledged that. I think they have went to, in terms of the appropriate seminars, they've consulted counsel.
So when were you retained in this matter, Mr. O'Reilly?
I don't have a specific date, but it was very close to the last time we presented it in front of you.
Okay. And then also, and I'm going to speak to each of the gentlemen at the table as well, but also the abiding concern about potentially the lack of candor with the board as to this situation. Again, from my perspective, it's not per se the issue with Mr. Lake because, you know, misunderstandings happen, but it appeared to be a lack of candor about Mr. Lake's ownership status.
Yeah, that's and obviously I wasn't a part of that, so it's my understanding by review of it. It goes back to I think it was a blatant misunderstanding. I don't think it was anything intentional in terms of being lack of candor to this board. There'd be no reason to.
Let's start with Mr. Jane.
That's me.
Yeah. So how long have you owned this property or this business at this property?
Since 2016.
And when did you first get licensed by the commission?
In 2017.
Okay. And so to my knowledge, the issues that we're discussing today are the only issues that have arisen as to your status as a licensee. Is that correct, Mr. O'Reilly?
That's my understanding.
Correct. Okay. So there is, just putting out for the record, a track record, if you will, from 2017 to today. Obviously, we want to talk about this issue because it's, you know, very concerning, but this is it. There's been nothing else and nothing else that the board staff has indicated to us. So I just want to focus on this. So I guess let's start, Mr. Jane, with this process and what has, I think, correctly perceived as a potential lack of candor, which has been characterized as a misunderstanding or what have you, but it's very concerning. So what have you sort of done in this process to get back to good standing, and how do we know as a board that these sorts of things won't occur again? Because frankly, what happened was unacceptable. And so I want to hear from you as a small business owner. You have said repeatedly on the record that you're, I would quote unquote, just a bartender, however you put that, but nevertheless, you're an intelligent businessman. You know, you're responsible as a licensee for your conduct and the conduct of your partners and the conduct of your business. And so that's not a good excuse. So walk through with me. I think certainly retaining Mr. O'Reilly was certainly a good step, but to walk through with me this process and how you see it and what you've come to understand and how we can be assured that this was a one-time event as opposed to a suitability issue as to your character.
Yeah, so originally when Clay Lake first invested with us, that was prior to us having anything to do with gaming. And it was, honestly, it was just like a friend loan kind of thing. It's like he saw we were going to open up this bar. And so he's like, I'd like to invest, you know. We weren't under the impression that he needed to be part of the gaming license. That was just the truth. We just didn't know. We just thought that was before we even applied. We were even considering not having gaming at the time. So, and that was months before we even like appeared, you know? So when it was brought to our attention, you know, 6 years later when we had to renew our application with Golden. We had no idea that we had even done anything wrong, you know? So after that, we talked to our previous counselor, Joe Brown, and he wasn't really aware. So that's when we approached Tim. And then since then, we presented in front of you guys, and we took the seminar. We learned a lot. We learned where our mistake was. But like nothing was intentional at all. You know, we weren't trying to do anything, you know, malicious or anything in any way.
In terms of it being brought to attention, what wasn't it the case that it was discussed in 2019?
What was discussed? I'm sorry.
Was it not discussed in 2019 about the ownership issue?
I think the ownership issue was discussed in 2019. I think what was referenced there in terms of the errors of their ways, in terms of moving forward. Because I think in the 2019 transcript, it was referenced that Clay Lake was not, or his application was withdrawn.
Right, and that's so you're saying at that time you made a misstatement because you didn't understand?
Correct. That I didn't understand what I'm sorry.
The concern about his ownership.
I'm not following the question.
I think the distinction there is that he did not understand in terms of paying back his original investment would have required him to still be licensed after 2019 and the application was withdrawn.
Correct.
Right, okay. And so tell me about the two attempts, the two documents where you tried to fix it. Who gave you advice to put those together?
Which ones? Go ahead.
Yeah, once again, Chairman, members, Lyle Cervenka, co-owner of Starboard Tech, DBA. So we decided that we would amend our operating agreement, and that would be enough to present to Agent Lombardo, who was doing the investigation on the improper buyout of Addison Tom. So when we made those amendments, we submitted those right to the agent. There was nothing, I mean, that's, for me, that shows that it was just a straight blunder of major proportions, that we thought we could do this without legal counsel, that there was nothing being hidden from the investigation and the investigating agent. And this was all submitted in quick correspondence with him and his requests. So we thought we could just amend our own operating agreement and that was going to be enough. But it obviously was quite the misstep in this.
If you know now what you know, if something were to happen again, how would you handle things differently?
I would definitely call my counsel first. I would never shoot from the hip again or make assumptions, especially knowing the gravity of the situation now. Yeah, I would always get multiple forms of advice from either my counsel or reach out to gaming directly and get the full picture before just assuming that I could fix this problem on my own.
And can you speak then to the 4% transfer, Mr. Schelk, doing it before you had approval?
So that was the first thing that kind of opened this whole investigation up. That was just something we didn't know. And once again, we should have looked into it. We learned our ways through the gaming compliance seminar that we took.
When did you take the seminar?
What's that, sir?
When did you take the seminar?
That was 3-4 months ago.
It was immediately.
It was
the
immediately
first one
after
after we first met you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got into that instantly. And yeah, now learning more details about this type of stuff. Once again, we just thought this is a minority member. This is between us and our company. But we had no idea that the steps you needed to take and putting the money into escrow and having you guys take a look at everything to make sure it goes through first were the steps. And now knowing that, I believe we will be much better and informed operators moving forward.
How is the business going for you?
It's going very well. I mean, it's still the east side. We're still off the beaten path, but we've started the year off great. We just got exciting news that we're going to be featured on a new David Chang CNN travel show. So he's coming in and doing a little spot with us. Yeah, our clientele is awesome. We're still doing a lot for the neighborhood with schools right around us. So yeah, right now I feel very strong about our product moving forward.
But from a bottom dollar performance standpoint, it appears that you have some struggles.
Last year we were able to break even while still keeping close to 18 people fully employed. So while we're not making the returns that we did coming right off of COVID, we're still not in like a danger zone at all.
Okay, so you have 18 employees there.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so that of course is part of the consideration too. That is to say, you employ 18 people, and that's always going to be part of it. We went through all this at the last hearing. I know that we did, and it's a close call from my perspective. I'm concerned about the facts that have unfolded here, but that said, I think there has been, through the response with the OSC, there has been a full, shall we say, reorder, and you fixed all the issues that needed to be fixed, from what I could tell. But I remain concerned about you looking at this and taking this process not seriously enough. I'm glad you did the seminar. I know from what I could tell from looking at your books, obviously gaming revenue is a rather significant portion of your business, and I would guess very necessary from the perspective of viability. And because of that, we need to have a requisite level of seriousness in response that is required here. So it's a tough call from my perspective. I want to see what my other board members have to say about this. But I, for one, appreciate that you are with Mr. O'Reilly, that, as you say, Mrs. Slanka, if there were an issue, you would go right to Mr. O'Reilly, which I think is important, given your lack of full understanding. But you understand that's not an excuse. You both have to be fully aware of these things, and you're ultimately, as the licensee, is responsible for all of these things.
Yes. Yes.
So that's of concern. I also take into account that this is an issue that happened, but there is no other issue in more than 7 years of operating that has been brought to our attention. So that matters as well. And then the notion that you are employing 18 people in this economy, that I take that into account as well. But it's a difficult situation. It's a serious situation. I'll note that you seem more serious about it, and maybe you have since we met last, you've come to have a greater understanding of the seriousness of this, as opposed to just saying, "Hey, we're bartenders, we don't know." That's not good enough. We expect much more from our licensees than that. So with that, I will ask Judge Assad if he has any questions of you, and then we'll ask Member Sendal, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. O'Reilly, good to see you again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, thanks for being here in person. And I echo the sentiments of the chair and his concerns as well. But I'm satisfied with the response to the OSC, and I think moving forward, you do understand the gravity of the situation and how important it is to consult legal counsel before you make any significant business decision or anything that affects gaming and so forth. I was just curious, how many machines do you have on the property?
15.
15, all bar tops? Or?
Yes.
Bar top, multi denom.
And then, so they're poker and everything else, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. And then what kind of a menu do you offer?
Food menu. So we're the largest rum bar in the state of Nevada. And so a lot of our food, we do kind of like traditional bar food, but with that kind of follows the rum trade. So some Caribbean stuff, some Southeast Asian things.
So that's the theme essentially?
It's a nautical rum theme.
Oh, very good. Okay, great. So that being said, I'm satisfied that we can move forward, and I'll be supporting your application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Thank you. So I want to be clear with this particular application, what is the proposed transaction, Mr. O'Reilly, that is before us, right? This isn't like an approval for a restricted license that's before us. What is it formally? What is the application here?
The application that's currently pending right now is a transfer of the 4%.
From who to whom?
That's the
Anybody can chime in.
It's a transfer of the 4% from Shell Capital, who's represented by Addison Thorne, to the two individuals to my left and right who will be splitting that 4%.
Understood. As both the chairman and the judge stated, and you noted, is that you provided a response. We had an OSC issued. We had a previous meeting where you came before us. And the concern from my standpoint is that, we get hundreds, if not thousands of applications all the time, and individuals in your place, come before us and follow the regulations and do it, as required. Not to say that there are not individuals and applicants that come before and make mistakes. I would say, and I'm, the concern, at least from my standpoint, is that this was very much so an outlier as to the extent of your mistakes, and the fact that you appeared previously to the board and the commission many years ago and made certain assertions that perhaps you didn't understand what you were saying, or the context of what you were promising or asserting that you would do. And looking back on that, perhaps, as a learning lesson for me, is perhaps at that point it needed to have evidence or proof that that transfer was made correctly at that time, to almost force maybe us to, ensure that it was appropriately done at that time, as you were making verbal affirmations that you're going to do, but to ensure that it was at that time done correctly. And if not, then to follow up and say, no, this is not what's supposed to be done. In the same regard, I also feel, it is your responsibility as a licensee to take that responsibility, upon yourself, just like any person who drives a vehicle. Ignorance of the law and the speed, or driving under the influence is not, a pass to having to comply to the same rules and laws of everybody else. So that's the difficult situation that we're in, is that, technically you went way over the speed limit, right, here, almost recklessly, in that you've come before us, many years ago, making statements that you just didn't realize were accurate, right, or recognizing how to transfer effectively to make that transfer. And here we are, you had done something that you thought was correct, but it wasn't. And so in my mind, it's, we're here on a transfer to effectuate it appropriately under our rules and regulations. So it's not like I have an opportunity to be like, I want to put a 2-year limited on you, or, we already went down the OSC road. So at this point, and the representations that you've made to the chairman on your financial situation and where you're at, we're here to support your business and support your employees and your hopefully future success in moving forward, but then also recognizing the severity of ensuring that you're appropriately following the rules as to everybody else that comes before us in that regard. So that's the concern, right? And you do seem more serious, I will say, this time from the last time we saw you, and getting competent legal counsel here to represent you, and recognize that you made a huge, severe error is a big part of that. It might have been different with the outcome of that OSC, but also that's like a separate item in my mind at this point before us. You're here to effectuate this transfer appropriately under the rules and regulations of the board and commission. And should further disciplinary matter be required, I think the board still has that power to do so in the future. I, at this point, am comfortable moving forward where you're at. And should we need to, follow up or do something, I would say you're a licensed applicant. This has nothing to do with your license. This is effectuating a transfer of interest. We always have that jurisdiction and ability to call you back. It's sort of where I'm at. I know I haven't asked you a question here or to say anything yet. I appreciate your response from December. I was reviewing that in preparation for today and what you stated. And aside from this meeting, this is a disciplinary matter in which the board was able to convene and discuss this. And so I'm comfortable with that discussion and where we're at currently to move forward and approve this transfer of interest, knowing that, you're going to be under a tighter microscope just because of the historical context of what's occurred with your license and kind of what has occurred in the past. And we would ask, there's thousands of licensees and we can only do so much proactively. And to your point, this only got brought to your attention by your SRO, right? And so that's concerning. And we require you to stay up to date and knowledgeable of the rules. And now you mentioned you just did the compliance seminar recently after our last meeting. Had you never completed that before, years ago, or did that perhaps not exist, or were you not made aware of that at that time?
So Member Sindel, when we first got qualified for gaming, I believe they did a form of that where it was a group that everybody was qualified and you came into a similar room like this. And they gave a presentation on, this is when your quarterlies are due, this is when your yearlies are due, but this was way more comprehensive of a course than that. Welcome to the Nevada Control. This is what you're responsible for, essentially.
And again, that is informative at the benefit, right, that the board puts on, voluntarily to be more proactive and informative to its licensees as a benefit, especially, right, the restricted licensees where you don't have perhaps the resources and the sophistication of, a large corporation, a non-restricted licensee to, have, gaming counsel right away. A lot of the restricted licensees might not, but obviously it's always advisable to have competent gaming counsel in any, appearance before the Gaming Control Board. It is a highly regulated industry. But that was just something when you said you just took it now. I'm glad that you found that helpful. And I hope that moving forward, you will continue to keep yourself apprised of the rules and regulations and rely on competent gaming counsel moving forward in your transactions associated with, your gaming license before this board. That's all I have, Chairman.
Very good. And so I just want to just be clear to make the record here. So at the last hearing, the transfer of 4% interest back to you was held because of these issues. The matter was referred back to staff. We engaged in disciplinary action vis-a-vis the order to show cause. You, with Mr. O'Reilly, created a response, and now we're back here, as has been correctly pointed out, for the 4% transfer. That's the sum and substance of it. However, I do view this as an opportunity for you to start fresh and get past everything transactionally in its entirety. And the way I come to that record is, and we've said a little bit of this before, but first of all, I believe Mr. O'Reilly, in your response, you indicated that no gaming revenue was shared at any time with the 1% owner. I believe you indicated that.
That's correct.
And so that's important too, because that sets up, and that's an important bright line for us to make sure that no gaming revenue is shared. So I'm glad that that was the case. I look at this situation, and absent this issue, there's 7+ years of good operation without other issues. So I think you deserve some credit for that as entrepreneurs, maybe having not fully understood what was going on. And even much of that was prior to council, and yet there were no other issues beyond this issue. This is a serious issue, but there are no other issues. In addition to that, I look and I see that there's 18 employees at stake. And I appreciate, Mr. Cervenka, your optimism, but certainly I see from what has been provided to the board and represented to the board that there are substantial financial challenges that you have. So that comes into account as well. And and you've done the seminar now. And I think you see, having gone through this process, that there's a huge cost to be paid for not doing this stuff correctly. Do it right the first time, pay attention to your details with Mr. O'Reilly, and then we don't have these sorts of issues. So that's the record that I wanted to make in support of moving forward with this 4% transfer. But I think more globally, allowing you, from my perspective and with our recommendation, to move past this issue. Having received your response to the OSC, having deemed it to be satisfactory. Obviously, the 4% transfer now goes before the commission for their consideration, but we wanted to make this record that the response was deemed adequate. You came today very serious, and the idea is, from a regulatory standpoint, is to do what's necessary to make sure you're doing what needs to be done. And I believe that you weren't careful enough. I don't believe you intentionally misled. We've had these discussions now at the last hearing through the documents, and now today. I'm convinced you didn't intentionally mislead anybody, but you didn't understand it, which again is not an excuse. But when you read that all together, I'm prepared to support the allowance of this 4% transfer.
Thank you.
So with that, any further discussion before we take a motion?
None from me, Chairman.
I'm good.
Very good. With that, I'll accept a motion from my colleague.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Very good. Thank you for that, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Goldenroute Operations LLC doing business as Goldenroute Operations doing business at Neighborhood Market and Smoke Shop for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. Mr. Goodrich, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. I'm Jamal Goodrich, in-house counsel for Goldenroute Operations, here on behalf of our application for Neighborhood Market and Smoke Shop. And at this time, pursuant to NGC Regulation 4.014, we would like to withdraw this application. We have sent our withdrawal letter to Supervisor Allen as well as Senior Agent Lombardo. And we've noted there was a couple of areas of interest throughout the investigation that just are not palatable for our company moving forward with this location. And so at this time, we would like to withdraw the application. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Mr. Soms, is a motion necessary? Can we just accept the withdrawal?
Would require a motion, Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Goodrich, with that, I'll accept a motion from my colleague.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that the board move to accept Mr. Goodrich's motion to withdraw the application at this time.
Very good.
And just for clarity, that would be without prejudice?
Without prejudice.
Correct.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. It
Thank you.
passes. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Senior Agent Lombardo as well for the investigation.
Very good. Thank you. That will conclude our non-restricted agenda and our restricted agenda, with the regulation discussion to begin at 3 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started here in a minute. Please take your seat. Thank you. All right, very good. Welcome, everybody. Okay, we are back for our 3 p.m. regulation agenda. Madam Secretary, please read in the first regulation item.
The first regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 1 as noted on the agenda. And it has also been requested to read in the next one, which is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5 as noted on the agenda, as these two are related.
And just for a planning point, as it pertains to matters related to the AML items that we've been working on, that is a portion of Section 5 that will be addressed later. So it's Reg 5 is being bifurcated for the purposes of this hearing. So with that, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration are changes to Regulation 1, which is, can you hear me?
Can you move it closer?
Can you hear me now?
Better, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you for your consideration are changes to Regulation 1, which is a definitions chapter of the Commission's regulations, and Regulation 5 related to the operation of gaming establishments. Specifically, changes are proposed to the definition of hosting center in Regulation 1.137, to Regulation 5.225 regarding wagering accounts, to Regulation 5.240 regarding service providers, and to Regulation 5.242 regarding cloud computing services. These proposed changes were initiated by the lab and Chief Eberwein and are contained in a draft dated January 20th of 2026 for Regulation 1 and a draft dated January 27th, 2026 for Regulation 5. These topics were the subject, as you probably recall, of a board workshop back in December. But I'm happy to go through all of these changes again, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like.
I don't think that's necessary. Why don't we focus on just the items of why we brought this back to a workshop?
Yeah, as you may recall, there were comments that occurred at the board's workshop that resulted in the matter being essentially referred back to work with industry representatives. And as a result of that, I can kind of hit the highlights of what is different as compared to what was before the board at its workshop.
That's fine. And then afterwards, Chief Eberwein, if you could speak to the practical implementation of these regulations. But yes, Mr. Somps, please proceed.
So first, I'll turn your attention to the changes to Regulation 1, which is something that wasn't on the board's workshop agenda. And so given the changes that are being proposed to Regulation 5.242 regarding cloud computing, and then I will address a little bit more later, corresponding changes are made to the definition of hosting center in 1.137 to accept out of that definition the premises of a facility used for cloud computing. The next change that I would direct your attention to that is different would be to Regulation 5.240 subsection 2, what would be 2B, which is the definition of information technology service provider on page 5 of the draft. And so the language is added there, an additional sentence that says a person who provides cloud computing services as defined in section 5.242 of these regulations is not an information technology service provider. That's something that was requested by the industry, and board staff didn't have any objection to that.
Very good. So Mr. Eberwein, could you,
And there are a few more changes I do want to point out, if I could.
Please.
Turning to page 12, I do want to point out that what would be subsection 1B3, that language is new as compared to what was considered by the workshop, considered by the board at its workshop. And it was requested by industry. And then there's just some tweaks in at the bottom in D on page 12. It was just tweaked a little bit And I think that that pretty much covers the differences as compared to what was on the board's agenda at its workshop.
Very good. Chief Everyone, do you want to comment on this segment of new changes that were added to Reg 1 and Reg 5?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall. For the record, Jeremy Epperwein, Chief of the Technology Division of the Nevada Game Control Board. So in general, over the past few years, the regulations that we worked with for cloud computing service providers, we actually found out that it just wasn't practical in the way that we had intended. So the overall goal here was to remove that as a registration and make sure that we have the ability for our licensees to utilize cloud services, which is a common technology out there, and try to do that with as little obstruction from regulation as possible, but still conducted in a manner that's safe and requires them to do due diligence during their review and onboarding of these types of products. So supplementing Senior DAG Soms's review here, going back to page 5 of the draft of Regulation 5, the concern raised in the workshop there was basically the concern that if we remove the definition of a cloud computing service provider, then at some point someone could consider cloud computing services as an IT service provider. That is not our intent, so that is why we agreed to put this specific exception in there. Then moving back to page 12, one of the other concerns raised in the workshop was that there needed to be a reasonable level of due diligence, not just a flat insurers. And so changes to that language was made in Part A, B, and C. And then like Senior Daxon said, subsection B3 is a new section. And that is also the section that we reference now in the definition of a hosting center in Regulation 1.137 that we're proposing today. And the reason for that is that this section actually references the use of cloud computing service providers at a hosting center, and that made sense. That's all.
Very good. Before we take questions or discussion, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Ms. Okerberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am appearing today on behalf of Amazon Web Services. We first would like to reiterate our appreciation for all of the time and effort that the board, the technology division, and the Attorney General's office has taken on the regulations related to the cloud, particularly regulations 5.240 and 5.242. AWS believes that this is going to give flexibility for licensees. It's going to reduce the burden on the board and cloud providers, all while preserving the key security standards and regulatory control. We wanted to confirm for the record a point that Chief Everwine just captured, which is that the intent here is to assure that cloud computing service providers are not categorized or registered as IT service providers, notwithstanding the broad catch-all at the end. And so we appreciate Chief Everwine saying that on the record. And I'm of course happy to answer any questions, but we are otherwise in support of these amendments.
I appreciate that. I guess let's start with Judge Assad. Any questions for any of the individuals who've spoken?
No, it's pretty clear. I've read through the materials, spoken to the chief, and I'm in agreement, so I don't have any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sendall, questions for anybody?
No, I appreciate the efforts in providing these revisions and walking through this and getting us up to speed on it by everyone involved. So thank you.
Terrific. Yes, consistent with, I guess, now prior practice, we've had multiple workshops here in the last several months, and also consistent with the governor's mandate to streamline regulations. This is probably something that we're glad to have gotten it done. It probably was overdue, but nevertheless, here we are. And we are glad that we were able to get full support from the industry. I think we worked well together on coming up with reasonable resolution to the remaining issues. So I think we stand in full support of it as well. So thank you, Ms. Okerberg. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Mr. Soms.
Thank you very much.
Very good. With that, I believe as to these items, we're ready for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption of the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 1 that are before us with the draft date of January 20th, 2026, and the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5 that are before us with the draft date of January 27th, 2026, that they become effective upon adoption.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please proceed and read into the agenda our next item.
The next regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7 as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you. I believe Mr. Soms is speaking on this item as well.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you, for your consideration, are proposed changes to Regulation 7, which pertains to disciplinary proceedings. The changes before you are contained in a draft dated January 7th of 2026, and these were prepared with the help of Member Sendall, Chief Rippey, and Chief Langsavath. Except for some cleanup that's occurring in Section 7.010, these proposed changes are the result of the passage of Senate Bill 46 from the last legislative session. And just a little bit of background on that bill. Section 7 of that bill codified the longstanding practice of the board and commission to maintain the ability to pursue disciplinary action, even if a person seeks to surrender a gaming license or if a person leaves their position with a gaming company. Section 1 of the bill further directed the commission to adopt regulations that prescribe a reasonable period after which the board and commission's jurisdiction is divested, and a reasonable period for the board to accept a surrender of a gaming approval. To accomplish the mandate of Senate Bill 46, there is proposed a new section 7.025. So first, subsection 1 essentially furthers by regulation what Senate Bill 46 expressly codifies, that the jurisdiction of the board to investigate and initiate a hearing before the commission and the commission's jurisdiction to conduct disciplinary proceedings against any person holding a gaming approval is fully retained and not divested. The only exceptions to that are those specified in subsections 2 and 3. Subsection 2 specifies that if a person leaves the position for which the person was granted an approval, any disciplinary action must be brought within 2 years following the board receiving written notification of such departure. Subsection 3 specifies that if the board chair accepts in writing the surrender or attempted surrender of an approval granted to the person, the jurisdiction would then be divested. I thought it might be helpful to just give you an example of how this might play out under a given scenario. And that scenario being if a person has a license issued by the commission, for example, as an officer, and then subsequently leaves that position, a number of different things could happen. First, the board never receives any written notice that the person departed from the officer position. And in that, I think what would be considered a very unusual circumstance, the board would retain jurisdiction until that written notification was received. The second possibility is that the board actually receives a letter or something in writing from the person or the licensee that the person has departed. The board then has 2 years to investigate if an investigation is for whatever reason warranted, and then to initiate a complaint. If the 2 years expire without the initiation of a complaint or filing of a complaint with the commission, the jurisdiction would be divested. And then the third scenario, which is really similar to the second one, is that a person actually seeks to surrender their license to the board. The board chair would then either accept the surrender and the board's jurisdiction to pursue discipline would cease, or the board doesn't accept the surrender because, again, for whatever reason, there's some investigation necessary, then it has 2 years to bring a complaint. So with that, those are the proposed changes to Regulation 7. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Before we open it up for questions, is there any member of the public who'd like to come and be heard as to Regulation 7? Okay, seeing none. Oh, there's somebody. Ms. Valentine, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. My name is Virginia Valentine. I'm with the Nevada Resort Association, and I will tell you that we supported SB 46 when it was at the legislature, and through conversations with the previous chair, we did talk about how it would be probably better to have something in regulation that define the process and the time frame instead of having that in the statute. So Senior Deputy AG Somps may have addressed some of these questions, but we do have some questions about the process, since this whole concept of a written acceptance or surrender is kind of a new thing here. And we understand the importance of maintaining the jurisdiction for some period of time for certain activities. So we do have a couple of questions for you. And I guess depending on how we have an understanding or clarity that we may ask more questions, but the first would be that the draft regulation appears to use the term written notification of departure in subsection 3, as well as surrender and attempted surrender in subsection 2. Do these terms describe the same event, i.e. a surrender or an attempted surrender of a license by an individual? And if it does, then should we be using the same term for consistency, since that's the event that triggers the 2-year time frame in subsection 2? I got one more question. I don't know if you want me to do these one at a time, Chair, or?
Let's do these one at a time. I'd like to get Mr. Somps' input on this, and then from there we can move to question 2. Mr. Somps.
Yeah, I think the way it's drafted, we were trying to envision different circumstances whereby someone or would come to the attention of the board that someone has to be part of their position. And it could very well be in the form of some formal surrender, which is, I understand, it maybe doesn't typically happen. Otherwise, it could be just something in writing, perhaps from the licensee notifying the board that the individual has departed. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I mean, you did, Virginia Valentine, again, for the record, outlined scenarios under which this would happen. And so I think that's very helpful.
Okay, well, with that, Ms. Valentine, you had another question.
The second question is relative to subsections 2 and 3. Does the board intend to put individuals who leave the industry and surrender their licenses on a 2-year administrative hold unless the board chair issues a written acceptance of that surrender? And if the board does not issue a surrender acceptance letter to the individual, is it presumed that a surrender is automatically deemed accepted by the GCB after the 2-year period has run? And is the GCB has not filed any disciplinary action during that time period? So is that, is there a circumstance or a scenario where a surrender acceptance letter is not issued? And does it, if the clock is started, then after 2 years, does that mean that you've accepted the surrender?
I will, I think I want to hear Mr. Somps' point on that.
Yeah, if I understand your comment or your question, if there is an actual attempted surrender of a license and the board chair does not respond in writing that was accepted, then jurisdiction is not divested until the passage of 2 years. If there is a written acceptance of the surrender, then that divests jurisdiction.
And that Virginia Valentine, again, that divestiture could happen presumably before 2 years.
It could happen within a week, or it could happen perhaps a year later.
Yeah, I would say that my thought would be consistent with that. And I think that's a fair reading of this.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions?
I think in terms of this being something relatively new, our group will have the opportunity to consider the responses and see if that answers their questions fully. I think that's a good start to answering the questions. And if there are any further follow-up questions, then we'll certainly let you know.
Very good. And then obviously you'll have an opportunity to address it before the commission if things develop between now and then.
Virginia Valentine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I guess, Ms. Valentine, could you come back 1 second? What would you view as a timeframe here to be able to, review this? You said that this is relatively new by way of discussion amongst NRA members?
Virginia Valentine, the concept is not new since we worked on this in the legislature. I think what's new is that there's not really a definition of a written letter of acceptance or surrender, because that's new. We haven't had a surrender. We haven't had, at least in this context, for the purpose of extending or ending that period of jurisdiction over licensee.
But it makes, go ahead.
Believe that the regulation, although that's been the practice, that you have that extended jurisdiction hasn't really been codified. And I think Senior Deputy Slumps may have mentioned that in his presentation. This is now codifying something that I think was the intended practice of the control board, to have that extended jurisdiction, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think what I was referencing is that the legislature, with the passage of Senate Bill 46, was codifying what had been the practice of the board and commission historically.
But the notion,
not necessarily something new.
Right, but are you suggesting for clarification purposes there should be a definition here? I'm just trying to understand what.
Yeah, I think in the context that you provided, I think we understand the intent. I think the point I was trying to make is that this is still relatively new. So, that's where the questions come. When does the jurisdiction end? How is the notification? We're just trying to make sure we have clarity on the process.
Okay. But I mean, I'm just trying to take into consideration your concerns in the context of the process, right?
Right.
So absent an objection, we would go ahead now and vote on it for it then to be considered for the commission. But if there were, as we have with other items, if there was a bona fide reason to pause, then we could do so and then take this up at a later date.
Virginia Valentine, yes, and we're not asking for a pause. I think we're asking the questions, we're getting the answers, and then I think if there are follow-up questions to those, then we'll certainly let you know before the NGC considers the proposed amendments to Reg 7.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got any further questions about it? Judge Side, any further?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Drives. Excuse me. I think, Virginia, the genesis of SB 46 was former Chairman Hendricks and I, when we were tasked with the complaint that had been left over against Steve Wynn individually from the prior board. We were kind of surprised. We thought the matter had been resolved with the fine levied against the corporation. But then we were informed that no, there's this complaint still out there on him individually. So we began to proceed with that process. And then we encountered Steve Wynn trying to say, hey, I surrendered everything. I gave up everything. I'm moving out of town. I no longer have and he argued that it wasn't a license, that it was a finding of suitability. So I guess my question also is, does this cover findings of suitability as well as licenses?
It would be any approval, Judge.
Okay, so.
So yes, it'd be
Registration, finding
yes.
suitability, license.
Yes.
Great. So that's the genesis of it, Virginia, that basically it was to cover the Steve Wynn situation where someone that the board deemed had been doing something improper, the board wanted to take action, and that individual, whether it be an owner or executive, CEO, chief executive officer, what have you, if they're in possession of a license or a finding of suitability, that they can't just walk away and say, you don't have jurisdiction over me. I'm out of here. I sold my house. I sold my stock. You can have the piece of paper that you gave me from the board, whether it's a finding of suitability or a license, and you no longer can do anything to me. And we had to litigate that, and it went up and down a couple of times on appeal. And so we put this into SB 46 to address that very scenario, so that within 2 years, the board basically has to do something. You're not the particular person who wants to, say, abscond from our jurisdiction. They can't do it unless we accept the surrender through the chair. And then the chair has 2 years to decide whether they want to put them on an administrative hold and pursue some action, a complaint or what have you. Or if the chair says, okay, I accept your surrender, you can leave now. So, I mean, it's pretty clear to me. I think it's well written by Mr. Somps. But I hope that answers your question or your hypothetical.
So I think what we'll propose to do then is, unless there's further discussion by the fellow board members, I'll accept a motion on this. It'll keep going through the process, and if things come up, we'll address them as they arise. Any further comments?
Yeah, no, I'll just say thank you to Senior Dag Somps and Chiefs Langsfath and Rippey for their time and efforts in reviewing this and entertaining my questions and on this and making sure, to the point of it's something new and making sure it makes sense and we're thinking it through properly and understanding what that meant. And we had an internal meeting to make sure of those very same concerns that you're raising as well, Ms. Valentine. So I hopefully that, that clarification, clarifies it up but if you have any concerns, I think the sooner perhaps you can share those back to us and we can take a look at that and make any necessary revisions before the commission meeting. But yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion if you're ready, Chairman.
Agreed. Yeah, I think this is consistent with the purpose of the bill. And I think there has been some clarification offered, so we'll just go from there. And I will accept a motion.
Wonderful, thanks. I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption the proposed amendments in Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7 that are before us with the draft date of January 7th, 2026, and that the amendments become effective upon adoption.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read into the meeting the next agenda item.
It has been requested that the next two be read in together. So the next regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5 as noted on the agenda, and also regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 25 as noted on the agenda.
Very good. So with that, I will turn it over to Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps to go through these items in Reg 5 and Reg 25. And then as to a portion of it, we'll hear from Chief Torgerson as well.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary, again, for the record, I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for consideration are changes to Regulation 5 related to the operation of gaming establishments and Regulation 25 related to independent agents. The changes are contained in drafts dated February 5th, 2026. Broadly, they are designed to bolster the board and commission's regulatory requirements in the anti-money laundering space. I've worked with you, Mr. Chairman, with Chiefs Rippey and Torgerson, and with their staff in creating these drafts. The chair also sought input from industry representatives to arrive at these changes, and I'm prepared to review the substantive changes if you would like, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Regulation 5, specifically Regulation 5.045. This particular section sets forth regulatory provisions related to compliance plan conditions. And in 5.045, we've proposed a new subsection 7 that would require compliance plans to designate a person having primary responsibility over the anti-money laundering program and with the player development functions. A term for this would be the marketing department. These individuals will have to be submitted for administrative review and approval as part of the overall approval of the compliance plan. While these individuals will be registered gaming employees, this is an additional layer of review short of licensing of these types of individuals for their suitability for the particular positions that they will hold. I will continue on unless there's questions.
Please proceed through.
Next, there is a proposed new Regulation 5.046, which will require the designation by licensees of the person responsible for compliance, and that person will be considered a key employee and required to be licensed or found suitable unless already licensed or found suitable. You can see also that there is a waiver provision that's proposed that would allow the board chair to grant a waiver request upon good cause shown. Next is a new regulation 5.047. This will prohibit business entities from funding a patron's wagering activities through deposits into a front money safekeeping or wagering account, through payments on credit extended to a patron, or through the issuance of cash or wagering instruments to a patron. There are also a number of items listed under subsection 2 that you can see that would not be included in the prohibition. And these are items that were sought by industry representatives and were not opposed by you, Mr. Chairman, at the time. Next is another new proposed regulation, 5.048, which would deem those individuals having primary responsibility overseeing compliance with a licensee's anti-money laundering program as gaming employees, and they would have to register as gaming employees unless they are already licensed or found suitable. I do want to note here that Member Sendall did suggest a small edit to replace the language where it says pursuant to federal law. That would be replaced with pursuant to the Bank Secrecy Act or other applicable federal law. I didn't have a concern with that, so that's a proposed edit if the board does end up recommending this up to the commission that you should consider.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to accept that just yet. I would may want some more input on that, but okay, please proceed.
Understood. Thank you. Then finally, for Regulation 5 changes, in Regulation 5.055, that imposes certain reporting requirements. A new subsection 3 is proposed to require a licensee to notify the board within 10 business days if a gaming employee is terminated or separated for intentional or willful violations of the licensee's anti-money laundering policies. Language is also proposed to clarify when intentional or willful conduct can be inferred. I do want to point out another suggested edit for the board's consideration in the last sentence where it says for the purposes of this subsection, purposes would be changed to singular instead of plural. So the S would be dropped. That's a suggested edit. So I can turn to the changes in Regulation 25, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like.
Actually, no. What I'd like to do is, if I can, we're going to pause here. I'd like to have, first of all, Chief Torgerson, would you speak to a portion of this, or why don't you speak to your part, and then we have Chief Rippey, who'll speak to his part. And for those in the audience, we're going to address the balance of Reg 5 in full. I know that there are those in the audience who have commentary and questions and requests for clarification. And then from there, we'll address Reg 25 in full.
Good afternoon, Chief Torgerson for the record. So my section would be to cover giving some background on 5.055 in the addition under subsection 3. So this concept actually came from the industry. We are listening and working with the industry. There has been a substantial complaint as to, when we do everything correctly and we choose to terminate someone that has violated AML policies, a lot of times, the board is unaware and that individual goes across the street and gets hired and it's never addressed. And so with some licensees doing the right thing and then others unknowingly maybe hiring someone that when there was unfinished business or a problem that maybe should be addressed. So I'm happy to see the language that Senior Dag Somps put together. I think it looks good. It will allow us to be notified when someone has violated AML policies or that have been intentional or willful behavior. And that way we can, of course, take the appropriate action or screen that further as needed.
Thank you very much. Chief Rippey, do you have commentary about the balance of the proposed changes to Reg 5?
Yeah, so Chief Rippey of the Investigations Division, for the record, 50457A will require that the person who's responsible for the AML program, that person will be required, we will require notification to the Investigations Division on who that individual is. We will review that person administratively, probably ask some follow-up questions regarding their duties and responsibilities, look at our internal files, and then ultimately administratively approve that person if there's no issues. That same thing follows the individual, the marketing person. So the marketing person will follow the same process. They will have to go, they will notify us who that individual is. We'll probably ask some additional follow-up questions as far as what their job duties and responsibilities are, who they report to, and those types of things. Once again, staff will look at our internal files, provide that information to the chair, and he'll administratively review and approve that. 5046 is something I think that has been a long time coming. We can go back into the 1980s when the board started to require that a compliance plan be put on companies that the board was unfamiliar with or operated in foreign jurisdictions. It became a requirement for publicly traded corporations as part of their order of registration. Thanks to Steve Ducharme. Throughout our history and investigations, the corporate compliance unit, which was started in 2016, found that this was a very important position, a position that should be looked at the same as we do as officers and directors, as they have a very important part in gaming decisions, right? They are the gatekeeper. They are the person who is responsible for implementing compliance throughout the entire organization. And that does not just apply to the company based in Nevada, but throughout operations throughout the world. So I would say that we are a little bit behind, as many other jurisdictions already require this. We will review this as on a case-by-case basis. And it also provides the ability for the chair to waive this requirement as well. 5047, I know I've spoke with Chief Rusty LeBlanc of the Audit Division. I think between audit and the corporate compliance unit, we will make sure that these policies and procedures are implemented throughout compliance reviews and regular audits. And then last, 5048, the AML person. This person we believe to be a gaming employee. Some of them that we've looked at, they have already been through the gaming employee registration requirement, but not all of them. And this will make it a requirement for all AML, BSA individuals, the person who oversees that role, to go through the gaming employee registrations.
Chief Rippey, thank you very much. Chief Torgerson, thank you. I know we have members of the public who would like to come up and speak to the proposed changes to Regulation 5. But before that, I'll say this. This has been a multi-month effort with tremendous amount of input, both from board staff as well as licensees with expertise on AML and non-licensees with expertise on AML. And so what we were trying to target were the areas that made the most sense from a practical standpoint to continue to improve the licensee's ability to prevent money laundering. And we looked at any number of risk areas, and these were the risk areas that made the most sense, and had a lot of input, as I said, from both industry people, people outside the industry, but AML experts and others. And then specifically the issue of licensee a person responsible for compliance. That's a standard that I fully agree with Chief Rippey when he says that's a long time coming. In many jurisdictions throughout the United States, and in fact, the world, do require some licensing in that respect. And in many ways, from our perspective, the board's perspective, it elevates the compliance role to make sure that if you have the chief responsibility for compliance, that you are elevated and have to move forward in that way with suitability. So this was all very, very carefully considered and done in a very cooperative way. Obviously, in the past year, the industry at large, we've faced a lot of challenges as it pertains to money laundering. It's all been well documented. No need to rehash how we got here per se. But the idea is that we have in this Reg 5, and then we'll discuss Reg 25 shortly, very, very substantive changes that we believe will make a big difference. In addition to that, although it isn't the subject of this workshop, for the purposes of information, I am going to share with those interested the additional measures that we are taking as a board in conjunction with the industry to work even further in the area, particularly of information sharing. We'll talk about that later. But I support this Regulation 5. I know what I'd like to do now is ask members of The public who'd like to speak on this draft and have questions or concerns about Reg 5, please come forward. And then, of course, the board members will have a chance to ask questions and comment before we move forward on this particular regulation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. I'm Nick Langenfeld, last name spelled Langenfeld with Station Casinos. I serve as their AML officer currently. And as far as Reg 5 goes, I have two items. The first one is an edit to Reg 5047, specifically Section 2, letter H, which currently reads, a government or employer issued negotiable instrument is essentially excluded from the regulation. Respectfully, what I was requesting is that this section be split into two sections, H and I, and the first section, H, just say a government entity. Section I, the new subsection, would say a negotiable instrument made payable to the patron. First, the reason for the change to a government entity is it will expand the definition to ensure all funds from a government entity rather than just the check funds are excluded from this regulation as intended. Funds from a government carry little to no AML risk. Obviously, we know the source. It's a clean source. And then the second thing that this does is it essentially future-proofs the regulation, meaning if a government, say, for example, the Clark County DA were to electronically send payments to a casino to settle someone's debt, if they sent those funds electronically to us, they would be excluded from this reg. We could still accept those as such. So that's the first item in letter H. The second letter, I, where we're requesting it be broadened not only to include payroll checks, but any check, business check made payable to the patron. The reason for this, such as equity distributions or business payments made to a person for goods or services. So the reason for this is any business check made payable to a patron makes those check proceeds the patron's personal funds. And therefore, if that patron negotiates their own check with the licensee, the patron would be funding their wagering activities with their own money. And then also, a business check made payable to the patron presenting it transparently clarifies who the funds went to. In other words, who the true beneficiary is, which removes business payments from being used to obfuscate the true intention of those funds. And then last, and this is just a practical aspect to it, is that frontline team members, say cage cashiers, when they're looking at a business check that's issued to a patron, they would have a lot of difficulty determining whether it was a payroll check or an equity distribution. It's just going to be from a business to a person. That person is then negotiating with the casino. So for all of those reasons, I'm asking that subsection I be changed to a negotiable instrument made payable to the patron. So I'll pause for comments, questions from the board before moving on to my second request.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any questions of Mr. Langenfeld about those particular items? Member Sindall, I'll start.
No, I appreciate your explanation and that makes sense to me. I'm happy to consider those proposed amendments. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Judge.
It's a subtle difference, but I see the difference.
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's clarified to essentially all licensees. But to your point, it is a point of clarification more so.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't turn that on.
There you go.
Yeah, go ahead. As you were saying.
Yeah, I was just confirming your thought that it essentially is a point of clarification. And I do feel the regulation already excludes these items, but it was put in because there was potentially a perception issue. And so we wanted to make it crystal clear in the regulation what is excluded, hence subsection 2.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that it's one thing to just have a general idea and then that interpretation could change from chair to chair, or whatever the case may be, or board to board. Here, we're being more specific, and I think that's a practical change, and I'll support it. Very good. And so I believe it sounds like the will of the board to potentially support that. So Mr. Lagenfeld, you had another item.
I did. It's related to the same regulation, 5047. Due to what would be necessary to implement this change, we're asking for an extension to apply to the industry as a whole to sort of implement this change. So what's now happening is, say, for example, people's credit accounts may be linked to their business account. This regulation will change that such that their credit accounts will now need to be linked to their personal accounts. That's going to take time. Policies and procedures, employee education, patron education. We're going to have to change over deposit and credit accounts. After identifying all of these accounts, we'll need to make technology changes and ultimately work with our payment service providers to ensure that business corporate funds are blocked. So it's going to take some extensive work to put this in place, and we were simply asking for a 6-month runway to get this into effect once it becomes a regulation, should it.
Is it, so just so we're clear, which provisions of 5 would you request that 6-month runway for?
5047.
Only?
Correct.
Okay. Well, from my perspective, in as much as you in particular and others, Mr. Morgan as well, have championed this as AML experts, and it makes sense then. So I accept certainly in good faith that if you say it's 6 months, I think that seems like a reasonable ramp. So I'd be willing to support that. Judge?
I agree.
I don't have a problem, an issue with that.
Very good. Okay, so thank you. Is that all?
That was it. We'll stay up here for Reg 25 if that's okay.
That'd be
Unless
fine.
you want me, okay, sounds
So
good.
we'll keep going across the board. I want to cover off any remaining potential changes to Reg 5, and then we'll just move over to 25. So Mr. Morgan, please state your appearance.
Alex Morgan, MGM Resorts. I have no changes or additions to Regulation 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Valentine, anything further?
Virginia Valentine, no chair, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't thank you and Chief Rippey and Chief Torgerson and Senior Deputy AG Somps for all your time and your consideration with Reg 5 along with Reg 25. Many of these were proposed by the control board, but several of these ideas also were generated by industry. And so we appreciate the consideration and the time that was spent with us. And I know there are several members in the audience who are active in have AML responsibilities. And so we were able to include a very broad group of stakeholders in this, and we appreciate the extra time and attention that took.
And I appreciate that. And we appreciate the leadership shown by Ms. Valentine and in particular, Mr. Lagenfeld and Mr. Morgan. I said this earlier, actually, that the notion of culture of compliance, I think, is a two-way street, and it requires cooperation between the licensees and the regulators. And I think this is a great example of that. You're absolutely correct. You had many very well qualified experts in AML who in good faith wanted to improve for the sake of the industry, to create a standard that in some instances didn't exist. And I think that those presentations have resulted in making our regs better in addition to what's been suggested by the board. So I think it was a great team effort in good faith, and we feel very good about moving forward at this new standard. So thank you, Ms. Valentine. Very good. So with that, I believe we are, well, the other two changes were suggested by Member Sendall. On page 7, to make it singular from plural, I think that's fine. If that is grammatically correct. Grammar is not my strongest suit, so I defer. The question I had about changing the language to federal law or using Bank Secrecy Act, does that unnecessarily limit the condition there as opposed to just the broad statement of federal law?
If it was just the Bank Secrecy Act that was referenced, I'd agree with you, but it is broader than that under the language proposed by Member Sendall.
But wouldn't the Bank Secrecy Act also be subsumed in the general term of federal law? And so it might be cleaner to just use that term.
I don't disagree with you, but it's at the board's pleasure.
So for that reason, I would suggest we keep federal law.
Yeah, and I guess my only thought there was because of what this particular 5.048 was addressing, which is AML laundering program. I thought highlighting the BSA somehow within this regulatory proposed language would be beneficial, and just highlighting it specifically. It's just a suggestion. Kind of, I think even when Chief Rippey just mentioned and described it, he actually used the term BSA himself. And a lot of times the use of BSA and AML go hand in hand. And I thought somewhere in here it would be nice, maybe not particularly, it doesn't have to be there. I was trying to look for a way to insert that term in the reg, and that seemed in my discussions with Dag Sumps is the most easily insertable location in the proposed language. And that's why I suggested it. And it can go either way. You are correct. And that was the exact same discussion me and Dag Sumps had. I just thought it would be helpful to have that term in there, but it's not a legal requirement, I think, for us to move forward or whatnot.
I'm not opposed to it. I guess that would be a boots and suspenders and belts type thing. I just assume for the sake of tidiness, just keep it federal law. That would just be my thought. But I see your point.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Chairman Dreitzer.
It's been 8 months.
We worked, Hendricks and I worked on this stuff, so it's like, this is all bringing back a lot of memories that Chairman Hendricks and I worked on a lot of these issues as we were dealing with all these multiple AML violations up and down the strip. So first of all, I want to commend you, Chairman Dreitzer, and Chief Rippey and Chief Torgerson, and Chief Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps for implementing these things. Basically, the genesis of these regs was as a result of the problems that we encountered for the last 3 years pursuing AML violations up and down the Las Vegas Strip. And these are the problems that we saw. Third-party people were paying off markers for Mr. Boyer or Mr. Nix and things like that. Money was coming in from China to pay off markers for people at the Wynn, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a great thing. I'm all in favor of it. To be specific to your question about federal law versus BSA, I kind of favor a more broader scope to catch everything, and that would be federal law, because the BSA has been amended numerous times, and then you add in 702 section of the Patriot Act. And, you know, I mean, we could list Title 31, BSA, Patriot Act, and go through all the specific different federal laws and their CFRs. But I think encompassing the whole thing, I think I agree, federal law kind of captures it all. So I would kind of favor just leaving federal law as is. Thank you.
Okay. Member Sendal, is it okay?
That is absolutely fine with me.
Very good.
And now we have a record that it does include BSA.
We do indeed. Let the record show that Chairman Hendrick also favors this, I'm sure. Very good. So with that, I believe we're ready for a motion, are we not?
Just one other thing I wanted to raise for you to think about if you want to, is we talked a little bit about the effective date for a particular section. Do you want to talk about an effective date for the entirety of all of the changes to Reg 5? Because in my review, I've looked at them, and in some instances, it makes sense that they become effective immediately, while in others, it may not be. For example, the one we just discussed.
Well, that's why I believe that the discussions that we had of the thought process was that they would, the industry would present today particular instances, as Mr. Morgan did, where it was necessary. I forgot who actually did it, but it's been a long day. But the idea would be that it would be surgically case by case. So we wouldn't want to do a blanket. The idea would be presumptively they would be all take effect immediately, unless an objection is raised and we agreed to it as reasonable.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that that we thought about it for each one of them, and I understand your point, Mr. Chairman. So it's just one of them.
Very good. So with that, I believe we are ready for a motion as to these proposed changes to Regulation 5.
I'm going to propose a motion and do my best to just highlight in 5 5.045. And then if you need to correct my motion language, let me know. I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5 that are before us with the draft date of February 5th, 2026, and taking into account any changes made in the record, along with the recommendation that the amendments all become effective upon adoption, except for Regulation 5.047, which is to become effective 6 months after adoption by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
That works for me.
Sufficient? Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion passes. We'll turn then to the proposed changes to Regulation 25. And I'll ask Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps to continue on with Reg 25. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start with section 25.010, which is the definition section of Regulation 25. And in there, you can see that a definition of secondary representative is proposed. And these are individuals who assist and are compensated by independent agents, but are not themselves independent agents. This definition is created because, as you'll see as we go through Regulation 25, there are some proposed amendments that create requirements related to these types of individuals. Turning to 25.020, I'd ask you to look at subsection 4 on page 3. Language is added to require those additional licensees beyond an independent agent sponsoring licensee that enter into an agreement with an independent agent to submit an acknowledgement that the independent agent completed the licensee's anti-money laundering training and that due diligence regarding the independent agent was conducted. Before I go on, I do want to note a potential or proposed edit to some language here. And that would be with the word revealing. It's in the very last line of that proposed change. The word revealing would propose to be changed to finding. So it would say conducted finding acceptable results.
Does the term finding have a legal impact?
I think that they're fairly analogous, but I'll let Member Sindall speak for herself, but I think revealing is somewhat of an odd choice of words for the regulation.
By putting revealing, so you'd prefer finding?
Correct.
Yeah, fair enough. Member Sindall, speak to that.
In my time as an internal audit, and if you look at the definition of revealing, it relates to the supernatural and telling of secrets. And my internal audit boss never let us use it when making internal audit findings of violations. And so that was beat into my head. And so when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, can we use literally anything else? And so I had a conversation with Dag Soms and I threw out 5 different words and he liked finding. So that's what we're proposing.
I agree. Judge.
Yeah, I mean, you could even word it regarding the independent agent. I'm sorry. It could also read, well, let me start with the word board. To the board that the independent agent completed the licensee's anti-money laundering training and that due diligence regarding the independent agent was conducted with acceptable results.
That was one of the options we talked about.
Oh, it was? I wasn't part of those discussions. Sorry.
Neither was I. I defer.
But
We would be violating open meeting law if we all had that
yeah,
discussion.
he could have talked to me independently though. Either way is fine, but I do agree that the word revealing is kind of awkward.
So, Mr. Soms, you believe best practice from your choices that you were presented would be to use the word finding?
I think that would be an appropriate word or a more appropriate word.
Very good. So
that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move forward with that. I assume there's no objection from the public. Very good. Okay. Please proceed, sir. Mr.
Okay.
Soms.
Going on to 25.040, subsection 1B. This would explicitly require licensees when notifying the board that an agreement with an independent agent is terminated to include whether the termination relates to the independent agent failing to follow the licensee's anti-money laundering program. Then in subsection 2D, There is a change to require licensees to annually provide to the board a list of all secondary representatives used by the independent agent. In 25.050, which currently contains a list of items that must be in the agreement between a licensee and an independent agent, what we've done is a little bit of restructuring here. So we have a new subsection 1 that is proposed that would set forth certain things that a licensee is required to do in relation to its independent agent, separate and apart from what is in the agreement. So first, a licensee would have to provide annual training to the independent agent on the licensee's anti-money laundering program. Second, licensee would have to conduct due diligence on the independent agent before entering into an agreement with the independent agent. Third, would have to submit to the board with the independent agent's application for registration or renewal an acknowledgement that the independent agent completed the licensee's anti-money laundering training and that due diligence was conducted. And I'll note here, a similar comment with the word revealing is proposed to be changed to finding.
Was there a question as to 25040 sub B? Is that consistent with what our understanding was here?
Virginia Valentine, Chair, are you referring to my question about section?
No, just generally, I just want to confirm for the record that 25040 sub B is consistent with prior discussions.
Nick Langenfeld, again, yes, it's consistent with what we had discussed.
Okay, just confirming that. Very good. Sorry, please proceed.
Can I ask him a question?
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Soms, I just have a question. This, I think I know the answer to this, but I just wanted to get confirmation from you. I'm thinking of a particular scenario we've had with an actual case. Is it, can we impute liability to the licensee, or is there vicarious liability already attached to the licensee when an independent agent has knowledge that, say, person X says, hey, I'm a drug dealer and I have a lot of money and a lot of drugs, and if you send me some clients, I'll kick back a couple $1,000s to you, or a bookmaker or whatever. And then the licensee says, they never told us about that. Do we already have a mechanism to impute vicarious liability to the licensee for the actions of he's not an employee, he's an independent agent, technically independent contractor. They've made that argument, but are we able to capture that, or do we need to maybe add a sentence in here somewhere to capture that scenario?
Yeah, I think that that is often going to depend on the circumstances, the facts, the evidence to be able to make that argument, but it's a theory that is conceivably possible to be made. If you need or want something more specific, we would have to build that into the regulations though.
Well, I mean, just in general though, typically the licensees have been accepting that scenario, that liability vicariously. What if it were to be litigated, let's say? I'm just not sure of the outcome.
Well, certainly the licensee is ultimately responsible for all of its employees and agents and for whatever occurs on the premises of the property.
Including independent agents.
Again, I'd have to, it depends on the facts and circumstances, and I'd be reluctant to say for sure one way or another on the record.
Okay.
If it's something you'd like to discuss further, we can do that.
Okay, yeah, maybe we'll do that. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Soms, please proceed.
Okay, I think I left off with the suggested edit to 25.0401C. I assume that that's acceptable with replacing the word revealing with finding.
Yeah.
Very good.
And then going on, we have a new subsection 2, which is created containing the original requirements related to what must be contained in the agreement between the licensee and the independent agent. And we have proposed some additional requirements. First being that the independent agent is not allowed to use any secondary representative unless the licensee is notified of such use and approves of the use of that secondary representative. Second, that the independent agent and any secondary representative is not allowed to wager at the licensee's establishment. Third, that the independent agent and any secondary representative is not allowed to engage in any gaming transaction with a licensee on behalf of the independent agent's client. Fourth, that the licensee may withhold compensation where the licensee is unable to establish or verify source of funds. Then finally, that the independent agent and any secondary representative must complete annual training on the licensee's anti-money laundering program, and they must acknowledge that the training was completed. And with this, I have a final suggested edit to the very last language of G. Would replace that they completed the training with completion of the training. So it would read, and the independent agent and any secondary representative must acknowledge completion of the training. And those are all of the changes regarding Regulation 25. I do want to note that some of these proposed changes are appropriate, again, to be effective upon adoption. Some may not be. That's something perhaps that you'll want to discuss. We'll see with the industry if they have any comments in that regard. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Soms. I think first of all, from my perspective, the last change you have sounds like it's better grammar, so we probably should do it.
Correct.
So I assume the board is okay with that?
I am.
Yep.
I'm glad Dag Somps took my recommendation.
Very good. So with that, I understand that the industry has some input and requests as to Regulation 25. So please feel free, however you'd like to begin.
Alex Morgan from MGM Resorts. First of all, I'd like to echo the appreciation of the board with working with us on these amendments and accepting feedback. I think it's been a very, it's been a great process and allowed us to get regulations that I think will be beneficial to the environment as a whole.
Thank you.
Similar to our discussion earlier about Regulation 5, through our review and discussions on some of the changes, we've recognized that there are some pretty significant administrative tasks that will need to occur with some of these, including having communication to staff, communication internally, changes in procedures, updates to the training programs to represent the recommended topics and make sure that they're all covered. So we're requesting an effective period that will begin 120 days after the approval, so that we have time to make those changes in all of our programs.
So to that point, would it make sense to just make 120-day period for every change within Reg 25? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our request.
And I think that's in good faith, well considered, and I would support that.
Thank you.
So comments from the board members about Mr. Morgan's proposed change to Reg 25?
Yeah, I'm in full support.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. Happy to.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Anything further on Reg 25?
No, thank you.
Very good. So I believe we have some more commentary. Ms. Valentine?
Thank you, Virginia Valentine, for the record. As you may recall, this process started with a group of AML professionals who came together and were looking at best practices and also looking at not only what worked, but maybe what had not worked in the past. And they identified a list of things that could be used as tools to improve AML processes and that culture of compliance. One of those we talked about earlier was this idea that business entity checks could be problematic, and I think we've addressed that in Regulation 5. One of the other suggestions we made was in 2D of Regulation 25. When you start to look at in the totality of these two regulations and the regulation, the AML packages, we've been calling it, along with some things you may talk about later, Chair, AML training, the possible AML video for independent agents. A lot of progress, I think, has been made in terms of reducing the risk with independent agents. And so some of those items that have happened in these regulations are that IAs are now required, due diligence is now required on independent agents. Annual AML training is now required for independent agents. The source of funds will now be known from independent agents. They cannot conduct transactions on behalf of a client. Independent agents now may I think, undertake this training, and I think that's going to be really helpful. So one of the things, when you take all of those into consideration, the things we have done to really strengthen the regulations around independent agents, we feel comfortable without those provisions that are in 2D. We feel like that is something that we would like to see deleted for now. Should there arise a time when it appears that there is a problem with wagering of the independent agents or secondary agents at a property, then we would be happy to continue that discussion then and reconsider that. But for the time being, in the totality of all the things that we're doing in these regulations to strengthen the AML compliance with independent agents, we would ask that 2D be deleted from consideration at this time.
Thank you for that, that presentation. Is the concern that that will have an unintended negative effect on business? Is that the right way to
Yes,
look
I
at
think
it?
that is Virginia Valentine. It is in a sense almost punitive, if you will. Not only does the licensee then not maybe have that revenue, but that revenue may not go to the state. But when you take that with all the other training and the other requirements, we're pretty comfortable now with an independent agent being allowed to gamble at a licensee's location.
So what I would, the thought process maybe would be this, as I'm going to talk about, or we'll talk about shortly, we're going to talk about the 314B information sharing program, the pilot program that has begun and is underway in industry. We're going to talk about that. And as we all know, that the path for that had been that at the conclusion of the program, which we set out as 6 months, approximately July of this year, that we would look to make a regulation around 314B mandatory information sharing, which we'll talk about. So what I would potentially propose, because there is a lot to absorb and we appreciate the industry's willingness to address many of these issues all at once. And certainly we were willing to and have agreed to the 6 month on one hand, 120 days on the other, that's fine. Here, maybe what we should do is, since we know we're going to have another round of regulation discussion related to 314B, maybe we just table this sub D for now and see if we believe that in earnest that the amount of support it gives for AML is not outweighed by the business concern, or that there's a proper balance, I guess is probably the better way to say that. So I would consider delaying implementation of that and just removing it for now, and then we can have that discussion again in July, to the extent that we've done here so many other things that are substantive in nature to support the overall collective goal of improving the AML response.
Virginia Valentine, thank you, Chair. We would like to see it removed for now and happy to revisit this with you as we continue to talk about the pilot and other AML compliance measures. So
I don't know if the board members have a comment. Member Sindall have a comment on that?
I just want to make sure I know, you're referring to 25.050 subsection 2D on page 6, 7.
Virginia Valentine, yes, thank you.
Okay, I always want to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't have an issue with that. I actually, frankly, when I saw that, I was surprised that that was being proposed and didn't understand why you would want to do that or what the benefit was to the licensee for doing that. So I actually think it's best with it removed. So I'm happy to support that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rationale would be for that, unless maybe you're thinking that a patron and the independent agent were chip sharing or something like that. But when I first read this, I didn't like it. I just thought it's going to deter some business. Some agents might not want to come here. They might want to go to Detroit or the Bahamas or someplace else. Say, well, I'm bringing my 35 guys to someplace where I can play because I like to play. And I remember from history, Julie Weintraub used to bring in lots of people to the Dunes Hotel, and he was one of the biggest players. He was a whale. And so was Johnny Yak at the Sahara Hotel from Boston. He would bring in a ton of players. He would play all 7 spots on a blackjack table, $200-300 a hand. You just had other people like that who, they're also players, some of these independent agents, and they're whales, some of them. And I just hate to lose that kind of revenue to the state. So I kind of agree with you that I'm okay just tabling it for now and having further discussions on it. But when I first read it, I just said, gee, I don't know what the rationale is really for it. And I didn't like it. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, and it was a measure that had been discussed, and there was some support for it, but nevertheless, I think that this is a continuous improvement project. And I think that the regs that we've established here today and the changes have been very substantial. And so what we'll do is we'll pull the sub D on page 6 out of the proposed reg change for now. And with that, is there anything further that the industry would like to address as it pertains to Reg 25? Okay, so with that, the changes having been established and noted, I believe we are in good form for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 25 that are before us with the draft date of February 5th, 2026, taking into account any changes made in the record, along with the recommendation that the amendments become effective 120 days after adoption by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Thank
And then table.
well, that will include the changes as outlined in today's discussion.
Yes,
So it
correct.
will
My
not be in
motion
there.
includes all changes and amendments as discussed here on the record.
Mr. Sams, I assume, is tracking all of them. And
So D is tabled.
Yeah, I'm satisfied that the record's clear as to what the
Okay.
board wants.
it'll be removed.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you all very much. It's been a long day, especially for the board staff that's been here, but I do think it's worth another 10 minutes to talk about some additional non-regulatory changes that are going to occur. One of which I think is relatively groundbreaking, which we'll get to last. But for now, what I'd like to do is ask Diane Presson from the Investigations Division to go through the non-regulatory changes, with the exception of 314B, which will be separately handled. So, Ms. Presson, thank you for being here, and please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Dreiser, members Assad and Sindall, and Secretary Rupert. So basically, with the things that are in the reg, a lot of it is already being done through the instructions that go with the application. And so the applications will be changed to support the new items within the reg, which would mean that there will be a place for the licensees to put in that they have conducted the necessary due diligence and that the AML training has happened. Additionally, we have created a AML acknowledgement form for the independent agents to initial and sign off on various parts of AML that they understand that they are responsible for adhering to. And I believe that probably covers the bulk of what we have going as far as the changes that will go that aren't necessarily discussed in the reg. So they'll all be covered through the instructions once the 120 days are passed. We already have them created and they'll be put onto the website where they can be found today.
Very good, thank you. And then we also have a very well-produced video that will
Additionally, the
be
video.
presented to independent agents to have them fully understand the significance and severity of their responsibilities as they move forward as independent agents. So that's the entirety of that. Yeah.
Yes, it will be available on the website as well.
Very good, thank you. And then the last point I'd like to make is a number of the licensees have voluntarily entered into a mandatory program. Sounds funny. 314B information sharing pilot program. Something that I know had started in way back when discussions between Member Assad and certainly Chair Hendrick. The idea that we wanted to make sure that licensees had an opportunity to be able to share information in the best way possible, with the goal being not prescriptive, but the goal is rather to make sure that we understand that the licensees have different risk profiles as they pursue potential patrons, but that we want to make sure they have the best information they have, that they can get to make the best decisions possible. And so because of that, after long discussion, we have begun, and the industry has begun, 314B information sharing pilot program that has been launched now for 2 weeks. Okay, so coming on a month. And the idea generally is we have a solid cross-section of participants across the industry, both strip casinos as well as others. And the idea is that there are 5 mandatory questions that if asked, they have to be responded to. And it does 2 things. Number one, it requires participation to, again, make sure that the information sharing is current and robust. But it also, after very careful consideration, the 5 questions in question are very specific and drafted very specifically to elicit information that will be very useful to the licensees as they make their decisions as to whether to allow a player to play. So we're very excited about that. We believe it's the first of its kind. I think that's a really nice addition to what we are calling the AML package, in addition to the regs and the things that Ms. Preston has said, and now this. So we anticipate getting results from that. We're going to take a pause on it in July, giving the opportunity for the industry, those involved in it, to assess the effectiveness of it over the course of now the next 5 months, with the idea, as I said earlier, of potentially making it a regulation for requirement. We didn't want to impose this big change without making sure that we could at least get some sense of its efficacy. So far, not to put words in the mouths of those involved, but early days, first few weeks, it does appear as though there's much more 314B activity. People are asking these questions back and forth and getting, full answers and getting more information. So we're grateful that the industry has voluntarily decided to move forward with this program. And so we're grateful and thankful for Ms. Valentine and the NRA generally and others who are participating. And we look forward to seeing how this program works over the course of the next several months. So that's that, and we will address that probably at some point in the summer. Very good. So thank you for that. So, Madam Secretary.
Can I just make a supplemental comment on that?
Sure.
I can't underscore enough what the chairman just said. If there had been more 314B sharing of information through the casinos, and of course the casinos can request that information from banks or any financial institution under the BSA, probably some of these fines that were issued would not have had to been issued. That's such an important tool. But there was hesitation from one casino to the other because they were afraid of liability and discussion about a SAR that they thought was prohibited. The Patriot Act is clear. The genesis of this was to prevent international terrorist financing. And now we're able to use it here within the gaming industry. So it's a fabulous tool. I applaud the chairman for creating this pilot program and hopefully eventually implementing it into a regulation. It's a marvelous tool and you all should really take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we close our discussion on this matter, is there anybody from the industry or the public, or conversely on the board, who would like to make additional comments before we move to to close this item? Okay, very good. Thank you all very much. It was a collaborative effort, to say the least. We had licensees with different risk profiles, different ideas, different tolerances. And the board we had our strong ideas about how things should be. And I think we came together to come up with a very strong product that will be meaningful and impactful moving forward. So thank you all very much for that. So with that, Madam Secretary, it brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So first, let's go to Carson City. Is anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium to be heard. Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? Please so state or otherwise step to the podium to be heard. Seeing none, that will close our public comment section of the meeting, thus concluding the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February 2026. Thank you, everybody, for attending in person or virtually. Today was a very long day, but a productive one. We appreciate it, and we are adjourned. Thank you. No reporters here. Reporters should be here.